The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Soper from Delta, Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld is excused, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Representative Brown,
Excused.
Catlin, Clifford, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy,
Excused.
Duran, English, Representative English,
Excused.
Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Representative Garcia. Garcia is excused. Hamrick, Hartsook, Hernandez, Herod. Representative Herod is excused. Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kipp, Leader, Lindsay, Rep. Lindsay is excused. Lindstedt, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Marvin, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks. Representative Ricks is excused. Rutinel. Where'd he go? Sirota. Representative Sirota is excused. Snyder. Soper. Story. Representative Story is excused. Taggart. Titone. Rep. Titone. Excused. Oh. Valdez A. Velasco. No. Rep. Velasco is excused. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Representative Weissman.
Excused.
Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 54 present, 11 excused, we do have a quorum. Rep. Froelich, would you mind helping us with our motion on the journal? Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the journal of yesterday minutes be approved. Thursday, May 2nd, be approved. As directed by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard that motion. Thank you, Representative, for pinch hitting. The motion before us is the adoption of the journal is approved as corrected by the Chief. Be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, we're going to do a few announcements and introductions. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I am really excited to welcome some of my favorite people to the chamber today. Members, we have the 7th and 8th grade class from Denver Academy here. Please stand. These young people have exceptional educational backgrounds and really are the future for our state. And I just want to thank you all so much for coming. Thank my friend who is their teacher who is here today, and one of my littlest friends, Miss Luba, who is here today as well. Luba inspires me every single day and also gives me makeup tips sometimes. So thank you, Luba, for all you're doing. Thank you for bringing your class here today. We really appreciate you and everything that you do to make sure that folks are incorporated into our community. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Much less exciting announcement. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee is meeting upon adjournment in room 112 for Senate Bill 106, 90, 174, 9, 182, 212, 216, and 220.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, House Finance will be meeting today upon adjournment to hear Senate Bills 218, 120, 141, 032, and we're meeting in the Old State Library. Thank you.
Other announcements? Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, I am delighted today to welcome members of the Junior League, Denver's Ladies Club, and want to invite them to stand up to be recognized. Thank you all so much for being here today. They initially had planned for a march lobby day and to gift us all those beautiful cookbooks that you should have received, but unfortunately we had a snow day and so they weren't able to be here to celebrate with us and give those to us in person. But for those of you who may not be aware, the Junior League is an organization that reaches out to women of all races, religions, and national origins who demonstrate an interest in and commitment to volunteerism. Women from every background giving their talent, energy, time, and money to the educational and charitable activities of the Junior League to improve the quality of life for our community. So a thank you again for being here today.
Representative Ortiz.
Members, I don't know if you've seen over by my desk, but I've been lucky enough to have constituents from my district coming. They're part of my policy advisory committee. If they would stand up and be recognized at this time. So this is what democracy is supposed to look, and action is supposed to look like, folks. They meet regularly and weigh in on different bills, even if I'm not running them. Let me know what they believe and what they'd like to vote. It was hard to get it off the ground, but it's been very great. I encourage y'all to try the same things in your district.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As part of Mental Health Awareness Month, today you all have a thing on your desk about an illness called tardive dyskinesia. And my colleague who went to the Senate used to talk about this every year, and she's not here anymore, so I thought I'd take up the mantle. Tardive dyskinesia is a movement disorder that people who have serious mental illness and are taking antipsychotic medications get. So when you see somebody on the street who is acting weird and maybe they're moving their face in a funny way or they're not able to control their movements, we associate that with mental illness, but actually that is it is a side effect of the drugs that people are taking. And it isn't actually part of the illness. And it is a reason why people don't want to take antipsychotic medications, because these side effects are so dramatic. And because we're all so repulsed by the side effects that we can visibly see, and that creates stigma. And once you get tardive, it doesn't ever go away, even if you stop taking the medications. But there are now some drugs that help treat the symptoms, and so some progress has been made. But please, if you see somebody who has this, try to dial into your compassion button because they really need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually signed up for announcement today for the exact same reason, and you all might remember this from last year if you were around. I actually have a residual case of tardive dyskinesia myself. It does generally not ever really entirely go away, but I think the good news is, and the reason why we do Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week, is because if you can catch it really early, if you can catch it before it becomes overwhelming, there is a possibility for it to wane over time. So now that I've mentioned it, some of you will probably notice I do have involuntary movements in my mouth and in my face sometimes, but it is important to catch it very early and to catch it before, while you still have an opportunity to change medications. And it should not be a reason, as my colleague said, to not treat your mental health condition or to avoid going to the doctor. Just one of those side effects you have to get ahead of. So do please join Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week on Monday for breakfast outside of Old Supreme Court, and come hear from professionals on that. It's a really important thing to watch out for. Thank you.
Representative Herod. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Members, I have another announcement. Good morning. We were reminded that in the rules, we should always acknowledge on the floor our law enforcement officers that are here today. And I just want to acknowledge one of our current law enforcement officers that is here, and ask him to stand. We have Ed McCallan here from Edgewater Police. Ed has joked with me that he has learned more about the political process in the last 3 weeks than he ever maybe wanted to know. But Ed has served with such dignity, inspiration, and quite frankly, Ed has maybe shifted a lot of my opinions on SROs, and I hope that he becomes one once again. Ed, thank you so much for your engagement in this process. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service to Colorado. Thank you, Ed.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Joining Ed is also Mackenzie Reese. And so we wanted to welcome you as well, and thank you for your service and commitment to community, and thank you for your love and commitment to law enforcement. So thank you for being here as well. Thank you for sharing your experience with all of us.
Representative Clifford. Members, please proceed. Representative Clifford.
Members, we'd like to welcome today the wife of Troy Jackson, South Metro Fire Protection District firefighter that died in the line of duty. Stop. Thank you for being here today. Born on August 28, 1968 in Englewood, Colorado, Troy Jackson's journey began winding through the streets of Littleton, where he grew, thrived, and etched his legacy. After graduating from Heritage High School, where he met his wife, Lori, Troy embarked on his career as a firefighter. He was a man of many talents. Troy Jackson was not only nationally ranked BMX rider, but also an academic achiever, earning both undergraduate and master's degrees while steadfastly serving as a firefighter for 3 decades. Rising through the ranks from firefighter to assistant chief of operations, Troy embodied dedication and leadership at every turn. In the face of adversity, Troy's courage knew no bounds. Diagnosed with a rare job-related terminal cancer, he fought valiantly, not just for himself, but for the well-being of his fellow firefighters. His legacy lives on through the policies and programs he championed to prevent job-related cancers, ensuring that no one would walk through the path that he had. On December 16, 2019, Troy Jackson may have left this world, but his spirit blazes on. He remains a beacon of honor, dignity, and integrity, a hero cherished by all who were touched by his warmth and strength. Thank you to Troy Superman Jackson. There's no resolution, it's just a tribute.
We are so sorry for your loss. Thank you. Members, we'll stand in a brief recess to greet our guests. The House will come back to order. Members, we do have business this morning. We will be moving to third readings. Please take your seats. Thank you, members. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move House Bill 1460 to after House Bill 1022.
House Bill 1460 will be moved behind House Bill 1022. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1142.
House Bill 1142 by Representatives Holtorf and Joseph, also Senators Winter F. and Pelton B., concerning the expansion of the state income tax subtraction for Social Security benefits.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1142 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1142 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bacon, Epps, Harrod, Mabry, Soper, Taggart. Please close the machine. With 56 ayes, 6 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1142 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1462.
House Bill 1462 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, concerning a third-party evaluation of the Department of Corrections budget practices and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1462 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1462 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Good morning.
Hernandez. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1462 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1464.
House Bill 1464 by Representatives Weinberg and Lindstedt, also Senator Mullica, concerning the designation of highway zones wherein work affecting the highway is occurring.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1464 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1464 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Catlin Luck. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 15 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1464 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1223.
House Bill 1223 by Representatives Wilford and Garcia, also Senator Cutter, concerning the improvement of programs that benefit working families and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1223 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1223 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bottoms Ortiz.
Let me think about that. Let me think about it. Thank you.
Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1223 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1055.
House Bill 1055 by Representatives Froelich and Puglisi, also Senators Winter, F. and Priola, concerning improving child passenger safety.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1055 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1055 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 12 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1055 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1469.
House Bill 1469 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Bridges, concerning the classification of certain collections as collections for another government for purposes of calculating state fiscal year spending pursuant to Section 20 of Article 10 of the State Constitution.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1469 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for permission to make a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Yes, I deserve it. There's a blank in the bill that just needs to be filled in with the bill numbers reference. And so that's all that it is.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is for permission to run a third reading amendment on a House Bill 1469. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. DeGraff and Story. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, 1 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment is adopted. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed.
Members, as I mentioned, this is simply to fill in the blank with the bill reference number. So this makes sure everybody knows which bill we're talking about. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L003 to House Bill 1469. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Degree Kennedy, Joseph, Lindsay, Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, House Amendment L003 to House Bill 1469 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1469, or for the passage of House Bill 1469 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1469 as amended on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 15 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1469, as amended, is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1457.
House Bill 1457 by Representatives Brown and Winter, also Senators Liston and Marchman, concerning a pilot grant program to award grants to local governments in rural areas to help pay costs associated with the abatement of dangerous materials in certain structures.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1457 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1457 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Joseph Wilson. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1457 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 53.
Senate Bill 53 by Senator Coleman, also Representatives Harrod and Ricks, concerning an evaluation of racial equity for Black Coloradans.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 53 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 53 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 53 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1447.
House Bill 1447 by Representatives Lindstedt and Froelich, also Senator Winter F., concerning transit reform and in connection therewith modifying the duties and composition of the Board of Directors of the Regional Transportation District, requiring the Department of Transportation to implement a bus driver training program, requiring transit providers to coordinate with metropolitan planning organizations on certain matters, and modifying the allowable use of money transferred to the Department of Transportation in connection with the development of the Burnham Yard rail property.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1447 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1447 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Hamrick. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 22 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1447 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1467.
House Bill 1467 by Representatives Burton Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Bridges, concerning modifications to the state employee total compensation philosophy and in connection therewith requiring the Director of Personnel to establish a step pay system for state employees in the state personnel system.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1467 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1467 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Basenecker. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1467 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1132.
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Rutinell and Bradfield, also Senator Buckner, concerning comprehensive support for organ donation by living organ donors.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1132 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1132 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Amabile, Bacon, Duran, McCormick. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 12 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1132 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1468 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1468 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1463.
House Bill 1463 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Hartsook, also Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer, concerning restrictions on the authority of a special district to set fees on developments.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1463 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1463 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 9 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1463 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 72.
Senate Bill 72 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Rutanel and Brown, concerning provisions to ensure that confined eligible electors at a county jail or detention center may vote and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 72 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 72 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Catlin, Judah, Story, Weinberg, Winter. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 72 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 171.
Senate Bill 171 by Senators Will and Roberts, also Representatives McLaughlin and Morrow, concerning authorization for the restoration of the North American wolverine in the state and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 171 on third reading and final passage.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You will be happy to know we do not have a third reading, Madam. But we do want to announce today that this is Perry Will Friday, and this is the most important bill that he has running before he's leaving. So keep that in mind when you vote today. Thank you.
Oh my. The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 171 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Soper, Story, Wilford. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 171 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move House Bill 1245 to the end of the third reading calendar.
House Bill 1245 will be moved to the end of the third reading calendar. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1022.
House Bill 1022 by Representatives Luck and Hamrick, also Senator Van Winkle, concerning publication of bill drafts online prior to the legislative session.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1022 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1022 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. 52 aye, 12 no, 1 excused. House Bill 1022 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move House Bill 1460 to the end of the third reading calendar.
House Bill 1460 will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 14.
Senate Bill 14 by Senator Hansen, also Representative McLaughlin, concerning authorization for granting a high school diploma endorsement related to climate literacy and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 14 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to make my comments very brief. At a time in education where we can't teach mathematics, we can't teach reading to grade level, we can't teach science, real science, science-based biology, science-based earth science and history, climatology, when we distort things with all kinds of social ideology, and kids are so confused because of all this, they can't even do the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic. Now we have this. As we try to super elevate the climate conundrum, I don't think in this time we need to promote this in education. This can all be done after high school. If people want to get in these careers, the counselors can guide them to them. But to super elevate this as some type of special certificate, when many of these can't even do the basics, I think is wrong. I'll be a no, and I wanted to explain to my good colleague from Durango, because she is very much a responsible educator. She does understand that. She did that for many years. But I will tell you, I do not support this. Now, if this said, let me take my glasses off, a seal of mathematics, English, and writing, now that endorsement I can get behind. We've got kids in college right now that all they know how to do is be activists. That's all they're learning. And you know what? That's all they're doing across this country. How about if we teach them the basics, how to go to work, how to roll up their sleeves, and get after being an American? So I'm a strong no. In no deference to the bill sponsor. I have stated my reasons clearly, and I stand behind them.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm opposed to this because it's effectively an endorsement of a state religion. So that's it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 14 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Epps, Marshall, Ortiz, Story. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, 2 excused, Senate Bill 14 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 197.
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Roberts and Will, also Representatives McCluskey and Catlin, concerning measures for the conservation of water in the state and in connection therewith, implementing the proposals of the Colorado River Drought Task Force.
Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move Senate Bill 197 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 197 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Please close the machine. Co-sponsors. Oh, I guess I should announce the vote. With 63 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 197. Wow, getting to the end of the session here. Senate Bill 197 is passed. Co-sponsors. You're welcome.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 186.
Senate Bill 186 by Senator Marchman, also Representative Joseph, concerning the classification of a coroner as a state trooper for the purpose of determining Public Employees Retirement Association service, retirement eligibility, and benefits.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 186 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 186 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Velasco and Vigil. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 186 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 42.
Senate Bill 42 by Senators Buckner and Fields, also Representatives English and Bacon, concerning the creation of the R.E.P. Taylor Sickle Cell Disease Outreach Program to provide support to individuals living with sickle cell disease and in connection with making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 42 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 42 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Hartsook Joseph. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 42 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 187.
Senate Bill 187 by Senators Roberts and Gardner, also Representative Hurd, concerning the scope of security measures for the Judicial Department.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 187 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 187 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Brown, Degree, Kennedy. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 187 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 8.
Senate Bill 8 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Puglisi and Young, concerning increasing support for kinship foster care homes and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 8 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 8 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Catlin, DeGraff, Evans, Frizzell, Rick, Soper, Tatone. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 8 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69 by Senators Colker and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Young and Garcia, concerning measures to clarify individualized education program information through a publicly available training program and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 69 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 69 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 183.
Senate Bill 183 by Senators Simpson and Hawkes Lewis, also Representatives Martinez and Velasco, concerning the distraint sale of a mobile home to collect delinquent property taxes and in connection therewith, temporarily suspending the distraint sale of mobile homes, creating a task force on mobile home ownership and taxation, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 183 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 183 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 183 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 37.
Senate Bill 37 by Senators Simpson and Bridges, also Representatives Lynch and McCormick, concerning alternative mechanisms for achieving compliance with water quality standards and in connection with making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 37 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We heard this bill in the Ag Committee, and I was very, very apprehensive because many of you in this chamber know that I have strong concerns about the green energy movement and its impact on our economy, particularly in eastern Colorado, and the fact that we can do everything and anything in the United States of America that we want to reduce a carbon footprint, but travel to China, travel to India, countries that are growing faster than our country, that their economies are growing faster than our economy, and their carbon footprint and output is increasing exponentially. And for those of you that didn't know it, I don't think there's any flat earthers here, but the earth is round, and all that blows from west to east. If you ever had the sands of the Gobi Desert blow over you when you're in the Korean Peninsula and that comes from China and cover you with a silt of dust about a half-inch thick, you understand how things move on this earth. Now that I got that out, I learned from the chair of the Ag Committee and my good colleague and cowboy buddy, Representative Lynch, that it has nothing to do with that. And despite my reluctance, I must announce today, Madam Speaker, that I'm going to change my vote that I had in committee. So I will be a yes on this bill on third readings, and thank you to the Ag Chair for her leadership.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 37 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 57 ayes, 7 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 37 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1245.
House Bill 1245 by Representative Story and Garcia, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning requirements that projects for broadband development receiving money distributed by the Colorado Broadband Office comply with certain fair labor practices.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1245 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Do I move it first? I don't know the process. Do I explain it first?
Just briefly.
Okay, sorry. So what this is doing is it's striking, if you remember all and memorize the strike below from yesterday, this is striking the reporting mechanism because the office already does it, so we don't need to make them do it twice. So we're striking this, and we urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
They want Oh, it's to allow a third reading amendment. Yeah, it's just to allow.
Catlin, Hernandez, Joseph, Parenti, Vigil. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1245, permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1245 is adopted. Representative Garcia.
I move L005 to 1245 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Again, members, this is just striking the requirement that we had in the bill yesterday for reporting. They already do it. We don't need to make people do or make our departments do things twice. So I think that we want to reduce government and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you so much. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L005 to House Bill 1245. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
Yeah. Oh, my God. What's going on?
Parenti. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, the amendment L005 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the passage of 1245 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1245 as amended on third reading and final passage. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We talked extensively about this yesterday. What this is going to do is slow down the implementation, for what reason I'm not really sure, of broadband to the rural parts of the state. There's times and places to worry about unionizing, but when it's in the middle of Colorado where there's not a lot of union folks around to do this work, this is counterproductive to the goal of getting broadband to our places in rural Colorado. This is a bad bill. Vote no.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I had the opportunity to hear this bill in its various forms in the Business Committee, and one thing that was clear throughout the process is the complete opposition of the Colorado Broadband office to this bill. And I think that's telling. I mean, that matters to me. If you have people who are charged with doing this very thing, bringing connectivity to the rural and less accessible areas of our state, I think we should listen to them because that's the business that they're in. They have said repeatedly, the Colorado Broadband Office has said repeatedly, this bill will slow this process down. It creates so many issues around the federal funding that it's going to be almost impossible to meet the deadlines that have been set. This is really important, and we need to listen to them. One of the things that I heard over and over again in committee was that this bill is going to ensure that we don't have shoddy workmanship. The workmanship, the ethics and standards of workers in this state who do not belong to unions was continually impugned. And I had a problem with that. But regardless of my personal feelings on that, I feel like this body, we who are about to vote, need to listen to what the state government who is in the business of broadband is telling us, and that is to vote no on this bill. Keep broadband implementation, construction throughout the state going. Let's keep it going and not throw big roadblocks in front of it. Vote no.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 6 cups of coffee, 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, I spent time yesterday talking to, and I'm not going to mention any names, but this is a pretty important person, the Senior Manager of Government Affairs and Legislative Liaison for Colorado's Governor's Office of Information Technology. I think this guy works for the governor, but I'm not sure. Start the clock, because here we go. Representatives, I want to touch base with you regarding House Bill 241245. Make sure I'm to the bill, and I am. Fair labor practice requirements for broadband projects. For well over a year now, we have made attempts to communicate, engage in meaningful dialogue with the bill sponsors and proponents, including, now hold on, Communication Workers of America. I think that's union. Ooh. On how to promote their interests in practical ways that don't cause impacts, severe impacts in this case, to our federal broadband funding. Countless hours on monthly calls with the CWA. That's not the Colorado Water Act, Colorado Workers of America. So, who's wagging the dog here? Big union, wagging the dog.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am. It's country speak. I'll withdraw that comment. It's country speak, ma'am. I apologize. Some people don't understand it. We have spent countless hours, including stakeholder calls, representation on our Advanced Colorado Consultant Group, engaging efforts to collaborate and continue to pursue this problematic legislative approach. Now, these aren't my words. These aren't my words, fellow colleagues. Senior Manager of Government Affairs and Legislative Liaison for the Governor's Office. Now, I'm going to skip a bunch. This is 3 pages, and I don't have time to read it all. But I'll go to page 2 here. In regard to fiscal impact, without providing adequate resources, this is an unfunded mandate. Well, that's nothing new to this chamber. You all do this and figure out how to pay for it. that cannot be absorbed using general funds and federal programs for the following reasons. The bill applies to both state and federal broadband programs, and the CBO cannot use existing federal funding employees to perform compliance and monitoring of state-funded broadband projects. Now, if you've lived in Colorado, you know union doesn't have that great a reach. Now, my union colleagues will say, oh, yes, we do. We go all over the state. But here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen, for my rural legislators. We know if there's a big job in the Front Range, they aren't coming out to San Luis. They're not coming out to Julesburg. They're not coming out to Campo or Holly. It's not going to happen. Or none, if you know where all those little towns are. They got bigger fish to fry and more money to grab up in other projects. Because of the relationship between federal government and state, the federal government will audit the state, and any judgments will be responsibility of the state. That puts further liability on this state. The state must then try to reclaim losses. Audits typically follow the closeout of grants. I'm summarizing for the spirit and sake of time, because we know how precious time is. And I don't want to spend too much time talking about this. Madam Speaker, if you just let me know when I have 4 minutes. Okay, payments of the prevailing wage requires grantees, to ensure that their subcontractors are paying prevailing wage, and the CBO must apply the same standards and methods to compliance and monitoring for all subcontractors and self-performed labor. The CBO would have to perform on-site visits to verify prevailing wages for ISPs and subcontractor labor. In most cases, 70% of their construction crews. This is 70% of their construction crews. An ISP can have 5 to 8 subcontractors per project, depending on the size and scope. Now, you think they've got time to run all over this state and do that? Campo, that's down by Oklahoma. Holly, that's over by Elkhorn, Kansas. None getting dang close to Cheyenne, Wyoming. Julesburg, well, you're darn near to Big Springs and heading to Ogallala. This does not help rural Colorado. You need to understand that. This does not help us. If you want to close the rural-urban divide for my union legislators, this does not help us. As I've said before, these are union bills. And the union can't be everywhere, nor does the union, should the union have market share on all these jobs. Now, you'll argue, oh, it's not directly a union bill. You just have to comply. But that's the conundrum.
Representative, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap this up because I only wanted to take 4 minutes, because that's about the time my blood pressure starts to go up. To help understand why we cannot afford and we cannot absorb this unfunded mandates on the CBO and be able to successfully implement, I provide the current FTE and consulting summary. 4, allocated GIS mapping. 1, software developer. 2, grant specialists and managers. 1, communications. 1, broadband manager. 1, executive director. 2 IT project managers. Oh, and some of these are federally funded and can't work on state programs. 1, community outreach. 1, grant specialist. Now, I'm going to close with this. Our office is not resourced to become a labor enforcement agency working for the unions. Those are my words, the last part of that. We cannot handle reviewing labor plans and have no ability to perform these fair wage verifications and on-site compliance regarding labor. You see, they're in the business of information technology, not big union labor management. I'm a strong no. Thank you for your attention.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, the bill has gone to rulemaking, so this is not going to slow down the process. The rulemaking will happen between when the Volume 2 initial proposal has been approved by NTIA and before grant funding is distributed to grantees. So it will not slow down the process at all. The prevailing wage that is included in the bill is for all workers, all workers that install infrastructure for broadband across the state with the federal dollars that will be coming from the BEAD program, whether they're labor and union or not. Local workforce is what we hope they will utilize primarily in unserved and underserved communities, many of which are in rural Colorado. So this is providing good paying jobs at prevailing wage, which could be like $25 an hour instead of just whatever wages they might utilize otherwise that might be $10, $12, $15 an hour. It's a huge increase in pay for workers wherever they are, depending on what the prevailing wage is. And it's economic development in all areas of Colorado, including rural Colorado, where much of this broadband is going to be installed for unserved and underserved communities. Members, we urge an aye vote.
Seeing no, Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was not going to come down here for any reason until I heard a few remarks. For those of you who don't know, I sit on the Joint Technology Committee, and I also sit on the State Internet Portal Authority. There are multiple businesses with regards to networking and information technology that are absolutely in agreement that this is going to slow the whole process down, and this is not good for rural Colorado, period. I do not represent a rural district. I have pieces of it, but the facts need to be stated in this well very simply. That was not true. This will absolutely slow things down. This had no consultation from any information technology organization, period. This was railroaded through, and to come down here and say that this is not going to impede, give me a break. I do this for a living. This is regulation, and this is going to slow the process of what we need in this day and age, which high-speed internet. I don't know where this came from. I don't know why at all you were in the business of this bill, but I'll be quite blunt. I'm a little bit frustrated at this bill, especially because this is my field. Plain and simple, what was just stated is not correct. This is an absolute slowdown to our state, and this does not get high-speed internet out there now, which is what every single person needs. That is the future, that is today. Please, spare me coming into this well and spouting nonsense.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
I also rise in opposition to this bill. My colleague from Loveland, we talk about bridging the rural-urban divide, and part of it is bringing high-speed internet into our communities and our schools to help our kids can be competitive with their urban cousins. And then, you know, with everybody working from home nowadays, people are moving to rural Colorado to be able to work, and part of that is having access to high-speed internet. If it's going to slow down projects, I can't be for it because it will hurt House District 47, so I will be a no.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind everybody, yesterday we brought a strike below. I want to just address the comments from the good representative from Larimer County. Maybe he wasn't in the room. But we brought a strike below that removed the requirement to actually go back to the contracting period, which was the entire premise under why CBO was claiming that we could possibly, perhaps, have a delay in the project. Now that we don't have that, we're not doing that. All of it is now in rule. There is not going to be a delay. They can continue moving forward, set rules in place. We have met their request, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1245 as amended on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 20 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1245 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1460.
House Bill 1460 by Representatives Harrod and Bacon, also Senator Danielson, concerning measures to strengthen responses to law enforcement misconduct.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1460 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think just to continue and echo what I said yesterday, I think it's important to understand there is a process to move forward with this. I have spoken to Assistant Majority Leader in making these changes in a work group that was requested by all the members of law enforcement that were involved, or entities, I shouldn't say members, being CDAC, the FOP, the chiefs, and the sheriffs. All of them implemented an idea. Either I or my colleague can read what that plan was in moving forward for a working group or task force to make this the best thing it could be possible moving forward. That was brought up in the night of committee when the first discussions were happening with those stakeholders on this bill. So since that time, those recommendations and that input was not accepted. What was done in the strike below was not at the request or the fitting the needs or anything that was implemented by any of the law enforcement agencies that were involved. Now we are here when we had the members of the committee that acknowledged that they should not have let this out of committee, that did. We let it out of second reading into now third reading, and we need to stop this before it moves into something we don't want, when we can't fix the problem and do this properly in the correct way moving forward. So I encourage everyone to be a no vote today. Make sure that we get this started in the right way. I would be happy to be a part of that moving forward during the interim and moving into next session, but in the meantime, we need to stop this today so that we can make sure we are getting the thoughts and the input and everything together from those colleagues, those professionals that are out there that wanted their input on this bill. So please vote no. Let's get this done the right way and work on it collectively the proper way next session. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be a no again on this, not because I don't think it has merit. I think there's a lot to it, but I think it goes back to the original bill. I think it was 217 that created a database. And I think that creation of a database should, and the problems that have been created with that creation of a database should be considered. And what I worry about is, you know, I get that this was the importance of this merits it being rushed, but if we rush it again and we create another problem that was created in 217, and I appreciate I do appreciate the sponsors, you know, owning up to that. But if we have rushed legislation, we could create another problem that creates a bigger problem. So I think it's instructional with these laws that we create out of here is that so often, and I've even heard it said, well, I hope that wouldn't happen, but if it can be weaponized against you, it will be weaponized against you. And I think this is a good demonstration of that. It's also notable that these problems happened within a governmental institution that had supposedly all of the safeguards. And we keep looking to government institutions to take care of us, to be the nanny of the nanny state.
So I think we need to step back and we need to go, okay, well, let's look at how much power we give. And then I have the conflict. I won't get into that part. It just we're looking at safe spaces. We're told not to make safe spaces. Males are physically stronger than females, and so we're supposed to be protecting. We're supposed to be saying that there's not a difference. We just have a level of lunacy in how we're dealing with this. So it seems like we're condemned to an emergency session. So hopefully this can come back for that, or even be fixed today with a substantive change. But my real issue with this is with the database. Well, there's some things in this 24-31-906. It does add, and it says, shall not, if you just read through it, due to the strong public policy interest protected by prohibiting retaliation against whistleblowers, that doesn't really add anything. A peace officer's employer, the employee's agent shall not discharge, discriminate, harass, suspend, create a hostile work environment, subject, coercive action, reprimand, poorly evaluate, lay off, reduce hours, etc. And I think all those fall under the original categories. And I do worry that sometimes when we try to create more specificity, you end up creating loopholes. So where you have when you have a broad category, it often covers a lot more things. When you get into specifying specifics, when you specify specifics. But now getting to the real issue I have is on page 3. A peace officer who was subject to retaliation may use evidence of the retaliation in order to appeal or remediate any adverse employment action described in subsection of this section if a peace officer proves by a preponderance of evidence that the peace officer was retaliated against in a violation of subsection 1 of this section. The peace officer's employing agency shall remediate the adverse action. All right, so here's my issue. And the sponsor brought it up yesterday, or maybe I just read into it, is that these victims, and I don't think there's any question, I haven't heard any, I don't think there's any question whatsoever on any of the people that brought these forward, that they were victims, were added to a list without due process. So the problem is with the original list, the original law from 2017, or 217 from a couple years ago, that individuals were able to be deprived of life, liberty, or life, liberty, pursuit of happiness without due process. And that was done by putting them on a list. Now, I think this is also instructive because, you look at things like the Brady list, and you look at some of the red flag lists that are created here, and we just rush, you rush into these things and just think it's going to solve everything, but you don't look at the ramifications of depriving somebody. Because now what we've done by that bill, 217 a few years ago, is we've created an older form of justice where you're guilty until you're proven innocent. Our system of government is that you are innocent until proven guilty. Now, we know that will lead to guilty people going free. And our general feeling around that is it's better for a number of guilty to go free than for any innocent to be imprisoned unjustly. This system that is set up in here is that it is better to imprison, to deprive a large number of people instead of that innocent people would be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, rather than the potential that any guilty would go free. And that is the opposite of our form of justice. So waiting yesterday, basically to see if that would be fixed with this amendment and then the other amendment, and I don't think it is, because right now it still says a peace officer who is subject to retaliation. Well, now the victim the victim, instead of being not placed on the list, has already been placed on the list. So in this scenario, the victim has already been placed on this list and deprived of life, liberty, or property. Now, that victim has to fight his or her way out of this hole, this conviction, this deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, has to fight their way out of this hole by regarding any adverse employment action. So it would have to be first proven that it's an adverse employment action described in this section if a peace officer proves by a preponderance of evidence. Wow. Now instead of a preponderance of evidence, and I get those confused, preponderance of evidence, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I think a preponderance of evidence is just about 51%. So instead of having been proven that they should go on this list, they have to present a preponderance of evidence to get off this list. And I think the difference is really important, because it was zero evidence to go on the list, and the victim now the victim who has been subject to all of these harassment issues, whether it's suspended, created a hostile work environment, subject to a corrective action or employment, poor evaluation, laid off, reduced work hours, adversely affected future employment opportunities. So with all of that against them, maybe that employee was laid off. Well, how do you go in and prove by a preponderance of evidence that all of these things happened? You're forcing the victim. This is forcing the victim to fight their way out of a hole. Now, this certainly would protect somebody who's guilty as well, and it would create the inconvenience of having to deprive that individual, guilty or innocent, of life, liberty, or property. It would create that requirement to do so only via due process of the law, but it would protect the victim in this case from having to fight out of a hole. So there was a lot said yesterday that if you don't support this bill, you're for this, you're for that. And what I'm for is protecting the victim from getting put in this category in the first place. So it's not against victims' rights. I have absolutely no desire to support a good old boys network. Our purpose in here, the role of government, is to secure the rights. We are to secure the rights of the individuals. We are to secure the rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The pursuit of happiness, of course, was considered property at first, but under English law, changed to pursuit of happiness so as not to be seen as supporting slavery, so we wanted to get away from that. So, but that's the pursuit of happiness, their own individual good. So the pursuit of their own individual good, their life, their liberty, which could be taken in retaliation.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. My apologies. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, sorry I couldn't make it here yesterday. But as you, I am sure, knew, I had some thoughts on this bill. Sounds like the process piece of this was covered at length yesterday, so I don't want to focus on that too much. I understand there's an amendment coming, but since we're discussing the, which version is it? The engrossed version right now. I want to speak to the policies that are contained in the engrossed version, which is what we are currently debating, because I have several major policy concerns with the engrossed version. As the engrossed version says right now on page 4, we're starting around line 4 here. It's talking about the post board shall suspend or revoke a certificate. So that was something that the Post Board has had the ability to do. It was bolstered by Senate Bill 2217 and then also House Bill 211250. But basically, we have a bad officer list in Colorado. You do something bad, you're shown that you're a bad actor, you can go on this list, they take away your post, you can't be a cop anymore in Colorado because you've shown yourself to be one of those bad apples. So, on page 4, what is being added to that bad cop list is, and here's the caps, anyone that's retaliated against or caused a police officer's employer to retaliate against another peace officer who disclosed information about a peace officer who either allegedly endangered public health or safety, allegedly violated law or policy, or allegedly retaliated against another officer for disclosing that information. The problem that we have, or that I have with this policy, is that there is no real due process, there's no safeguards in this process to ensure that as these accusations of retaliation are going back and forth, that the correct victim and the correct offender are actually identified. So a situation is being created in which an officer can be falsely accused of retaliating and then end up going onto the bad officer list, having their post revoked, and losing their job. So it's exacerbating a policy problem that already exists, by which there's not a whole lot of due process available to officers who end up on this bad officer list. And this new language is really just adding another layer of complexity to that in the space of retaliation, but there's not a whole lot of guardrails around who retaliates, how that retaliation happens, what if there's conflicting cases of retaliation. One of the things that Senate Bill 2217 said is that if all of this stuff gets sent to an internal affairs investigation to try to figure out if there's finger pointing going on, if an officer retires or resigns, excuse me, while they are under that internal affairs investigation, they automatically go onto the bad officer list. And so this is creating a situation where additional officers who might be innocent could be added onto that bad officer list, have their post taken away, not be allowed to keep their job, not be allowed to work in law enforcement in Colorado anymore. I have major policy concerns with that. Bottom of page 4. This is now talking about officer-worn body camera. Everybody knows 2217 required municipal law enforcement to wear those. The next year, 2150, the House bill then added the state in so that we didn't have a discrepancy between municipal and sheriff law enforcement and folks that are employed by the state. So now, in Colorado, everybody's got to wear a body-worn camera. That body-worn camera is subject to certain release policies. On page 4 here, what this piece of legislation is adding is that in all incidences where there is an officer-involved shooting, that body-worn camera now also has to be released within 21 days unless there's some exceptions by which the district attorney can say this might compromise an investigation, in which case they get another 3 weeks or so, up to 45 days. But this piece of legislation is adding the release of body-worn camera for officer-involved shootings. There are so many second, third, and fourth order effects of problems associated with that. I'll talk very briefly about them. We all know that we had a shooting at King Soopers in Boulder. There was an officer killed there. The body-worn camera in that incident would be required to be released within 21 to 45 days. Do we really want that officer's family having to go see their dad die on YouTube 21 to 45 days later? Because that's what this policy says. Not only does that impact the officer, it impacts your suspect. Think about your jury pool. If that footage is being made available 21 to 45 days later, that is going to significantly impact the jury pool for these cases. That's causing problems for the suspect. And then, of course, you have victim concerns in there as well. So there are many, many layers, second, third, fourth order effects of problems and complications that are associated with the policies that are laid out in the engrossed version of this bill. And because of the concerns that I have, I cannot support this policy. I understand the issues that have been discussed around whistleblowing. If I was here on seconds, we would have had a little bit more time to talk about that. I understand those issues. I want to solve those issues. I would love to be a part of the conversation to solve those issues. The problem is the policy before us does not solve those issues, and it creates so many more problems because of the words that are printed in this piece of legislation. So I rise in strong opposition to this bill.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, how we do our work matters. The people with whom we disagree deserve a say in what this process will look like. We do not have sufficient buy-in. How could there be? This bill was dropped 3 weeks before the end of session. I get that this conversation needs to happen. How it happens is vitally important for it to be successful. I ask you respectfully for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Briefly explain.
Thank you. And if my colleague can help me get one of my colleagues come to get my co-prime from the lobby, that would be helpful. Thank you. Members, this has been a pretty heated conversation, and I want to thank you all for listening to the whistleblowers who are here. I also want to thank you all for listening to colleagues on both sides of the aisle on this issue. I know it's personal for a lot of us, and I want to say thank you. I will tell you firsthand that the whistleblowers who have come forward have really appreciated the opportunity to speak to as many of you as they can, and they felt like they were greeted with respect. So thank you for that. So with that, I am offering a third reading amendment that would strike everything below the legislative declaration and that will strike everything below the legislative declaration and create a working group as appointed by the executive committee, as has been circulated in this room. I want to thank my colleagues for suggesting this as a path. I ask for the permission to offer a third reading amendment.
The motion before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment to House Bill 1460. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Armagost, Bacon, Bottoms, Frizzell, Hartsook, Hernandez, Puglisi. Please vote. Frizzell. Frizzell is excused. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 26 no, 2 excused, permission to offer a third reading amendment is adopted. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll remind folks that I don't know where that came from, but that we don't have any clapping or anything from the lobby, or from anywhere, sorry, excuse me, not the lobby. Members, this amendment simply strikes everything below the legislative declaration and creates a working group, as was asked from us. The working group includes members of law enforcement, it includes whistleblowers, it includes attorneys, and it includes legislative members. We ask for an aye vote, and we thank again folks for their time and attention.
Representative Herod, could I have you move the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move amendment L016 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. Building upon what my co-prime shared, I think what is really important about this language, and you all can see the technical words here, particularly where the strikes come from. Page 3, striking lines 24 through 27, where we refer to a working group, but we are substituting not language, but adding punctuation. That's why that's there, and that's why it's not in caps. But line 5 is where we strike all the other sections, where you see strikes through page 4 through 6, and then we recreate a section 2, which means the only section left is the ledge deck. This would be the second section, and then we would move into the closing clauses. Members, this, again, I just want to remind you all something that I shared yesterday by way of the conversation that I initiated. I went back and listened yesterday too, in regards to, emails sent to some folks saying, what was the origins of me going into the hallway. And I want to remind you all what happened and how it connects to this amendment. I was already in the hallway, and I saw 2 law enforcement folks walk by whom, again, I have come to know to trust and incredibly respect, given the work that they do. And I stopped them and I asked them, I said, hey, if you all would be willing to talk to us and work with us to get to something discernible next session, will you do it? And that's how the hallway conversations started. I did not leave the room to go look for a fix to the bill. I was not worried about things being in jeopardy per se, but it was of interest for me even to ask. But what also followed that conversation was saying, I have engaged in long stakeholder processes, and I've also engaged this way, but I need to be sure that if we come together, that you will commit to getting to an agreement. Because not just by ways of days and perhaps dollars short, but I have spent months. I worked on bills for 8 months to which nothing came from. I worked on bills in good faith to which nothing was brought. I cut and cut and cut my bills, and I didn't get anything. And quite honestly, even though I knew this was tough the way we were bringing it forward, I didn't actually know an alternative would work either, and I decided to take the risk to support the officers who were aggrieved. But again, we have asked for this and in writing to assure people will come forward. I'm sure there is good faith. I'm sure there is goodwill. But we want to ensure that people will be there because they have been asked to formally. And we ask for this in writing. And so that's where this amendment comes from. I do believe, I want to thank the colleagues who spoke earlier. I believe in protecting victims. Thank you very much for talking about the process a victim has to go through. Without that, currently, there is nothing. There is no preponderance of the evidence. There's no evidence. And so if we have not gotten it right, we would like the opportunity to get a formal commitment that we can. And it will put us in a position that we are best situated to do so. I also want to acknowledge, in talking to members of this lobby, I want to be sure that we are still able to preserve our autonomy and our abilities to legislate as legislators. It is important that we communicate, yes, but again, I don't want us to have to put ourselves in a position where we say we need permission to move forward. And so I want to acknowledge the language that I heard a moment ago on what should also be considered when we talk to executive committee about this membership, that the people on the committee be from representative organizations, and that the people on this executive committee be the folks that I spoke to and I committed to saying we would do that with. in the hallway, which included all the organizations who were out there. That is CDAC, CSOC, CCAP, FOP, Department of Public Safety. And I'm saying it on a microphone to reiterate the commitment and to reiterate what it always came back to was, can we do this working group and can we get it in writing? And this is something we also talked to the stakeholders and those who are aggrieved. We talked to the officers about this, and they said this: as long as we have something to keep this moving forward, as long as we have something to know that this work will be moving forward. And one of the officers said, I won't be an officer this time next year because of this. And so as long as we have something to show that it will move forward is the ask. And so we wanted to bring some of the temperature down, but we also wanted to provide this commitment. And this is where we are, and this is where and what we can do to acknowledge what is necessary to support the aggrieved, which includes a woman who has been spending years waiting, a woman who went to her superiors, a woman who went to court, a woman who went to the Attorney General's office, and now a woman who's come to the legislature, along with the people who supported her in that time frame. They are asking us for a commitment. And they're asking us to lean into the power that we have and not resign ourselves to the powers that they have been struggling with, and not putting ourselves in a position to feel like we have to be allowed to move forward, but rather we can decide to move forward. So thank you for your consideration. We encourage an aye vote on Amendment L16.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to lift up the efforts of my colleagues here to try to solve, I think, what is an important problem. But I do have a question. The amendment is quite a departure from where your bill was previously. And a question for me is, how long have those who would be affected by this had to respond to the language that you have here? Before I give up the floor, I just do want to make the point and really echo the sentiments expressed by my good colleague from Denver. How we solve problems, how we move the needle on public policy matters. The work that we do requires that stakeholders feel like they've been heard, like they've had the opportunity to weigh in, like as though they need to know that they're being treated fairly and are respected through the process. I have great concerns with the strike below amendment on third reading, and I'm just not confident that this has been workshopped through a process. We're in the last day of, I don't know, we're 6 days out, 5 days out from the end of the legislative session. With a problem as challenging as you're trying to solve right now, it merits much more work and investment and buy-in from all of the people impacted. I think it's wonderful. We do want to solve for challenges and real problems experienced by victims, but we want a solution that will be meaningful, will have buy-in, and again, that requires process and people feeling like they've been treated and respected through this. And I have to express I have concerns about that. This is the first time I'm seeing this, and how we do this matters. So be curious to hear some of the input on that.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much believe in philosophical consistency wherever we can have it. I rise in support of this amendment. While I have reservations about the bill, I feel this is a rare time where this amendment is fairly easily digestible, understandable, synthesizable, does not require lots of cross-checking. I think that the amount of work that we've done, that we've seen the sponsors do and advocates do, definitely warrants this being considered. I'm a yes, and I hope you will be too.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So colleagues, while I do understand what this is trying to achieve, this has, again, been a demonstration of zero communication with the people that we are trying to get on board and trying to get their buy-in and trying to get their input. There has been zero buy-in, zero communication with those people until just now. We had all night, all day, the remainder of the day yesterday, all night and all morning to try and make that happen before we started third readings. It did not happen. This has sprung on all of us. This is not prescriptive enough to say who is going to be part of the working group. This is not anything that was asked for or appeasing anything from any of the law enforcement entities that we spoke of, CDAC, FOP, the chiefs, or the sheriffs. This is another turn to make it look okay, but it's guised in a way that can easily turn this into something that becomes a product that is undesired next session. So again, I ask for a no vote on this. I ask for a no vote on the bill, and we need to start from scratch and bring this forward as something that can work for everyone the correct way. This is not the way. This has been way too rushed from the start. We need to stop this today. Please vote no on this. Please vote no on the bill.
Seeing Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, you have 3 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. This is your second time to speak.
Thank you. I just wanted to say again, members, and to ask the question on buy-in. We reached out of respect. That is something I want you all to understand. We have put out language now for the last 3 weeks. What we got back was something that was of a recommendation to do a working group, but we got a request that it not be in writing, and that's why I'm saying this again. I don't think that, anything might have been solved by spending the weeks that we have, because the communication we have consistently gotten is that they do not want to be where we are on this, which is why I go back to saying what we are allowed to do versus needing permission. This is where the sponsors are. This is what the sponsors would like to see. The conversation did start when we heard the bill on what it is that we would agree to. From that day to this day, I have said, can we put it in writing? That has not changed. Lastly, I will want to respond to this as well. I am often told I don't care about victims, and here I am trying to support one. When we have done laws protecting victims of institutions that have hurt them, we didn't say and go ask them, will you come to the table to negotiate what we are going to do? And that is the position we feel like we are in. That is the position of the women and the officers that we are supporting. That is the position they are in. So for us to even ask to sit down and talk was a big lift, because these are organizations that they feel like have not supported them in the first place. And so doing that was out of respect for any sort of stakeholding process, and as far as we were able to get the aggrieved to go.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon, you have 1 minute remaining.
So when, again, we have made decisions on supporting victims of institutions, especially ones that work with kids, but we did not require they be at the table when we try to figure out how to solve the problems. I want to frame it to you like that because that is how it feels. And so we are willing to have the conversations. But it will be of great pain for them to be in the room with people who have denied them, and the victims are still willing to do that. And we have not asked that in other spaces. So the deferential treatment I want to point out of what's happening here. But we are still moving forward, and this is still the direction and the will of the sponsors, to be sure that we get a commitment of the time and the work. Thank you.
Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, I just wanted to make a brief comment with regards to the amendment, because I was a very strong no on this bill. And it was a process issue because it was such an important issue, and they dropped it on mid-April, and through no fault of anyone, they brought it when they brought it. But it is such an important conversation that needs to happen. 2 weeks before the end of the session, or 3 weeks, just was not enough. But when our colleague brought this idea of doing the task force, which is exactly what should have been done, is having an interim committee task force, and we are doing that now, and that conversation is being made just because we were upset at what happened before doesn't mean we should not do what we should have done anyway. The conversation will happen. It'll be a forced conversation. We don't have to accept the results of that conversation with this interim committee, and it actually gives far more stakeholding opportunities to have an open public interim committee in the summer, rather than just dropping a bill first week of January when we come back and just having a few committees look at it. So again, when my colleague too came to us, understand she was concerned that in order to get the marginal votes by going this way, she might lose some of the other votes that were upset that we weren't going strong enough. So she's doing very good work in order to get somewhere where we do have an important conversation. And the argument that, well, this is just at the last second with only 6 days left, let's not forget what we've done with property taxes and other issues. Far, far more impactful across the entire state than this very important issue. So the fact, it would have been a blessing to have turned property taxes in the last year, in the last 3 days, into an interim committee to look at everything. This is a blessing too. So I'm going to be in strong support of this amendment, and it's going to get me to a yes on the bill.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we've all stakeholder task forces and working groups and had conversations about the membership and how many seats and how is that representation supposed to be determined. And so that is my concern with this amendment here, is that with whatever we're at now, 10 minutes worth of notice, now we're creating a working group that it doesn't have numbers established, but it does have defined and delineated membership. We've all stakeholder task forces and working groups. We've all had those conversations about who should be at the table. And with this amendment, we don't have the I'll speak for myself. I don't have the opportunity, and I know stakeholders don't have the opportunity to have those traditional negotiations that occur around who has a seat at the table, how many people have a seat at the table. And I also just want to speak to, I know Process has come up and say they hadn't slept for 2 days because of the anxiety that this piece of policy was imposing on them. And I think we have to consider that too, because that is also a relevant factor when it comes to establishing a working group and having those conversations and having those buy-in with stakeholders. We need to make sure that the policy allows for that stakeholder input. Because of the speed of this amendment, we haven't had the opportunity to be able to have those conversations around membership and numbers, and so I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that it has been extremely hard to stakehold this bill. We have held the bill. We have asked for feedback. We have sent feedback. We get gaslit and stonewalled. And I'll again take us back to the survivors of rape, the people who are being retaliated against right now. They were here today, and they asked us, they said, please just save this bill. If it takes a working group, we want to be at the table. We want to have the conversations. Every person in here who has talked to the lobby about this bill has been told, let's work on it in the interim. That's all this does. It lets us work on it in the interim. It allows the executive committee to appoint folks, but included in those appointments are the whistleblowers. It doesn't guarantee a bill. It's just a working group. We ask for an aye vote on this amendment. It strikes the underlying bill.
Seeing no further, Representative Clifford.
Members, I've been in a lot of these conversations, and I have heard a commitment from both sides to have conversations to deal with issues. In those conversations, I heard that there are issues that need to be dealt with. There were conversations that everyone standing around and everyone in those meetings said, hey, we do have some things that we need to work on here. I can't imagine who's been losing sleep about this. If the law enforcement lobby is losing sleep over this issue, imagine the sleep that the victims have lost. We are not reinventing something here. We are making minor corrections to law that we have already created. I assert This system is not broken. It needs some adjustments. And I trust that these people will come to the table, and I also trust that the way to effectively and appropriately do that is to have an ability for them to do so. The amendment is only a conversation. The amendment is only an opportunity for people to come together and work on issues that we have identified. I urge and I vote.
Representative Soper. Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Members, I wanted to point out just a particular kind of antecedent here. The mechanism that's proposed in the amendment of all of us, the legislature, charging the executive committee to do something is not being suggested here for the first time. By way of context, most committees that we're used to serving on and hearing bills in are set up under our rules. The executive committee, more fully the executive committee of Legislative Council, is a statutory committee. You see the area of code where it is set up in. A couple years ago, in the middle of COVID, some of us were here at that point, some of us weren't, we got a bunch of money from the federal government, $3.8 billion, and we had to balance two different challenges. How to get that money out the door fast, because people in our state were still hurting on the one hand, and how to do that best. There was one impetus to move quickly, one impetus to be deliberate. The way that I look at that moment in our legislative history, in our history as a state, is we tried to balance it. We tried to do a bit of both. There were some appropriations made out of those ARPA dollars at that point, but a lot was held back. And in 2021, there were multiple pieces of legislation that did something pretty similar to this. Statutorily charged the executive committee to set up task forces to keep looking at the issue. In that case, how we're going to spend certain buckets of ARPA dollars. In this case, how to grapple with this question that we've all been talking about here for hours, day by day. So if you were here, you might remember that. If you weren't, obviously, you have no reason to, but I'm telling you that's how it went. And I think for comparable reasons. A public policy challenge has been identified, and we want to start to respond to it and evidence that we are grappling with it, but we need to have a little bit of a deliberative process. Now, turning to the text, and I appreciate the point that our colleague made from Highlands Ranch. Whatever you think about how we got here, we are here right now. Please evaluate that. Compared to the many, many bills in a year that we see setting up a task force or a work group or a committee or whatever that are usually very, very prescriptive, this is quite the opposite direction. This is putting a lot of discretion into executive committee to frame up exactly how this working group is going to go. Law enforcement, plural, members, how many? They get to pick, executive committee does. Whistleblowers, again, plural, there's discretion there. A law enforcement whistleblower, so that's singular. If you're concerned about that kind of person being heard, and I hope you're not, but if you are, that's in the singular, who's still a peace officer. An employment law attorney, singular, a civil rights attorney, singular, legislative members, plural, and any other members. There's lots of discretion there, and I have not talked to the sponsors in much detail about this, but I would surmise, or you might infer, precisely so that the discussions, the importance of which have been noted, I think fairly, can happen. Executive committee largely gets to set its own schedule. You could imagine, there probably would be if this bill becomes law, you could imagine a whole meeting just to discuss the question of who should be appointed. So there's a lot of flexibility so as to allow future process, future discussions, future stakeholding, if you will, to happen. In the context of where we find ourselves, the heatedness of this debate, I would suggest that those are good things and they are reasons to support the amendment being proposed. Thanks.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a lot I like about sending this back. I think it needs to be reworked. I don't think it needs the official stamp of approval of the body, of the General Assembly. And there's a reason for that. This is not, again, we're getting this level of gaslighting of that we're not caring about the victims, but I'd like to point out again that in the prior legislation is what created the victims. by having a process that did not require due process to get on there. Not in the case of the officers that were assaulted. I don't have any. I have nothing but sympathy because those are, but the getting people onto a list, putting people on a list without due process. The previous legislation created a process where those people were put into a list without due process of the law. And I am afraid that the pre-stamp of approval of a task force where we just come back and say, well, the task force recommended this, and then it just gets brushed through. So I think really we just need to go back to look at the original ruling. We need to be thinking in terms of due process of the law instead of, I won't malign I don't know what the intent of the previous one was, but I think it did neglect the due process aspect, so I'm all for solving this problem. I just don't think a task force is the way to do it.
Seeing Representative Herod, you have already spoken twice. Oh, you move the amendment. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask my colleague from Delta County to hang out. So how much time do I have?
Representative Herod, you have 8 minutes and 59 seconds.
I just heard I had unlimited time.
No, it's incorrect.
Just kidding.
No.
Thank you, members, for bearing with us. We have gotten some feedback that we would like to incorporate into this amendment, and it will be friendly. Just a heads up on that. It's coming from a colleague that has worked diligently alongside of us, even though might have started on the other side of the issue, and I just want to respect the fact that the feedback has come from some places, and we do accept this as friendly. And maybe my colleague from Delta County who still has some time can come up.
We will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't do it? Really? Okay.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to offer or move amendment, or ask permission for amendment L017 to amendment L016.
Representative Soper, I believe this motion is out of order. We will put ourselves into a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, that motion was out of order. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Madam Speaker, I move to call the question.
We will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Assistant Minority Leader Winter, we will
Madam
try
Speaker,
again.
pursuant to House Rule 16, I moved the following motion to call the question.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter. I believe, shall the main question be now put? Assistant Minority Leader Winter, could I have you restate that motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 16, I move the following motion to amend AL 016. Shall the main question now be put?
Thank you, members. For your information, an affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on the issue before the House. We will vote on this motion, and if the vote is yes by a majority of those elected, then we will immediately vote on the underlying issue before us. The question before us is the passage, is the call of the question. We will vote on that first, and then we will vote on whether or not we are approving this amendment. The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Members, please take your seats. The question before us is, shall the main question be now put? A majority vote is all that is required for us to move to the underlying question, which is the approval of Amendment L016. Members, I will ask you to take your seats and proceed to vote. The machine is open. Members, please proceed to vote. Bacon, Basenecker, Bottoms, Catlin, Clifford, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, English, Herod, Leader, Luck, Marshall, Ortiz, Parenti, Snyder, Vigil, Young. Members, let me state again. An affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on the question before us, which is the passage of L016 to House Bill 1460. The question before the House is, shall the main question be now be put? Bottoms, Clifford, Degree Kennedy, Herod, Vigil. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, and 1 excused, the motion is adopted. The question before us is the adoption of L016 to House Bill 1460. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Members, I will ask you to take your seats. Please proceed to vote. Members, please proceed to your seats and vote. Thank you. DeGraff, Degree, Kennedy, English, Froelich, Harrod, Holtorf, Joseph, Leader, Luck, Soper, Young. Bacon and Luck. Please close the machine. With 7 aye, 57 no, 1 excused, the amendment is lost. To the bill. Members, we are back to the bill. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and sorry for the confusion. We did have an amendment that was drafted from my colleague from Delta County as he was in conversations with other folks who are stakeholders. We would like to offer permission to run a third reading amendment. We have agreed with the other side to run this amendment in good faith. It adds the DAs, it adds the CCI, and it adds other members of the lobby, of the members of the law enforcement community, excuse me. I move L018. I ask for permission to move L018.
Members, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have a question. I thought third reading amendments were supposed to be technical in nature. And I'm just wondering-
Representative Snyder, we are in the final days of session, and we have invoked the final rules, which do allow for substantive amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that clarification.
Yes. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I think this is very important because I think we're just wasting time at this point. There are no needed amendments to this bill. Everybody's made their statement pretty clear. Let's get through this, finish it up, finish it out, move on to the bill, and get this done. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1460. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps. Representative Epps is excused. With 34 aye, 29 no, and 2 excused, permission to run a third reading amendment to House Bill 1460 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L018 is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment more closely aligns with thank you to my colleague from Delta County, who helped draft this amendment and more closely aligns with the stakeholders that would like to be at the table. We ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely a no vote on this and the bill. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to elevate the concern I raised earlier that we're trying to make really important policy on the fly here. Definitely, I respect the problem solving that's trying to happen. This needs to be done in a better process. The problem, it's important and deserves proper process so that we do this right and we have buy-in for true change. So I'm also going to ask for a no vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pretty much the same thing. We've all stakeholder task forces and working groups together. We're changing this on the fly. We can print words on the page and say these folks are going to come together, but if the trust isn't there as a result of the process, that impacts the outcome of this. So I urge a no vote on this. We need to have, as all of us have done, we need to have better conversations with the stakeholders, because how do we know that this list is complete? There's always somebody else that needs a seat at the table, wants to adjust the numbers. This amendment doesn't address that. I urge a no vote.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I've seen the work that has been going on behind the scenes in this bill via the email that we heard read yesterday, and I'm not going to say that there aren't good faith actors out there on this, but when I fight for disability rights, I have worked with stakeholders that were clearly operating in bad faith. And I see the bill sponsors fighting to create a process that's transparent. I got to speak to my colleague from Douglas County that made the point that this ensures that it's transparent and open. It's not perfect, but let me tell you what, if we don't pass this, these conversations are going to happen in the dark, no matter what. And this might not be the bill that we all want to see, and it might be a part of the conversations that are happening, but at least we have an opportunity here to have conversations out in the open. It is not perfect. There's nothing that we do in here that is perfect. But this offers a very open and transparent opportunity to have these discussions. This is what the stakeholders were asking for. It even had input from the other side of the aisle. I urge a yes vote.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Members, I just want to encourage, we went through all of that because we did hear, I heard in the hallway, it might have been brief, but when folks said to us, will you consider adding, we said yes, again. And so we went through all of that to be sure we could be in a better place than we were previously. Thank you again from input, and I want to, from across the aisle, and I also want to point out who's a part of this. But members, I want to say this every time we vote on this, because all due respect to all of us, I have been asked to reconsider a whole vote in here before the next day. I have been asked to read an amendment on taxes for the first time that I've seen here on the floor. And you know what we do? We trust each other because we understand what it is that we are trying to solve for. The notion that I need to talk to more people outside of this window than in here as we're going through thirds also baffles me. But you know what I do? I understand what we are fighting for. This is the last 5 days of session. We have all asked at some point for a different rule to figure out how it is that we can move forward. So I want to remind you who is losing sleep. Her name is Mackenzie Reese. His name is Ed McCallan. I will not have a job this time next year. And if this keeps it going forward, it will have been worth it. It will have been worth it. I can quote you every civil rights movement leader who was thrown process as a reason to not change. But we all ran. I'm going to say it again. I ran, so I did not need to ask permission for change, but I did. I have heard bills with whole institutions that have harmed children. And the fact that we would even say, you have a right to be at a table to come up with a law that tells us how to treat you, I'm going to say this again. We are creating a working group filled with people who have said no to the very people who are in pain, who have come up here every day this week. And you know what they said? I'm going to look you in the face and I'm going to work with you. Give us a chance. Is it perfect? No, but what is? What is perfect in here? And what is perfect in the last 5 days? I tell you what, if you want me to reconsider something in those last 5 days, I will listen to you and I will support you if it goes in the direction of where we want it to go. But who are we fighting for? We talk all the time about supporting victims. A victim has looked us in the face, looked many of us in the face and said, I am willing. So we're doing it again right now. We are taking the tools that we have. We are using the power that we have. And right now, all we are asking is that we get it in writing that it's going to happen. I will not ask for permission to support a victim of sexual assault. Period. And even with that, I will go outside and say, what do you need? Put it in here. Let's go through our motions. Okay. But I am choosing. And I'm asking you to do that right now. This is low level. Procedures are made to protect the people who write them. And that's why they're being leaned on. So we have a choice. We do need buy-in, but guess who you need buy-in from? We need public trust. We need buy-in from officers who have been sexually assaulted. We need buy-in from the public that if they call their legislator, we'll do something about it. I hear that all the time in here. That's who we need buy-in from. That is who is going to cover us in this. Call your legislator when the systems did not work for you. And at best, we will put together a working group. That is what we are saying here. At best. But we are going to do it. You confront the system that hurt you, but you will be willing to do it because we used our power in spaces where people would not to protect someone. So please vote for this amendment, and please vote for the bill. Please. Please. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L018 to House Bill 1460. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. DeGraff, Luck, Puglisi. Please close the machine. With 35 aye. Oh, sorry, Luck. I'm sorry. Please close the machine. With 35 aye, 29 no, and 1 excused, Amendment L018 is adopted. The question before us is the adoption of 1460 on third reading and final as amended. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1460. I move for the passage of House Bill 1460 as amended.
The motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1460 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Basenecker, DeGraff, Epps, Luck, Soper, Weinberg. Luck, and Soper. Please vote. Please close the machine. With 31 aye and 33 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1460 is lost. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro.
Oh, hold on one second. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1137 as amended, 1219 as amended, 1340 as amended, and Senate Bills 75, 78, 162, 192, and 222 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 7, 54, 80, and 116 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bills 40, 124 as amended, and 209 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and Senate Bill 59 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 64 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 193 and 206 as amended, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 2 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and Senate Bill 210 be referred to the Committee on Appropriations.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the following bills be made special orders on Friday, May 3rd, 2024 at 11:53 a.m. Senate Bill 193, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 190, House Bill 1219, House Bill 1373, House Bill 1340, Senate Bill 123, House Bill 1137, Senate Bill 104, Senate Bill 202, Senate Bill 151, Senate Bill 175, Senate Bill 191, Senate Bill 117, Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, Senate Bill 204, and Senate Bill 70.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Friday, May 3rd at 11:53 a.m. Representative Ortiz. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Ortiz will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen. And on your iPads, bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 24-193.
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Danielson and Simpson, also Representatives Duran and Puglisi, concerning a requirement that any annexation of lands within the exterior boundaries of a reservation of a federally recognized Indian tribe be approved by the Tribal Council of the Indian tribe.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 193 and just the bill.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill we presented yesterday, it was on the request of the tribes. And as we all know, I support local governments, and as a land use attorney and a county attorney, I think it's incredibly important that we give notice, but it's also incredibly important that we protect the sovereignty of tribal lands, and with that, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add that the importance of this bill really is built around trust. Trust that our treaties are going to be honored, our lands are going to be protected, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is a passage of Senate Bill 24-193. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 24-193 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 24-184.
Senate Bill 184 by Senators Fenberg and Marchman, also Representatives McCluskey and Basenecker, concerning support for the development of surface transportation infrastructure and in connection therewith, providing funding and operational flexibility needed to support the development of transit and rail infrastructure and making an appropriation.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you, Madam Speaker.
I move Senate Bill 184.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I am excited to bring before you today Senate Bill 184, our renewed and refreshed commitment to Colorado passenger rail in the state of Colorado. Thanks to the federal funding opportunities coming through the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, from November of 2021, there is now $66 billion available to us to help advance passenger rail across the United States. We know, members, how critical it is to promote transit in our state, to ensure that we are moving people in climate action-friendly ways, that we are reducing congestion on our highways, that we are building out our transportation infrastructure to the level that our citizens deserve. I also want to highlight that this has been a labor of love for many in this state for many, many years. And completing Front Range passenger rail, since we brought forward the Front Range Passenger Rail District in 2021 to move people all the way from Fort Collins through Denver, through Colorado Springs, down to Pueblo and Trinidad, finally has the momentum and the opportunity to be realized. With that, I urge an aye vote.
One moment. Members. Members. I know we had a very robust thirds. I get it. We're all excited. Please take your conversations off to the side. I can't hear the members at the front speaking to their bill. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
I will keep my remarks brief and just simply say that I believe that this bill really seeks to seize the moment in front of us, where we have a unique opportunity to not only encourage cooperation between RTD, CDOT, and Front Range Passenger Rail, but really to incentivize and position our state well to be able to pull down federal grants and loans, potentially unlocking billions of federal dollars. As has no surprise to anybody in this room, Front Range Passenger Rail has been a key priority for us in northern Colorado for some time, but I think this bill seeks to address issues far outside of that, really looking to collaborate and encourage cooperation wherever we can to ensure that our state continues to move forward and, quite frankly, move people across our state in a way that has never been before possible. So I would simply ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is passage of Senate Bill 24-1. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I feel obligated to come up and speak on this bill. There is no member of this House who wants to see rail initiatives move forward in a responsible way than I. I represent communities that have felt the sting of underservice of transit, broken promises in transit, and I am here standing for my community saying, I don't trust this bill. I want this money to come. I want us to collect this money. We need this investment. But this bill contemplates handing hundreds of millions of dollars of Colorado taxpayer money over to an organization that has proven itself time and time again unresponsive to legislative intent, unwilling to meet the state's greenhouse gas emission goals, and it is doing that without any additional legislative accountability, oversight, or other measures that ensure that this money will be used for the purposes that we are appropriating it for. That is my concern. I have brought this concern to the bill sponsors. I want to thank them for earnestly trying to bring this conversation together, but it has not happened. And so for that reason, because I do believe so strongly in making sure that we get real rail investment to my community, to other communities throughout the state, that I'm not okay with this bill as it stands. And I want to see more amendments that ensure that this funding will be used, will be required to be used for the purposes that are spelled out in the bill. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Representative DeGraff. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for the grace in cutting in line here. I really do want to thank my colleague for her articulation of her concerns and the continued conversation around this. This is important stuff. And I have heard through our conversations a shared goal to make sure that folks across communities in our state are well served by the transit options that we put forward as priorities as a state. And I will not lie, there are outstanding conversations to be had in this space, and I thank you for that. I want to just highlight a couple of things with CTIO briefly, because we do agree that CTIO needs to further support a multimodal projects approach, which is why we are running this bill. CTIO does have a strong track record of user fee revenue, using user fee revenue to support the development of surface transit projects, including multimodal, that have helped move more people through a corridor. Express lanes have accelerated the delivery of over $3 billion in multimodal projects through Colorado. If not for the tolling component of express lanes, these projects would have either been significantly delayed, delivered with significantly reduced scope, or advanced at the expense of other CDOT projects. And so there are obviously opportunities to continue to encourage that collaboration. I will be right there along with you to make sure that happens. And I want to just frame for the body that I hear your remarks. I don't want to assume, but I hear your remarks as an important part of the conversation that we need to continue to have, so I thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at some point we'd realize after the money has been diverted that the climate goals are all a ruse.
Representative DeGraff, please keep your statements to the bill.
My comments here concerning economic measures related to coal transition communities in connection therewith creating income tax credit for qualified costs incurred, certain rail lines, and so I'm just trying to get a handle on how that works. So looking here at the freight line, it feels a lot like because this is to qualified costs of a freight rail line that originates or terminates at a business located in a coal transition community. So I guess there's the nexus. If the rail line has been determined by the Colorado Department of Transportation as being at risk of inactivity due to a lack of demand and resulting from a coal transition. So CDOT has the, CDOT is the one that has, certainly not automatic, as it being at risk. It's not determined at all. So we're going to have, we're having this conversation about foolishly cutting back on our coal production.
Representative DeGraff, please stay away from characterizations like foolish. Speak to the policy and what you think, in your opinion, the consequences are going to be.
Okay. Scientifically unfounded that we are creating a business impact on these businesses. We're creating a business impact, a scientifically unfounded business impact on these communities. And then we're manipulating this language to maybe sort of help them if we feel like it, if you feel like it. Because now CDOT, because this is a tax credit, and of course the tax credit, that money would normally be going into the budget, but now we're going to take it out of the budget. We're going to apply it to these people that the state is hurting in a scientifically unfounded way to form a pet project that is largely on the Front Range. So I'm going to have to go back and look at this. I think these projects are always sold as being climate friendly, as greenhouse gas emission goals. So I don't know why I wouldn't talk about those when those are the basis from the sponsors for this. And the fact that my previous colleague mentioned that these promises are largely unmet. I think it's always worth going back to the beginning as to why we're doing this. And I'll say again, the entire basis for this is scientifically unfounded. It will have absolutely, so the initial promise of these is of the restrictions of people to put them on this Front Range Railroad to take money from this coal thing. So really, it's money that's going to be funded to this Front Range Rail project is what it looks like to me, and then it's justified to get money out of this fund of money of the just transition, where there's nothing just about it. It's just been railroaded down their throats. And so then we throw a Band-Aid on it. You throw a Band-Aid on it of a tax credit, and we just create this more and more convoluted section law and give money to an agency that doesn't deliver. We're talking about millions and billions of dollars to do something that just doesn't deliver the promises, it doesn't deliver on the goal, it delivers on the feel good, but that's it. So, I don't know. This is more greenhouse gas lighting. This is more smoke and mirrors. It doesn't help the people. It further funnels money into pet projects. So you can, for this SimCity utopia. So I'm a no on this. Hopefully some more people have reasons to be no on it as well.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I had the opportunity to hear this bill in the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, and we had a robust discussion that day, especially around the funding mechanism that is created by this bill. What it does, and this is important, is it creates a new tax on rental cars here in Colorado. And the idea is this tax will go towards the funding of the very famous front range passenger rail system that has been proposed. That was weird. My voice got very loud all of a sudden. So again, members, this is another tax, and you know my caucus, we don't really like, we don't like additional fees and taxes, especially $3 a day. That's what we're talking about here on rental cars. And the estimate is these extra fees on rental cars. And it's not just like you go to the airport or somebody lands and they want to go skiing, so they rent a car at DIA and they head up to the mountains. This is for all rentals. So if you need a U-Haul to move, you have to pay the fee. If you need to go to Home Depot or somewhere to rent a pickup truck to haul your purchase home, you pay the fee. If you, really anything, okay? So this is $3 a day, and it is projected to add up to about $50 million, $50 million a year to fund our ever-growing list of transit and bus projects, and especially the front range passenger rail. And no offense to my good friend from Southern Colorado, or any of my good friends from Southern Colorado, I'm just not totally convinced of the viability of this project, but that's a whole nother discussion and probably not worth talking about at this point in time. One of the things that and we're going to be bringing several amendments, so I don't want you to be too surprised about that. This is your shocked face? Anyway, we are going to be bringing several amendments this afternoon, and I just want to, and I have to apologize, I was a little disorganized and was hoping that somebody could help me out with getting organized. I'm specifically looking for this amendment. And I'm also wondering why the amendment numbers are so high, because I have here in front of me, thank you, Amendment L097. So members, I would like to move Amendment L097 to Senate Bill 184 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Members, you've heard the motion of moving Amendment L097. We're waiting for it to be properly displayed. It is displayed. Representative Frizzell, continue.
Thank you so much. So members, this particular amendment really is addressing this fee slash tax slash instrument to collect money. I don't know what we want to call it. We're now on page 31 of the bill at the bottom for short-term vehicle rentals beginning during state fiscal year 26-27, and for short-term vehicle rental periods beginning during any subsequent state fiscal year, the daily limits on the amount of the congestion impact fee, because that's what this is called, that $3 fee, set forth in this section are annually adjusted for inflation. So that means that it's not just a $3 fee forever. That fee is going to increase. And so it is going to be adjusted and increased according to inflation. And what this particular amendment does is it eliminates that inflation increase. So fine, you want your $3 fee, that's what you get. It doesn't get to, you don't get to adjust it upwards for inflation. And I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L097? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the conversation about the congestion user fee. And I want to point out that a one-way ratchet really doesn't make any practical sense. You know, as inflation rises, we look at the cost of congestion. We need to accommodate that cost of congestion and be able to provide relief. We've certainly seen the impacts of inflation on the cost of roadway construction, and it is important that this fee track alongside inflation to be able to deal with those rising costs. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. This is a lot of money we're talking here. We don't want to keep, one thing this chamber is good at is continuing to add on more and more costs to individuals in our community. This would help this amendment would help slow some of that down. They set this bill up in a fashion that it avoids, I think it was 117 was a ballot initiative, that we actually have to go to the voters for approval of new enterprise fees. This set it up so that we could, scurry around that and get our money anyway. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment, and with the thought that, we don't need to continually push cost up on our constituents.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L097 to Senate Bill 24-184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L097 is lost. To the bill, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I always do, I'm going to take this debate back into House District 47. And one thing we see about every couple of years is we see real big hailstorms roll through House District 47. We've talked about the $3 fee on rental cars. Of course, that's going to affect the rental car industry. You have people flying into this state. And of course, I know people are going to say, well, they have money to come into this state, what's $21, $24, but it will affect that. The issue I have for my district is like I said, we've had some massive hailstorms about every 2 years come through and just destroy vehicles. And then I actually have a family friend of mine that has been in a rental car for, I think, 90 to 120 days waiting for hail repair. That's a big amount of money that they're going to have to kick up on top of that. Now, are the insurance companies going to handle that extra $3 a day? And is that going to, in turn, raise the price of premiums? I don't know. I couldn't tell you that. I'm not going to claim to be an insurance expert. I'm not going to claim to know anything about that, but those are real concerns I have. As these hails roll through southeastern Colorado and just beat the heck out of and destroy cars, it takes time because, first of all, we have less resources. We have less shops that do this type of work. Of course, all the mobile shops show up, but there's times people are waiting 2, 3, 4 months even to get an estimate on their vehicle to get it worked on. And then when they do get in line, like I said, one good friend of mine, they actually had to get a rental car to travel to basketball games and volleyball games, and it just kept going and going and going where they worked on the vehicle. So you figure you take, 90 days, 120 days times $3 a day, that starts to add up. That hurts my constituents. May not hurt all of my constituents, but at some time it's going to put a pinch on their pocketbooks. And the second problem I have with this is we keep feeing in the state. Tabor holds us in line when it comes to taxes, so what do? We do an end around with fees, and I just can't keep going on with fees. We're always looking a way to tack another dollar on to pay for something. At some point as government, we've got to be able to do like families do in the state of Colorado every day, take a look at the money coming in, combine that with the money going out, and make some decisions on how we're going to not only spend our money, but other people's money. And I know that people have to live within that checkbook every day and have to live within their means every day, and we don't. I know this Front Range Rail is going to go all the way down into my district. Pueblo County is really for it. Even Los Animas County at some point wants to have rail come in to the New Mexico line. But I just can't keep going on with putting more crushing weight on my constituents. I had to get up there and say this about this. I've talked to my constituents about this. This is actually something when we spoke to some of the folks that came here to talk about their business. I talked to some of the rental car folks. They had a breakfast here one morning, and they don't know how this is going to shake out. Of course, I don't know how, like I said, what the insurance companies are going to do with it, but I do see real concern. I see where it may not directly cost my families because of how the insurance works on a rental car rent, but I'm sure it will be kicked up in some type of fee, or it will be kicked up in a raise in their insurance premium. So for those reasons, I will have to be a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing any further discussion, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my colleague mentioned a big part of this bill, and that's doing another fee. We have been feeing, what was it, in 2019 we had the CDOT package of fee bills, or bill, that had a fee for, I think, just about everything. And we were told that's going to fix the problem. That our transportation system's going to be great because we're going to charge you a fee for just about everything to do with transportation. This bill adds a $3 fee to short-term rentals of motor vehicles for the combustion engine motor vehicles, and a $2 a day fee for electric vehicles. So the heavier vehicles that do more damage to our roads, we're adding a lesser fee to than the vehicles that are lighter and more productive. So we're penalizing one group of people based on, and I'll just insert whatever my colleague from El Paso County says about that. It's difficult to justify increasing the cost for a narrow segment of consumers to pay for these types of improvements. This is supposed to be funding for basically light rail. We're basically saying, hey, we're going to charge you for renting that Home Depot pickup truck. We're going to charge you for renting a U-Haul. We're going to charge you for renting a car. And the thing that's, I think, the most disturbing thing about this is it's not money that goes to your community. Colorado Springs has been against this because there's no plans for rail going out to the Colorado Springs Airport. So you were in a car at Colorado Springs Airport, that money goes to, guess where? Denver and Boulder. That's where that money goes. So it doesn't stay in your community. Having family out here, having tourism and Garden of the Gods, that money just goes somewhere else for again, the governor's priorities, because this is one of his bills. Singling out rental car users and business travelers to fund efforts for matching grants, the whole thing just, I mean, really, it just does not make sense. The increased cost of renting a vehicle could drive down the forecasted revenues. I think right now rental cars are almost 50% government fees to rent one. It is ridiculous. It's unacceptable. Increasing taxes on proposed, we'll pretend it's fees again, as proposed, will only further the concern and cause business travel to seek alternates. What you'll also see is rental car companies start to lose out to your car sharing companies. I don't remember if that is addressed in this bill, because, you know, the bill's, 50 pages? Something like that? Oh, only 37. So there is a lot of things, and we will have more amendments to discuss, and we'll spend quite a bit of time on this. But for now, I move L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
You've heard the motion of L008. We're waiting for it to be displayed. It is properly displayed. Representative Wilson.
Thank you. So this amendment would require the General Assembly to actually prioritize money from the general fund and eliminates the fee. If we're so serious about getting this grant money from federal dollars by having our matching funds available, then let's put our money where our mouth is. Stop throwing it in the face of the consumer. Stop saying it's your problem. Like I said, we did that a couple years ago. I want to say it was 2019. I think it was Bill 219 or 206 or something like that. There was just a whole slew of fees that was going to fix all our transportation problems. And then once again, we're coming back saying, well, we're going to do it like this instead, so you need to pay another fee. So with that, I would ask for your aye vote on L008.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this conversation because it is important to talk about why we have included the congestion user fee in this bill. First of all, it is important that the impact we are feeling from out-of-state visitors and those coming to the state for recreational travel, that we are accommodating the impact on our roads and communities with a $3 a day congestion fee. I do agree it is our responsibility to identify our priorities through the budgeting process. It is the charge that we bear, the responsibility that we bear. And yes, we face many competing priorities in the state for general fund revenue. Education, healthcare, service to corrections, health and human services. And in juggling those priorities with the limitations we have placed on us by a spending cap, we are unable to meet all of the demands we are facing in this state. I do want to emphasize that the bill does not direct funds for any specific project, but rather directs the funds to be used for rail and transit projects. Again, the impacts from congestion are directly addressed by this user fee. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you. I just want to point out a couple things. So I believe, if I recall, in the ledge deck, it is very clear on what the priorities are, and it is not anybody. It's not anybody out east. It's not anybody in the East Springs. It's not at Springs Airport. It is very clear that the priority should be as such. And why are we calling this a congestion fee? Are we insinuating that tourism in Colorado is an issue? I think we get a lot of revenue from that. If coming to Colorado to do business is now a congestion fee, that seems like we are now, in a sense, frowning upon some of our largest industries, which is tourism and business. So why would we call it a congestion fee if we want those people here? I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Basnicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for the amendment. I wanted to just highlight a couple things about where the funding could be directed and some of the legislative declaration outlining the 3 promising areas for prioritizing funds, because I think it gets to the heart of the question about, does our entire state benefit from this approach to collaboration and being able to leverage and pull down federal dollars? I want to just mention a couple things in particular. Front Range Passenger Rail, the service development plan for service from Fort Collins to Pueblo. So a really comprehensive look at what that means for our state, and I think you can infer inside of that the economic and certainly the social benefit to being able to provide rail service to those communities. Mountain Rail, this is incredibly important. The service development plan for service from Denver to Steamboat Springs, Craig, and Hayden, where we know that there are opportunities to be able to leverage existing infrastructure to keep those communities vibrant inside of their existing transportation infrastructure. And then this is really critical as well, Bustang 2.0. Not every community in our state enjoys the services of Bustang like mine does. And there will be a connectivity study to expand Bustang and Outrider to additional service areas. And that, of course, necessarily includes rural communities. And so I appreciate the concern because it is a shared obligation, I believe, from us as a legislature to ensure that when we look at these comprehensive projects, we are inclusive on the communities that could be served by these transit options. And lastly, I'll just say in response to some of the concerns around tourism, our mountain communities are in strong support of this bill, and that includes our folks who are really a primary economic and tourism driver for our state, and so we are proud to be bringing this bill alongside folks who understand the impact of congestion on our roadways, and so we'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like how, I'm really confused how we can have 37 pages without priorities. We have this problem where we are unable to meet the funding demands of all of our pet projects. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the taxpayers primarily because discussing this when we had the folks out here that they came to visit, over 50% of rental car fees are collected from the citizens of Colorado. So the idea that this money is just going to be imported from out of state by everybody who's coming here for the increasing costs and all of that they're going to be coming here, and hopefully they do. Certainly as we increase in crime, that doesn't help, but we have what we're doing when we say we don't have these priorities, we don't know where we're going to put this. What we should have is we should have a budget. We should have a plan. Right now we have is a concept. We have a concept for which we are definitely going to start collecting taxes. And all we have is a concept. Where's this going to be built first? Who's going to benefit first? Well, it's going to be Front Range. I'm also curious how the public transit that goes from Pueblo all the way up to Fort Collins, if that's going to be impacted by the quarter-mile radius on either side of the track that is going to be for 40 unit per household zone all the way up and down the Front Range. I am curious if that's going to happen. It would kind of make sense. It would make more sense than doing the rest of this stuff. So authorized transit. And here's something that I've been waiting for, actually, this congestion impact fee, because New York City does this. And so I thought, oh, New York City does a congestion impact fee so that every time you drive over the bridge into town for that day, you get slapped with $15 for the day. So you get a $15 extra fee to drive over in the bridge. Now, some bridges, with the less traffic are a little less money. At night, it's $3.75 because you're not going to be there very long. You're just in there to eat and go to a show. But this goes back again towards cars are for the rich. This is another plan to push people off the roads into the mass transit. So the mass transit doesn't work on its own. It doesn't have the draw for itself, and it's subsidized at over $2 per passenger miles, lumbering slowly, going in the wrong direction. And so the solution is a typical government solution. Instead of fixing the problem and going, hey, let's find a market solution where we improve the good and exchange it for the good. Instead, government failure is met by coercion. And in this case, it's a coercion of saying, it's our state, we're going to charge you $3 more per day.
Representative Raff, I've been giving you a lot of latitude. Let's be careful about how we are characterizing the process here. We've all been elected. We're going to be voting on this. We're going to be voting on the amendment. So let's be a little bit more careful about how we characterize it. Please bring it back to the amendment.
All right, so if you're going to vote on this, you're voting to extract from Coloradans who are, and any visitors that we have, you will be voting to extract an additional $3 per day to go to an unaccountable fund that doesn't have priorities and it doesn't have a plan. And if you look at the basis of the congestion fee from New York City, well, it's anticipated, it's going to have the effect of, the purpose is to encourage everybody to use mass transit. Well, why do we need to encourage mass transit? Well, of course, the mass transit is a mass failure. It's subsidized at over $2 per passenger mile. Uber and Lyft charge around at $1 per passenger mile and take you door to door and faster. So instead of encouraging a market solution that works, what we do is we coerce people by making other solutions non-viable to corral them into the one remaining solution of the totalitopia, which is mass transit.
Representative Graff, I just want to guide you back to the amendment. I believe you're speaking more to the bill. You know, I always enjoy when I hear you say Totalitopia at the well, but I would direct you back to the merits of this amendment and whether you think it's going to make the bill better or worse and your reasonings for why.
That's an excellent point, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your appreciation. So on the amendment, for each fiscal year, generally, we just need to be paying attention to where we're putting this money. So yes, I was speaking to the bill, but I can come back and speak to the bill in just a minute.
Any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L008, Senate Bill 24-184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L008 is lost. To the bill. Representative, apologies, that was L088 has failed. Representative Hartsock.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If nothing else, it is entertaining here on Friday. We need some smiles and laughter. So, we heard this in finance, and it was really interesting. Where's the assistant majority leader? She loves my stories about my 26 years. I've lived lots of places, and some of those are very high density places, such as DC, up in New York, LA, and those all have very heavy mass transit systems, a lot of train network. But it was built years and years ago. And even in DC, they're continuing to expand some of the network, but there's just some places that they can't build it. Overseas, when I was stationed in Europe, you have rail systems everywhere, but it's been that way forever. Literally, that's what they've used forever. Here in Colorado, we have the Great Wild West, lots of Rocky Mountains, and it's super expensive to build rail. Very, very expensive. Because when you got to start blowing granite and everything else, that gets expensive. And when we start saying that we're going to levy fees, user fees, road taxes on consumers and businesses, whether it's for rental cars, gas, or whatever, that drives up the cost of inflation. That drives up the cost of living. That drives up the cost of trying to provide in the state of Colorado. And already it's very expensive. So I ask you, why would we do something that's going to increase those costs, that's going to continue to drive up inflation? I appreciate the sponsors' discussions on that they want to get on people on rail. I like taking the train, but the train does not work in this climate. And by climate, I don't mean our snowstorms, although that will have some problems, because I will tell you in DC, when the snow and ice storms hit, trains stopped. We couldn't get into the Pentagon because of the rail conditions. It's no longer safe. We have a pretty heavy winter through here. You're going to have a lot of issues on a rail system when people are depending upon that to get to work every single day, even if it were feasible. Doing that process with these fees on rental cars, they're not only for, as some of my colleagues spoke earlier, people that are flying into this town to vacation, to ski, to go hunting, fishing, rafting, boating, bicycling, you name it. We're a huge outdoor sports destination. And people land at the airport and they get a car and they go to where they're going. And we're saying you're going to take a rail. Well, a lot of these people are going to places that rails really don't get to. In addition, there's the insurance side. Insurance costs in the state continue to increase. The more that we put mandates out there for these taxes on the rental companies that will have to pass them on to consumers, they have to increase that cost in insurance. If you have an insurance claim because of a wreck, you're going to have to pay more now for that rental car. So that insurance company is going to charge you more for their premiums because they're going to have to pay it out. Any way you look at it, that cost goes up. And that is counterintuitive when we are trying to save Coloradans money, when we're trying to increase businesses, we're trying to get people to come here as destinations for not only vacations, but conventions. And when they have conventions, they usually hold them, some of the great places around here are going to be the Gaylord Hotel. They also have it at the, I can't think of the name of the hotel right there at the airport. They do that because they don't want everybody driving all over the place. It's close, it's convenient. When business people fly into town, they want to get to their convention, get the job done at the convention, and then go back to wherever their home state is so they can get their business up and running. If you're here on vacation and you're taking off for parts unknown or up in the Rocky Mountains, trains don't go anywhere. They go from a point destination to a point destination. That's what they service. If you go into Europe, that's how they do it. It's point-to-point destination. And then from there, you get out and go, which is often in a vehicle. These will continue to increase costs. We asked some of these questions. These are my concerns when we heard this in committee. I again appreciate the efforts of the sponsors and their goals, but I absolutely don't agree that putting this on the backs of consumers, businesses, large and small, vacationers that are coming here, when we're trying to increase reasons for them to come here, and we pass legislation like this that drives up the costs, to me, that is counterproductive. I would urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you very much.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, one thing that we talked a lot in committee about was some concerns that the Attorney General's office has not weighed in on this particular bill. And especially, they have not weighed in on this fee. And let me talk a little bit about why we're concerned. There is apparently a 2018 federal law that says that taxes, well, anyway. So basically it says that it's around airports, and so this affects the ability for rental car fees that, for cars that are rented at the airport, go to something having to do with the airport, not seed money for a front rail, passenger rail system, which has literally nothing to do with the airport. And so I would like, so there's that federal case. What? You're waving your finger at me. That said, there's also another court case. It's the 2018 Aspen Supreme Court decision that we would like the AG to weigh in on. So with that, I would like to move L099 to Senate Bill 184 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L099 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Frizzell to the amendment.
Thank you very much. So, members, this amendment is fairly straightforward. It just says that notwithstanding the subsection in the bill, the transportation enterprise shall not impose the congestion impact fee unless the Attorney General issues a formal opinion that concludes that the congestion impact fee is a fee and not a tax, in accordance with the opinion of the Supreme Court case that I was just discussing with you. So, members, I think that it's just really important that we do this right and that it is legal, and I would ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L099? Representative Basnicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for the amendment. We have a couple thoughts on this. The first would be that through stakeholding and certainly conversations with our state partners, we do not have an issue here that requires the issuance of a formal opinion, and certainly feel like we are on good legal footing in regards to the court case that is referenced here. So we would just simply respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And not really surprised by that. I don't really understand the difference between a fee and a tax other than like our previous discussion of scheme versus mechanism. But I think it's pretty important because, say, the rental car companies are looking at this and saying this fee is a tax that violates federal law prohibiting discriminatory taxes on rental car companies and will almost certainly result in costly litigation and delay the funding of important surface transportation projects. So I think the only people who are fooled by that there's a difference between a fee and a tax are in the green seats. Everybody knows a fee is a tax.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
I'm really trying to be patient up here. The notion that we are fooling each other as colleagues strays outside of decorum and what we're supposed to be doing here. Please speak to the amendment and what you think the impact of this, whether you think it's going to make the bill better or worse, and how, in your opinion, it's going to make it better or worse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this amendment will make it better because we can avoid the issue of, say, these lawsuits. Because if somebody takes the state to court over fees that are imposed on Coloradans primarily, but have a disparate impact on these companies that affect their bottom line, so I think they automatically have standing because they don't necessarily have an elastic ability to just absorb those costs and pass them on, although they'll certainly be passed on. Whether they can pass them on in full or not remains to be seen. But the companies involved know that these fees are actually taxes, and if they take the state to court over the issue of calling a tax a fee, then not only could we end up negating this bill, which would be awesome, but you would also incur a lot of court fees. So it seems that instead of a hostile amendment, it would seem that the sponsor of this amendment is actually working with the sponsors of the bill to try to get them to a point, to get us all to a point where we don't force the state into costly litigation. And I don't know if there's any other form of litigation besides costly. So I just think that this is good business practice, that you would explore this. If this is an issue, this is a determination, then it's not necessarily going to solve the problem, but at least puts the onus on the state to say, all right, let's look at it. Do we feel we're in a good enough position? So if you add it and you get the go ahead, you get the green light, no issues. If you add it and then they come back and go, yeah, no kidding, a fee is a tax. We all know a fee is a tax. Then you could save this taxpayers or the fee payers, however you want to look at it, the problem of going down the costly litigation avenue for absolutely no reason. I should have said you will avoid railroading the fee payers for no reason.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L099? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L099, Senate Bill 24-184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Wilson, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're talking about fees and taxes and how fees are taxes, Mr. Chair, if you'll give me a little latitude, I want to talk about Proposition 117 real quick.
I will give you some latitude, Representative
Thank you.
Wilson.
When was it? A couple years ago, I believe,
the Proposition 117 was brought to the voters, and this was basically asking if instead of the constant skipping around Tabor, that if you wanted to start a new enterprise or a new fee, that you would have to actually get voter approval to start that fee. This put the cap on that was for, hey, if you have a fee that's going to garner over $100 million in 5 years, then you need to go to the voters for that. Well, this bill alone is almost 68 or almost 60 million just in its second year, not its 5-year outlook. But with this bill, we kind of tucked it in with one of the highway funds, and that way we can avoid Tabor and just start a new tax. But literally, it is a new enterprise. It is starting basically the beginning of the development of surface transportation infrastructure in connection with therein providing funding and operational flexibility needs to support the development of transit and rail. So we're starting a new fund, a new enterprise to support transit and rail, even though we already have taxes and fees that do that. So this initiative, Proposition 117, passed by 52% when it was voted upon by our constituents, by the voters of Colorado, so that we would stop doing things like this bill does. For a long time, the legislator has been going around the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Senate Bill 2215 was a perfect example. That was the one I was referring to earlier about all the fees in transportation. Raising revenues by calling them fees. Clearly this is the move they're going to make, raising taxes and calling them fees. And this is what we're doing here today with this bill, is we are raising taxes and calling them fees. As I mentioned earlier, you know, it's almost 50% of your car rental fee right now goes to government. You don't get anything out of it. Most of your constituents don't see anything out of it. So, for this reason, I would like to offer Amendment L090 and ask that it be displayed. Or excuse me, I move it.
Representative Wilson, could you say the motion again?
I move Amendment L090 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Y'all have heard the motion. We're waiting for it to be properly displayed.
Yep.
To the amendment, Representative Wilson, it is displayed.
Thank you. Since Prop 117 required a new enterprise to go to a vote of the people, this bill creates a new enterprise fee and sends it to an old enterprise fund. So, yeah, we're taking a new fee and adding it to an old fund. Let's pass 090 and get this going in the right direction.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do appreciate you keeping us on the rails with the discussion. I'm going to try to work in some puns as we go because it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't. And I want to thank my colleague for bringing the amendment. A couple things here. There was, I believe, a statement that this is a new enterprise. I want to just clarify for the body that CTIO was created in 2009 under the FASTER bill, and its mission is to levy road user fees for the purpose of reducing congestion and to use creative financing. And so they are not subject to Proposition 117 because it is not a new enterprise. And so it's important to make that distinction up front, that this is not a new enterprise. It is well within the boundaries of Prop 117 to be able to do this work, and the bill fits neatly inside of that scope and that legal practice. The other thing I would simply say in response to the amendment to which we are asking for a no vote is that taxes require a vote of the people. However, This is not a tax. This is a fee. This is a congestion user fee that will be levied equally across markets. And so because it is an existing enterprise, it does not require a vote of the people. This is not a new enterprise. This is not a tax. This amendment would unfortunately imply that both of those things are true. I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any, Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a new zone, but I thought you were going to say it was going to go back to 2004 because I see that over here that the voters, the district in 2004, but currently operates only between Union Station and Westminster, and that the whole purpose is to help rebuild confidence in the district, and therefore it is of critical importance, and this is all bold so it's new, make every effort be made to secure sufficient funding quickly to complete that corridor, because obviously people have lost faith. I think fee, and I was just about to look this up, I think fee is a synonym for tax. I'll have to check for sure, but I think you would be at the same point. A tax is something that the government extracts from the citizens to pay for its projects. A fee is money that the government extracts from citizens for its projects. So if it's not a grammatical, I would say it is definitely a functional synonym of the word fee. And the interesting thing also about the congestion impact fee, again, only rich people should have cars, is that, so again, instead of making the system that is in place, encouraging the system that is in place to create a good worthy of trading, and then if those two can't be done, if the CDOT cannot make a good that can compete for the good of the consumer, then we have a problem, because that's what we're going to deliver on a regular basis. So you don't take failure and expand it to the point of success. Only government agencies try that route. Any free market agency is going to take what works and only take what works and expands it into something bigger. The government takes something that doesn't work, extracts more money from the citizens, and then creates something bigger that works even less. And I'm not sure how that affords the confidence that we're looking for. So again, we're looking at a congestion fee of $3 per day. Now, after you've made this fee, that is not going to be sufficient. What's the next step for a fee that's not going to be sufficient? I don't see anything in here that says this fee will never be raised, because what we're doing is we're raising fees to expand something that doesn't currently work.
Representative DeGraff, can you tie it back to this amendment, and again, whether you think this improves, because again, I think you're speaking to the bill, which, great, when we get there, more than welcome to do that. But just offer your thoughts on Amendment L090 and whether it makes the bill better or worse.
I think this makes the bill better, and I think we should support it, and I think we should not be playing games with taxpayers' money over the concept of taxes and fees. If we're going to take it from the taxpayers, it's a tax.
Representative Bay-Snicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more comment on this amendment. If you look at lines 13 and 14, you'll notice that it's incongruent with the fee structure that is in the bill at present. In the Senate, it was amended to be $3 a day regardless of engine type. And so we are suggesting ballot language that would necessarily not be in line with the suggested language of the bill. I would continue to ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L090 to Senate Bill 24-184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I know that's surprising, but the noes have it. Amendment L090 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no, Representative Taggart.
It's a simple one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
Let's see. Let me first start by saying I have absolutely
nothing but respect for rail transit. All the years I lived in Europe, I relied on the rail system for getting to my offices in different areas of Switzerland and Germany. And having my North American office right outside of New York City and having a retail store as well as a showroom and offices in New York as well, I commuted back and forth with a train. It was more efficient for me, more effective in my time use, et cetera, et cetera. But when I look at this bill, I look at it from a fairness to Western Colorado. Many times I sit here and look at bills that tax or put fee structures on the entire state of Colorado and walk away that evening thinking to myself, is Western Colorado getting its fair shake? I can tell you right now, when it comes to transportation, Western Colorado is not getting its fair shake. We have 3 major highways that go from west to east and get us here to the Front Range. I-70 has been suspect for a very long time, with Glenwood Canyon closing quite often, and the cost to our economy every time it closes. We have requested an approach on Glenwood Canyon over these last 3 or 4 years because of all of those closures. To date, nothing really has happened. So when it closes, our detour is 4 hours. 4 hours on roads that were not intended for the level of commercial traffic that ends up occurring. Now, the second of our 3 major highways is down for God only knows how long. Why do I raise these? Because when we have 3 major highways and 2 of them are continual problems, that's a real problem to Western Colorado. And I ask, are we getting our fair shake of HUTF dollars? And I maintain we probably aren't. And so when I look at something like this, I would propose Amendment 106 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Taggart, just for clarification, did you say move?
I did.
Thank you. Members, you've heard the motion. We're waiting for it to be properly displayed, and it is. Representative Taggart to L016, or to L16, 106.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple amendment, and I don't want it interpreted that we don't welcome you folks to visit us in Western Colorado. We have great peaches and great wine and great cycling and lots of things. You're welcome to visit us. Please don't move to Western Colorado because we don't want your congestion that you have over here. So when I look at a congestion fee, I say to myself, Western Colorado, we don't have congestion, and we don't have a benefit out of this bill at all. And so I would ask that if people are going to pay a congestion fee, that it be east of the Continental Divide. West of the Continental Divide, we're not congested. And you're welcome to visit again, but you're not welcome to move there. We want to keep it uncongested. So I ask for a yes on this amendment.
Representative Taggart, could you do me one favor for clarification's sake? Could you just repeat the motion one more time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L 106 to SB 24-184.
Thank you, Representative Taggart. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to my good colleague from the Western Slope, I beg to differ. I live on the Western Slope, and congestion is a significant issue in my world. I appreciate the idea that you've presented here, but would argue that the congestion impact fee that is being assessed on rental cars traveling our state, certainly those impacts are felt everywhere within the state. It is a fee that is applied on rental cars that are rented at the airports, certainly the one in Grand Junction or at DIA or other airports in our state, or from rental car agencies elsewhere. I think the congestion, certainly that I deal with in my community, is a reality. And the fact that this user fee can be utilized now to potentially address a project like Mountain Rail is a direct nexus to reducing the congestion we experience on the I-70 corridor, and I am hopeful that may be one of the promising projects that is pursued. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative DeGraff.
Just
To the
a
amendment.
question for the bill sponsors is, we're on approaching Bill 700 of the 500 allocated per year. So I admittedly haven't had a chance to go through all of this, but is Mountain Rail something that is foreseen in here, or is that just, is that specifically named, or is that just something that might occur to somebody if enough money is collected to finish the train lines that have been promised but not delivered since 2004?
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L106?
Well, I just had a question for the sponsor, so I was hoping I was hoping for an answer.
All right, seeing no further discussion on L106, the question before us, the passage of L106. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L106 is lost. To the bill. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to talk a little bit about the committee hearing on this. We had a lot of great testimony, as with a lot of the governor's initiatives. There wasn't very much in support of this bill. Maybe CDOT, I think, was in support. But when we consider one of the testimonies was from one of our county commissioners out east that has the same concerns as everybody else. Why am I paying into, why are my people, when they rent a U-Haul to move furniture out east, is it going to the Denver, Boulder, Fort Collins area? So he had to say, when you consider a multimodal network, it is interesting to me that the title of this bill is Surface Transportation Infrastructure Development, when this bill is all about funding passenger rail. Why would you call it Surface Transportation Infrastructure when we are just focused on passenger rail? So this bill doesn't do anything for anybody else. CDOT is already in near crisis with FHWA to keep service transportation networks from dropping below 5%, being in poor condition. This bill should not be adding assets to what CDOT needs to maintain. Colorado ranks 28th in the nation for pavement condition on urban interstates and 47th for pavement conditions along rural interstates. CDOT is not really doing a good job, if you haven't noticed. This bill should be adding assets to what CDOT's assessment program budget continues to decrease from $30 million annually to now just $200 million in pavement. If CDOT's overall budget is increasing, why isn't the asset program increasing? So CDOT continues to get more money and continues to do less work, or accomplish less, I should say. And now we're going to take another fee for them to have another project to work on. CDOT has made an approximate $90 million investment for the North I-25, 3 mobility hubs to operate transit bus tank service, yet CDOT has an incomplete managed lane network to operate transit service because the state has not completed the North I-25 segment's managed lanes connections. This bill threatens the funding sources needed to make these multimodal hubs functional. We're going to focus money on another project when we haven't even gotten our current projects done. At a minimum, the bill should be amended to include direct spending on the North I-25 segment, 2, 3, and 4, to ensure that the $90 million multimodal investment yields a return. And we need to think about this for this entire bill. If we're going to spend money on transit and front range passenger rail, what are we going to do? Go for another fee when we need the infrastructure for the stops, or when we need to move something? Are we going to focus it all on one area and then go, oh, well, we need more money for that, just like we did with this bill and others? Colorado population has grown 34% in the last 2 decades. In the same time, CDOT's lane miles have only grown by 0.9%. With the current population of Colorado and the continuing growth population, along with the fact that the Front Range passenger rail service will only serve the west side of the Front Range, this does not address how the rail will alleviate traffic congestion, even though we're calling it a congestion fee, and wear and tear on our existing 23,000 lane miles statewide. Why should CDOT take on this risk? Why is CDOT bailing out RTD from what they have promised the people in their district? Transit does not pay for itself, we know that. So where does the long-term revenue stream for operations and maintenance come from? That would be a good question. How do we reduce air pollution by investing in rail projects when we can't get ridership on back to pre-pandemic levels? Yet all VMT have returned to VMT, I'm drawing a blank. They've all returned to pre-pandemic levels. Do we have a project for GHG reduction numbers to provide the benefit cost ratio for this investment in this new rail asset? I don't think we do. We've had that question multiple times from my colleague from El Paso County. How much of a change is this going to make? And the answer is a big one, a nice one. We don't know. Do we have the data that supports there is the demographic that needs and will use this intercity rail service? These are all questions that we need to address in this bill. So I'll turn it over to one of my colleagues for the time being.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I just wanted to rise and share a little bit of like my thoughts on this bill and how I got to the decision that I'll be making. I think sometimes we need to dispel the myth that just because a bill is brought by leadership or supported by the administration, that means everybody's automatically a yes, everybody's on board, if you'll pardon the transit pun. I definitely had some questions and some concerns about this bill for some of the reasons that I'm sure folks who are maintain their opposition to it we agree to an extent. I'm always concerned about Southern Colorado getting our fair share. I'm always concerned about Colorado Springs getting our fair share. But I do also want to just note for everyone's information, for everyone's edification, we have not always had the best communication between our local governments and our local government agencies like our MPO and the state. And that's something that I've really tried to bring to my work in this chamber as an elected official for our community, that there is more to what the people of Colorado Springs and El Paso County want than just what you hear directly from the local government when they take issue with a bill. And I think it's really important that we've talked so much this morning about adequate stakeholding before we make a decision, just like we do every day in this building. And I think it's so important that if we're going to hear that we oppose that bill or we just don't like it, that we make sure we have those conversations. And I struggle a bit with feeling like I had enough time to play a role in that. But I see that more as something we all need to continue working on. And I do want to state for the record, too, if Colorado Springs had been promised a line years ago and never got it, for sure and for certain, I would want us to be top of the list if this bill applied to us in that scenario. I would absolutely want that. I'm deeply sympathetic to that. And I think, you know, before we get too carried away with this idea that this line isn't for us, that it isn't for our community, Colorado Springs already chose our Front Range Rail Station location that we want. We already chose it. We're ready. We want it. We just need to put in, I think, more of the work at a local level, and I think we will get there. And so I did talk with the bill sponsors quite a lot. I asked a lot of questions. I felt really good about the answers that I received, and I'm happy to be a yes on this bill, understanding that we have a long ways to go in getting more of the work done. And so I just thank you all for joining me in voting yes on this bill so that we can get it done.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will keep it very brief and just offer a word of thanks to my colleague. I really do appreciate your perspective and engagement on this bill, and quite frankly, your commitment to seeing these things play out in a holistic manner, and that is so appreciated. And I will be the first to say that I look forward to taking that train from Fort Collins, certainly to Colorado Springs and all the way down to Pueblo, and that will be a fun day for all of us, I think. So thank you for your comments.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague from El Paso County for speaking on some of the frustrations. I think we need to understand how real those frustrations are. I sat on the I-25 GAP committee. I sat on the steering committee. I sat on our MPO for our area council of governments, and we had such a hard time, and I think we see it a lot in this bill, with the first four people wanting to work with us out in the community, wanting to work with the local MPOs, wanting to work with our communities. And that becomes even more of a concern with this bill. Is this bill just going to be, hey, we're going to do it this way, which was a lot of how the GAP project worked, was we're going to do it this way, and that's how it's going to be. And you can sit here and agree or, you know, or not be involved. So I hope the sponsors will pursue that commitment to work with our communities that are not, in a sense, directly benefiting from this, and what is the future of that. Ideally, that future would be the communities that are not in these project areas still have the opportunity to get funding for the projects they need. There are municipalities that run their own bus service. There are municipalities that work on their own transit lines, so I would hope to see that in the future.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 24-184? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't know if you have ever been to, like, say, Canada. And if you, all right, we have some takers. That's good. Thank you for listening. But there are taxes that you pay there when you purchase things, and you have the ability to actually ask to be reimbursed for those taxes. And given that experience that I've had, although it's usually like such a piddly amount that it's not worth dealing with, but given that experience, I would like to move L098 to Senate Bill 184 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Members, you've heard the motion. The amendment L098 is moved and properly displayed. Representative Frizzell to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, members, this is a really great amendment. I'm really excited about it. Because what this does, this actually inserts a new section, Section 15, at the end of the bill, and it creates a refund/rebate mechanism where when the fee is charged, the customer can submit a reimbursement request, and it protects the Colorado citizens that are paying the fee. To heck with everybody else that comes from out of state and uses our wonderful tourist attractions, whether they're skiing or mountain climbing or whatever. But this actually protects Colorado citizens who are maybe just renting a U-Haul truck to move. So I would ask for your aye vote.
Representative Basenecker.
I thank my colleague for bringing this amendment, and I'm going to say this a bit tongue-in-cheek, but also with, I think, a bit of reality. I cannot imagine a better way to grow government than this amendment when you think about the administrative burden it would take to do this, let alone the fiscal uncertainty that it would render into the proposition at hand. And so I would respectfully ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L098? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L098, Senate Bill 24-184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L098 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, folks. So I read this bill. If you guys didn't recall from the last time we talked about trains and rail, I'm kind of interested in these sorts of topics. So I had some thoughts on this bill that I wanted to share. And I've decided that it's actually allergies and that I'm not sick anymore because I've never been sick for 3 weeks straight in my life. So there you have that. So we got this nice 37-page bill in front of us. And like many of the bills do, it starts off with a legislative declaration where it talks about efficient, safe, sustainable modes of transportation are important here in Colorado. The state needs to strategically address these challenges of population growth and growth in recreational traffic. And so then we start getting into the parts of this that have been amended, which is denoted by the double underlining of the Senate. Amended in the Senate, denoted by the double underlining. And so on page 5 is where we start to get into what this is actually talking about. A generally applicable fee on short-term vehicle rentals would equitably support investments in such offsets to reduce congestion on the public highway system. Well, folks, as we just talked about, part of the congestion on the public highway system comes from the fact that we've had a 34% increase in folks in Colorado in the last couple of decades, but less than, if I heard right, less than a 1% increase in actual lane miles. That's part of the problem that we have here. We've got folks moving to Colorado. We got folks moving to Colorado for whom the primary mode of transportation is a vehicle, and the congestion, when you have vehicles idling in traffic, as it talks about a little bit further up on page 5, when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions, page 5, line 2, those greenhouse gas emissions go up when you've got vehicles that are stuck idling in traffic because traffic is plugged or because people don't have the money to be able to pay the toll to go in the express lane or to run on any of the toll roads that we have in Colorado. That is also a significant contributing cause of the greenhouse gas emissions that are mentioned here at the top of page 5. And so when I see that the bill is promoting the idea that a fee on short-term rentals can help offset congestion on the public highway system, I ask myself, is that actually going to be the result? It could potentially be the result because, as we all know, Colorado is trending in all of the wrong directions when it comes to cost of living and affordability for consumers. And so if yet another fee is imposed on short-term vehicle rentals, well then, yeah, maybe that does keep those short-term vehicle rentals off the road because you have fewer people that are renting those short-term vehicles and that are using those short-term vehicles to transport themselves, their families, their friends, whoever else it is that they are moving back and forth. But I'm very worried that if it reduces congestion by reducing the availability of these short-term rental vehicles to folks, what we're actually doing here is adding yet another cost on Colorado, another cost on Colorado industry, another cost on the folks that come to Colorado. We know that we're a major tourism destination. another cost is being added on those. And I've read these statistics before, and I'll read these statistics again. Colorado, we're the 38th best, so 12th, 13th worst state in the nation for cost of doing business, and declining. Companies that are currently based in Colorado, 46% of them are now saying that they plan to invest out of state because the cost of doing business in Colorado is so high, and unfortunately, it is continuing to increase. And that's what I see in this policy in front of us. I see yet another fee that will be passed on to consumers. If you look at the fiscal note, it's talking $28 million in this coming budget year, 24-25. And then we got $58 million total revenue in 25-26. So we're getting close to 28 plus 58. That's close to $90 million of fees in the next 2 years that are going to be imposed on short-term vehicle rentals. And then in a little bit, we'll talk about moving trucks, because moving trucks are also included in here. The bill talks about line 14, page 5, challenges to our ability to manage growth in a sustainable way. We all know that Colorado's growing. We all know that we need to manage that growth in a sustainable way. Well, the issue that I see if we're taxing these short-term vehicles is, does that actually manage our growth, or does that just tell folks, more folks, no, sorry, too expensive to be able to drive in Colorado? Doesn't do really a whole lot to be able to actually expand the capacity of our roadway. And as the title of the bill says, well, the title on this one is a little bit broad. Ultimately, where these fees are going to be directed is to these rail systems. And so then that's the second thing that I wanted to talk about, is this bill talks about, you flip over to page 6, it talks about investment in passenger rail systems and additional revenue service miles of the transit is going to offset vehicle miles traveled. So basically this bill, through the legislative declaration, is talking about through fees, through higher costs, picking winners and losers, forcing Coloradans and folks who visit Colorado away from vehicles and toward passenger rail systems. Sounds great on paper, sounds like a nice policy. The concern that I have is that when we actually look at how these things are implemented, I don't actually see that it's going to take that many folks off of the roadways in Colorado. We all know that in Colorado we have an existing rail system called Fast Tracks. Fast Tracks, if you recall, was supposed to be finished in 2017, 7 years ago. Getting close to 8 years ago now, 2017. But if you go and look at Fast Track's current projections, well, Fast Tracks now isn't supposed to be finished until 2050 or later. So when this bill talks about investing in passenger rail systems in order to offset vehicle miles traveled, it makes me wonder, how are we going to actually accomplish this when the existing light rail and passenger rail systems that we have in Colorado aren't anywhere near the level of completion that we were promised. And in fact, it's going to be another at least 2 decades, 2.5 decades, based on current projections before they are in fact completed. I look at the budget that it takes to actually create and then sustain a passenger rail system like it's talking about in here. So there was a recent article that talked about the cost of passenger rail. What does it take to not only build, but then to maintain that passenger rail system? And so as I'm reading here in a CPR article, it's quite possible for Fast Tracks, it's quite possible that a subsidy will be necessary before the existing Fast Tracks program and debt is paid off in 2050. So we have billions of dollars worth of debt. We have a program that's 2.5 decades behind schedule in our current rail system in Colorado. And rather than being able to focus on that, rather than being able to maintain our roads, this bill, this policy says, No, actually what we need to do is impose a fee on short-term rentals, rental cars, impose a fee on U-Haul trucks, moving trucks, and then we'll take that close to $80 million over the next 2 years. By the way, those $80 million are going to be passed directly on to consumers. We're going to take those $80 million and we're going to, like it says on page 6 here, invest it in passenger rail systems. I have a lot of concerns about that. I have a lot of concerns about that, not only from the cost of doing that, as we've talked about, from the actual logistics of building and maintaining these systems. I'll give you an example. You all know that I used to work in the Denver metro area for a municipal agency. 3 years. It took 3 years for railroad crossings to be installed for the Gold Line branch of our current passenger rail system. 3 years. The technology to build and maintain rail crossings isn't or shouldn't be that complex. But 3 years. We had folks in they built these little plywood sheds, and folks would have to sit in these plywood sheds and monitor where the roads crossed over the light rail because those rail crossings weren't up to safety standards, and so they needed to have 24/7 human monitoring and human intervention whenever there was a train running and there might be vehicle traffic on the roadway there. So when this bill talks about investing in passenger rail systems, I'm really, really concerned that we haven't even finished the existing passenger rail system that's been promised. The existing passenger rail system that's been promised has billions worth of dollars of debt that is going to need to be paid off. And given that that system, that was the current fast track system, was supposed to be done in 2017 and is now projected to be not complete until 2050, we all know debt comes with interest, and that interest accrues. How much more money is going to be spent on the current program and the current project by 2050, and then we can't even get what we've currently got working? How in the world is the fee proposed in this legislation going to actually help us to expand a passenger rail system when we can't maintain or finish the one that we've got? This also, when we talk about the fee, like it says, page 6, line 18, the fee proposed in this legislation makes me think of a very recent bill that we had, 21-260. $5.4 billion fee was imposed in that piece of legislation for transportation costs over the next 10 years, $5.4 billion in 10 years, so about $500 million, give or take, every year. I question, where did all of that money go? Just 3 years ago, $5.4 billion in fees for transportation projects was passed by this body, and now this body is back with this policy, considering another $80 million fee increase over the next 2 years. I struggle to understand why that's happening. What's happening to the $500 million in, it's the retail delivery fee. You order something from Amazon, you order something online, and you see that 27, 28-cent fee. We passed that, the body passed that 3 years ago. Why another fee? Why was the $5.4 billion 3 years ago insufficient that now another $80 million is needed? Moving on to page 7 of this bill. Talks about Colorado continues to invest in smart, dense, transit-oriented development. So that's another thing that I just want to highlight is whenever we have conversations about these pieces of legislation, we obviously have to refine and keep our comments to the bill. But a lot of the different bills and policies that are being promulgated this session all link together, and we can see some of that linkage here with the call out to transit-oriented development and the other pieces of legislation that we've debated this year around transit-oriented communities, around mandates on local government about how they are supposed to use their land, how they are supposed to comply with the will of their voters, because again, they are locally elected officials who are responsible to their constituents for the development of whatever local community they represent and they work for. And we see that connection here at the bottom of page 7, line 20, about this how this piece of legislation links in to those transit-oriented communities. The bill says, density itself supports the implementation of mass transit because higher levels of density in transit service are strongly correlated with a reduction in vehicle miles traveled. Well, that's great, but you've already got 2.5 million folks, give or take, that live in the Denver metro area. There's already a lot of existing infrastructure in place, and so as we've had these conversations around other policies, yeah, density itself. If we were starting the Denver metro area all over from the 1850s, and we didn't have to retrofit Denver, we didn't have to retrofit the layout of our housing, then yeah, maybe this could be a more cohesive policy. But we have to understand that this policy, when this policy talks about density itself supporting the implementation of mass transit, that density does not exist currently in many parts of the Front Range area, and it is going to cost billions of dollars to retrofit the land use of the Front Range area to be able to meet those density standards. And then, of course, that opens the door for the debates that we've had around a lot of these other pieces of legislation, around transit-oriented communities, around encouraging or forcing, depending on the particular policy that's in front of us, local communities to either create, in those communities that are still being built out, to create denser housing, 40 units per acre, or to have to find some sort of way to retrofit our existing infrastructure. Folks, retrofitting to meet the density standards that this bill contemplates is an incredibly expensive proposition. And so when we look at the fiscal note here and we see, like I said, close to $80 million in fees over the next 2 years. Actually, I did that math wrong. It's closer to 90 million. 58 plus 28, that's closer to 90 million. We see closer to $90 million in fees over the next 2 years. That's just the fee revenue from adding cost to short-term rentals of vehicles and moving trucks, basically. But there's a whole lot more cost that's associated with actually creating a land use program for the Front Range area that allows the density that would be required in order to make this mass transit system actually a viable option and a viable method of moving folks around. We talk about on page 8 of the bill here, as freight traffic volumes, types, and commodities shift and change, there's an opportunity to partner with freight rail for dual use of existing freight rail lines to include Northern Rocky Mountain passenger rail service. Well, folks, we had another conversation around a bill that talked about freight rail and talked about freight rail versus passenger rail. And in that particular piece of legislation, I'm speaking to it because, like I said, this bill has threads that reach out and link to many other conversations that we've had here, many other pieces of legislation. In that conversation, there was a lot of discussion around the fees that were implemented on freight rail and how those fees for freight rail would go not equitably back to freight rail and passenger rail, but freight rail would have fees and fines imposed on it that would then go to fund passenger rail. So when I read here that there's an opportunity to partner with the freight rail system for dual use of existing freight rail lines, I wonder about that earlier piece of legislation, because if we're going to put passenger rail on freight rail lines, to me it seems like those freight rail lines ought to be able to utilize that revenue source that was established in an earlier piece of legislation based on fines and fees on freight rail. But they ought to be able to use that money to be able to maintain and work on their own freight rail lines if, as this bill says on page 8, passenger rail is going to be put on freight rail lines. Again, this policy reaches out to numerous other bills that have been discussed and passed by this legislature. And it's important that we connect these dots and that we have the conversation around the policy that's in front of us in Senate Bill 24-184, that policy is discussed not in a vacuum, but is discussed in light of all of the other bills that work that are synchronized to work in conjunction with this bill here. You flip the page to page 9. It talks about efforts to expand passenger rail. So again, we're taxing cars, we're taxing short-term rental cars, we're taxing moving trucks in order to then increase funding for passenger rail. Folks, again, I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, this is picking winners and losers. It's picking one industry, the wheeled vehicle industry, and it's imposing fees on cars, on trucks, and then it's taking between $80 and $90 million over the next 2 years in fees and moving it to the passenger rail system that's talked about on page 9 of this bill. Not only is it talking about taking from cars and trucks to fund passenger rail, it's also talking about expansion of a more comprehensive statewide bus system. So we all know that there is some angst around the current mass transit system that exists in the Denver metro area and up and down the Front Range. And I'll just throw out some quick numbers for you. 2019, there was about 9 million riders. Fast forward to 2023, there's about 6.6 million riders. So we see ridership actually took a big dip. We obviously know that there was a pandemic and that pandemic impacted the ridership. But by 2023, that ridership still hadn't come back to the normal levels. I'm looking at a very recent news article here from the Denver metro area talking about public transit advocates are warning that frustrated customers of the mass transit, of the bus, of the rail lines, these frustrated customers may revert back to driving cars. Why are they reverting back to driving cars? Well, there's temporary cuts that are being made to this regional transportation system that we got, which makes me scratch my head. Going back to the $5.4 billion fee increase that was passed 3 years ago. Why is there a $5.4 billion fee increase that was supposed to be going toward transportation, but now, supposedly, even with $5.4 billion more dollars, now there's having to be cuts that are being made to the passenger rail and to the bus systems? To me, that doesn't add up. Where is that money? Where is that money going? What is the impact that the $5.4 billion that was passed 3 years ago is having on transportation, or not having, that would require this piece of legislation to expand fees yet again on rental cars and on moving trucks to the tune of $80 to $90 million over the next 2 years? I got lots of questions about that. I have to pay that 27-cent retail delivery fee every time I got to buy my kid a birthday present or something from Amazon. I would like to know that that money is going toward transportation improvement and transportation investment, and why $500 million a year is insufficient that then requires this piece of legislation, again, to the tune of $80 to $90 million. I'll continue just a couple of quick quotes from this article last week from one of the major newspapers here in the Denver metro area. Continual deferral of maintenance is plaguing aging infrastructure across the United States. The leaders of this mass transit system are committed to safeguarding the metro area's transit system and not kicking the can down the road. So we know that we have to maintain these systems. We know that there was $5.4 billion over the next 10 years that was supposed to be allocated toward these things that was passed 3 years ago. Why is that not enough money? Why, instead of maintaining because we've heard that there's a problem, the infrastructure that we have can't be maintained, and that's impacting ridership. Riders say they're already frustrated with our mass transit system's unreliability. And the downtown rail reconstruction project will result in rerouting or the suspension of some rail lines, which is forecasted to push folks back to cars. The cuts would definitely lead me to drive and park at the airport or take an Uber or a Lyft, one of the riders said. So we have a program, Fast Tracks, that was supposed to be done in 2017. It's not. It's carrying billions of dollars worth of debt. It's now not forecasted to be complete until 2050. The data shows that we are having trouble maintaining the infrastructure that we have, even with that $5.4 billion fee increase that was passed 3 years ago. So if there's problems maintaining the infrastructure that we have, I'm really, really struggling to understand why this piece of legislation is now proposing to expand even more the construction of new infrastructure that will have to be maintained, that will likely have delays and cost overruns, because that's kind of been the trend not only in Colorado, but around the country. Why? Why now? Why is this the right answer? I have a kid. He loves animals. Every week he wants a new pet. And I tell him, you got to take care of the existing pet that you have before you can get a new pet, because I'm not taking care of the new animal that you want. And I think that's an exactly applicable corollary to this legislation. We've got to take care of the programs, the projects, the infrastructure that we have right now, because as I've just read to you, the ridership is down. The folks that would like to use this system can't use the system because it's broke, because the service isn't there. And so the folks right now that would like to use Colorado's mass transit system are saying they're going to have to go to an Uber or to a Lyft, to some other sort of vehicle, wheeled vehicle traffic. Why is this policy expanding a project and a program when we can't maintain what we've got? Again, I've talked a lot about Senate Bill 21260. I'll note that Senate Bill 21260 is specifically mentioned on page 10 of this bill, line 6. Another thing that's mentioned is House Bill 191261. That's our greenhouse gas roadmap, our greenhouse gas reductions, as it says here, the reduction goals for the state. Well, whenever we talk about greenhouse gas reduction goals, I think it's critical that we have the conversation about how are those goals actually being met. Whenever we're talking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, a lot of times the conversation comes up about fossil fuels versus electricity. In Colorado, right now, the portfolio of things that fuel our electrical grid actually produce more greenhouse gas emissions than if Colorado is using just a straight natural gas economy. That ain't my figure, that's from the Regional Air Quality Council. So whenever I see greenhouse gas reductions, I just want to make sure that that is a data-driven conversation, and that data-driven conversation understands that there is no magical panacea that's going to take us to zero emissions. We need to talk about where those emissions are going to happen, what's the best way that we can control those emissions, and acknowledging things like Colorado's electrical grid right now produces about 1,200 pounds of carbon per megawatt hour versus about 750 if it was a pure natural gas-fueled grid. So you all know I could go on and on about this, but I think I've highlighted my concerns with this, and I'll bring it back to the overarching reason that I cannot be a yes vote on this, and it's the cost to consumers. $5.4 billion in fees was imposed on Colorado consumers in 2021, specifically mentioned in this bill. This bill adds another $80 to $90 million in fees to consumers at a time where businesses are telling us that the cost of doing business in Colorado is going up. Almost half of Colorado businesses are looking at investing out of state. Consumers are telling us that Colorado is rapidly becoming an unaffordable place to live. Colorado has seen the highest rate of increase in cost of living of any state in the nation the last 2 years running. We can't maintain the infrastructure that we currently have. For all of those reasons, I think that an $80 to $90 million fee increase over the next 2 years to expand infrastructure that we already can't maintain is the wrong step. It's wrong to pass those costs on to business and consumers. It's wrong for Colorado's economy, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Man, I've missed being up here. It's been 2 days. You're welcome. Christmas came early. This bill expands the scope of the high-performance transportation enterprise to allow it to impose a congestion impact fee of $3 per day. So rental cars, my dad flies in about every 3 months, and now he's going to get taxed because he's going to be part of the congestion of Colorado. It's funny to me. $2 per day for electric rental cars because the fee is intended to fund Colorado's passenger rail projects. So we're going to tax all of us to benefit a few, because I assure you, I'm not getting on a passenger rail. I don't even go on cruises, not getting on a rail system, not paying a $3 fee because I'm not going to partake in it. Forcing private businesses to shoulder the cost, rental cars, tourism. I mean, I don't know if you guys don't know this, but a lot of people don't want to come to Denver right now. We are second least safe state. We just keep going up. We've gone from 4, we went from 10 to 4, and now we're second. So to encourage tourism, we're going to add a $3 fee for gas-powered rental cars and $2 a day for electric rental cars. That should help with our tourism. Assessing a daily fee on rental vehicles will discourage travel to our state. I mean, I try to discourage travel to our state all the time. Make it difficult for Colorado families who rely on rental cars as replacement vehicles. And I'll tell you a little story. About 4 years ago, I live on 4 acres, and somebody came down my driveway and stole my car. And my car was gone for 72 hours, and they found it. And the criminals had taken it apart, the seats, the lights, the vents, everything. And so I had to rent a car for a month that my insurance company did not help me with, so I had to pay out of pocket. So now we're going to add a $3 fee per day when all of Coloradans get their car stolen at some point, because we keep taking down the felony for stealing a car, so cars keep getting stolen. And so now...
Representative Bradley, please keep it to this bill.
Oh, it's a $3 per day. Yes, I am, because rental cars are used when your cars get stolen, so totally pertaining to the bill. If the bill intends to relieve congestion on our roads, it does not make sense to impose a fee on vehicles that make up less than 3% of all traffic on Colorado roads. So how are we funding the passenger rail system? If 3% of all traffic comes from rental vehicles, how are we making up the rest of the money? Additionally, roughly 60% of all vehicle rentals are replacement vehicles. Imposing a fee on rental vehicles serving as replacement vehicles makes no sense. And again, if, for example, an individual has their vehicle stolen, and I actually think that should be changed to when your vehicle gets stolen, because we are pretty much up there for the highest rate of theft in the country. And their insurance company provides them with a rental car as a replacement vehicle. There are no more vehicles on the road after a rental vehicle is provided them before the car was stolen. According to a CPR article on this bill, this piece of legislation is meant to provide seed money for passenger rail projects along with the Front Range and through the mountains, a statewide bus network, to name a few efforts. The goal, Democrat leaders said, is to use the money as a down payment to secure much more federal money from the recent bipartisan infrastructure package. And I'm just looking at the fiscal note, and I would love to know where the money tree is, because I have had to take down my bills I stripped 2 bills of the appropriation. One I got down to $100,000, but somehow we're going to come up with $28.5 million in the first fiscal year and $58.2 million in the second fiscal year, and I just want to know where that tree is. So next year when I pass bills, I can pull some money from that tree. Rental cars in Colorado could come with an extra cost, like we talked about, $3 a day. $50 million would just be a 20% down payment of the total project cost. Goes on and on. I think the good representative has already gone over this. And since the good senator is here, I'll quote what he said. He expressed concerns that the bill would expand government and impose a daily fee on rental cars in our state with the aim of using these funds to build a new multi-billion-dollar train network across the Front Range. With the idea of Front Range Metro Rail might seem attractive to some, the people of Colorado cannot afford to foot the bill for such a project, especially during the ongoing affordability crisis. And $3 a day might not seem like a lot, but my car was stolen for a month, and $3 a day is $100. And if people in this body don't think $100 is a lot of money, then maybe you're picking from the money tree that I have no idea where it is. I think y'all have held it a secret. There is a money tree somewhere in this building. $100 a day is too much. Our constituents have said, we're tired of being taxed. Now we've changed it to fees. They're tired of being feed to death. Let's go back to the drawing board. We don't need more fees to better the lives of Coloradans. We need relief. Put it out to the voters. Let the voters decide. And I think in the spirit of Friday, and because this has been kind of a rough morning, I am going to move L107 to Senate Bill 184 and ask for it to be displayed.
Members, you've heard the motion of Amendment L107. We're waiting for it to be properly displayed. It is. Representative Bradley to the amendment.
Thank you. I want to give a shout out to our good governor. Since this is his bill, I want to rename this title to Concerning the Governor Who Likes to Use Taxpayer Money to Play with Choo-Choo Trains. And I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L107? Representative Basenecker.
Please vote no.
All right, seeing no further discussion on amendment. All right. The question is the adoption of Amendment L107. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. Okay. Members, we're going to go into a brief recess. Members, the committee will come back to order. All right, taking it back up. The question is the adoption of L107. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All right. I'm going to ask for a little bit of quiet too, please. All those in favor of Amendment L107, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may all be seated and or lower your hand. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing and keep it raised in one place until the count is taken. You may lower your hand and or be seated. Amendment L107 is lost. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
All right. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make sure that I should be speaking to the bill.
To the bill.
To the bill. All right, I've tried that a few times. Okay, so to the bill. There is just so much here. 37 pages, and of course, references to something else, lots of double underlines, lots of changes. The funny thing is what I don't ever see with this is a plan. What I do get out of it is sketching through this because, again, we're approaching bill number 700 out of the 500 allocated for the year. And so getting through 37 pages is a little bit of a chore sometimes. So my apologies to the people of Colorado. Sometimes we have to figure out what's in these bills on the fly. Otherwise, we pass these bills to find out what's in these bills, and then you pay the bills. So I've lived in Europe and I've lived in New York City, and they had train systems, and they worked, and they were good, and they had some merit. Now, the thing is that when those train systems were built, they had a track record of doing things well. Our current government structure is characterized by failure and cost overruns. So, and my previous colleague gave the example of that we're $5.5 billion, and I've been waiting for it because I thought I was going to be able to take the train from Castle Rock to the airport. And that has not materialized yet. So that, as he said, fast tracks was delayed from a 2017 promise finished to a 2050. So I think we should give the people of Colorado whom we represent, I think we should give them some grace perhaps in why they are skeptical of the government accomplishing anything. And instead of optimizing our competencies in government, what we do is we expand our incompetencies into other areas. And what government needs to do is it needs to fix what's under its purview before expanding into other areas. So I did look this up in terms of tax, because that tax is the heart of the bill. And the tax is a compulsory contribution to state revenue levied by the government on the income or business profits. So it is a compulsory contribution. I think is a little bit of a euphemism because it's a compulsory extraction, really, because it's not being compulsory, it's not really a contribution. That's like saying refund and giving the money to somebody else. Those don't really match. It also means a strain or a heavy demand. So what this bill is it's putting an additional strain or heavy demand on the people of Colorado. Now, anytime, like if you tax a motor, if you tax something, you put a strain or a heavy demand on it, then usually you want to accomplish something. Like if you tax your motor by pulling a trailer, you're pulling the trailer. If you tax your motor by just tying it to a stump, you're not accomplishing anything. This is the latter. This is just tax for absolutely no purpose. So a fee is a payment to a professional person or to a professional or public body in exchange for services, advice or services. This train is not providing advice, and it is not providing services. So, and when you're putting a fee, if you're putting a fee on a rental car, well, actually, you're just saying it's a fee.
Representative DeGraff, please continue.
Thank you. So it's not really by definition a fee, because a fee is a payment made to a professional or a person or a public body in exchange for goods or services. And what you're doing is you're not actually providing a service. You're actually just providing a tax. You're putting a load on something that is already there. So the misnomer of calling it a fee is first and foremost deceptive. So again, I did like the train reference. I thought the pet reference was good. Also, my son at one point wanted a spiny hedgehog, and he thought that would be a great pet. And at some point, you got to talk the children down and say, you know, you can't have that. It's just not. And while the train was a good, the choo-choo was a good, and I think serious as should be for this bill, is that The governor wants like a full-blown stallion, like a racehorse, and his hamster keeps dying. You need to be able to at least keep the hamster alive before you jump into racehorses and thoroughbreds. And the hamster just keeps dying. We have a transit system that keeps dying. We put an additional $24 million per year. We had to put $30 million into this mass transit system per year. Madam Majority Leader, you're going to have to get it together. We've just put $30 million a year into our transit system because nobody wants to ride it. And guess what happens when you put $30 million into a transit system and you make it free for a month? People want to ride it less. We have a problem where drivers don't want to drive it because of the crime that's involved. So if you want to have mass transit, what you do, if you want to have that thoroughbred horse, keep the dumb hamster alive for a few weeks. Make that transit system work where people go, you know what, I would really like to ride transit. It's safe, it's clean, it's effective, it's fast. It's not clean, it's not effective, it's not fast, and it's not safe. So why are we putting more money into it? Why are we putting more money into it? We talked about this. We have this pipe dream around these climate goals. We don't know what the climate goals are. We don't know what they're trying to achieve. Goals typically achieve something. Nobody will tell me what they're trying to achieve. Goals are usually measurable. This is not measurable. So it's not really a goal. It's just some ethereal thing that is, well, it's about as ethereal as the carbon dioxide. So one of the things I noted here is, traveling around a lot. New York. I lived in New York City. I lived in Europe for a little while. I also went back and forth. Chicago had a really cool train that went from the international terminal to the main terminal, and I thought it was really interesting. When I got there on weekdays, there was a sign that said, "This train runs on weekends only." And then I thought, oh, interesting. And then I landed there. We flew in from Mexico, and I landed there, went through customs, and got there, and it was a weekend, so I thought, I'm good. I have the train. I don't have to go wait 45 minutes for the bus to take me all the way around. And when I got there, the sign said, operates on weekdays, but not weekends. So that's mass transit. It just wasn't working any time, so they just turned the sign around to say when it wasn't working. So this is what we're going to emulate. We have a system that we said was going to be in place by 2017, and now we're saying maybe it'll be in 2050. Why do the people of Colorado not trust you? Because your stupid hamster keeps dying. No horse for you. So we have these pet projects. Keep one pet project alive, and don't try to buy a zoo. You can't take care of a zoo. All right, we have a congestion impact fee. This is a tax. It's a tax on the economy. It's an attack on the economy. And here's one of the things over here. Let's look at a few pages down the road in over here. Oh, here's all of the MIT stuff. And they're smart people, MIT. Not as smart as Columbia, but they're smart. Well, I don't know. Columbia's kind of gone off the rails. So anyways, based on Urban Mobility Report, Texas A&M. I thought it was MIT. It's Texas A&M. My bad. Transportation Institute, the annual cost of traffic congestion, which takes into account the cost of wasted fuel, consumption, and travel delays. The Denver metropolitan alone was $2.394 billion in 2019, which comes out to $1,263 per passenger, per commuter. Well, okay, that's some money. But we're looking at how long, but time is money. Money is time. And let's say if you just only worked in Denver 200 days out of a year, it's probably 250 if you actually work in Denver. Yeah, I think we work in Denver. I think I work in Denver 500 days out of the year. It feels like it. Anyways, you take that 200 days per year, and then you take that $1,263, what do you get? You get $6 per day. Now, if you save like a typical business professional in this city, that's, I don't know what's the average salary in this city for a lot of the workers here, but it's more than 15, it's got to be at least $15 an hour, and it's costing you $6 per day, your time is worth at least $15 an hour. Now, if you have to take the bus and you have to go and you have to get on this, this boson mass transit, lumbering slowly in the wrong direction, just like our government, it's going to take you several hours longer to get where you're going. If it takes an hour, if it takes you an additional 20 minutes. And that's why people drive cars. People drive cars because they don't want to walk a quarter or a half a mile to work or to the bus stop, wait for the bus, get on the bus, sit through every stop, and then plus a few extra as people want to get off early, finally get to where they're going so that they have to walk another half a mile to where they're going, and then retrace those steps, lumbering slowly in the wrong direction. Slow-moving traffic jam. I forgot that. Because each bus, when you look at them, they have about, I don't know, when I see them, they have about 5 people on them. So that's why they're not cost effective. That's why they're subsidized at $2 per passenger mile. So what's the solution of the legislature is not to just grow, it's to think about growing by screwing up the zoning, by upping the zoning to 40 units, 40 housing areas.
Representative Graff, please keep your comments to this bill.
Well, it is because the bill talks about smart, dense, transit-oriented development. Smart, dense, transit-oriented development. Now, there is an acronym called SMART, and I looked that up, and it's specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Okay, none of this bill is smart, none of it is specific, it's all vagary, none of it is measurable, certainly not measured. It talks about goals, climate goals, doesn't say what those are or what they'll achieve. Achievable, you can't achieve it, and the achievement factor of this bill has gone from a metric of saying we're going to have it completed in 2017 with $5.5 billion of the taxpayer dollars, which divided by, let's see, 5.5 billion, let's just round that up to 6 because the math is a little bit easier. So 6 divided by 4 million citizens, that's an additional $1,500 per citizen. So the citizens of Colorado, at the cost of $1,500 per voter, promised a section of railway between, I think, like, I don't know, it's like Westwood, and I have to go back and look at where this is in the bill, but between Union Station. So this small area of railway that benefits people enough to be subsidized at over $2 per passenger mile is costing every single person in Colorado $1,500 per year. I just think you ought to show some sort of achievement for $1,500 a year. Like maybe you kept that hamster alive for a couple weeks. Maybe you got that train done. But you haven't finished the train, so you haven't finished the train that was promised. You haven't achieved the goal that was promised. So why would Colorado expect that you're going to do anything other with their money than what has already been done, which is effectively nothing? A plan would not be just, it wouldn't be just a single map. It wouldn't be a single map of this is what transit could look like. It would be a plan where we could flip through it like a JBC document that says the line is going to go from here to here in phase 1. It's going to achieve this. Phase 2 is going to be this and this and this. That's what the plan would be. Not a, here's one PDF that we cycle around maybe it's going to be that, and I don't even know because this doesn't delineate a plan. This delineates a way to tax to get somebody to maybe think about making a plan. So again, your hourly cost, if it's $1,263 per commuter at 200 days per year, is $6 per day. Now, that probably explains why there's still so many cars in the parking lot when there's a bus station right across the street. Because I noticed that all the legislators in this building value their time more at $6 per day. Now, maybe some from Colorado Springs take Mustang up. I don't know. That'd be pretty awesome. It's actually a pretty cost-effective way to do it when you look at it, about $12.50 per day, $25 round trip. It's actually very cost-effective. It's cheaper than the wear and tear on your tires and gas, so it is good. It does lack flexibility, but it's a good system. But I think that's a private system, which does not surprise me at all. So what I don't see is a plan here. This is talking about that it is going to achieve our goals. Smart, dense, transit-oriented system needs high capacity mass transit to help. This is a build it and they will come. Actually, it's not even build it and they will come. It's a screw up the zoning to make it possible that they come, and maybe that would benefit, maybe that would make, if they all did, maybe that would make mass transit cost effective, but if they don't, mass transit will not only be no more cost effective, and if you look at the actual studies of our housing that is supposedly driving the need for that, Colorado Springs is in a glut, Denver is approaching a glut. The anticipation is that the bubble bursts around the end of this year, maybe around the end of next year for Denver. The bubble bursts, you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have the build. If you don't have the build, you don't have the basis for the transit, and now you've just done everything and for absolutely no reason. So if this was smart, instead of just an ideal, instead of just a dream, what we would do is you would make the mass transit work. Make the mass transit work. Maybe that means smaller buses. Maybe that means smaller trains. Something that works. But the problem is that a government entity with a proven record of failure is not going to be trusted with the creativity to actually make something work. Because we have a system. We talked about this with our school bill the other day. When you fail and the solution for failure is more money, what you're doing is you're incentivizing failure. When you have a mass transit system that spends $5 billion a year and then has to take a slip from a completion date of 2017 and slide it out to 2050, what you have done is you have said, the faster you fail, the more money we'll give you. You have incentivized failure. Now, no, this should not be a question to anybody that if you monetarily incentivize failure, you will get more failure. This bill monetizes failure. This is the monetization of failure. It's not necessarily that's a bad idea. I think the train going back and forth, that would be fantastic, but you're monetizing a system of failure. Give the system a chance to succeed, and giving it a chance to succeed is going to be something that you need to monetize, you need to incentivize success, not failure. Northwest Rail. Fixed guideway corridor, first phase of the rail legislative declarations. Oh, here it is, between Union Station and Longmont, which was promised as a part of the district's fast track transit program approved by the voters of the district in 2004. Okay, so that's the start date of the 2004, and as my colleague said, was supposed to be done in 2017 with $5.5 billion, so let's see. 2017 from 2004, that's 13 years, and now we've pushed it out. Oh, we've increased that timeline by about 300%. We've increased the timeline by 300%. And here's what this bill is supposed to do. It is supposed to help rebuild confidence. Madam Majority Leader. You know what would help rebuild confidence in your mass transit system? Success. Build a mass transit system that is safe, clean, effective, that people will get on it. Keep that hamster alive for a few weeks. Don't ask the taxpayers to give you a thoroughbred racehorse. Am I right? Don't ask for a thoroughbred racehorse if you can't keep the hamster alive. Every effort should be made to secure sufficient funding. You told the people of Colorado that $5.5 billion was sufficient funding. You told the people of Colorado that $1,500 per taxpayer of people that were never going to ride on the train because they are from so far out away, you told them that that would be a value added of $1,500. Help rebuild confidence, get that train made. Every effort should be made to be secure funding. Well, the only effort that I don't see being made here to secure that funding is actually success, an actual successful program. Make it successful, and then they will come. You're doing everything to make an unsuccessful program and then want billions of dollars for it. Now, another effort that you could make would be to reduce the hydrocarbon restrictions, because we've already talked about that just to meet the demands in this totalitopia. There you go, Mr. Chair. That in order to meet the demand now, we need 50,000 more acres of fuel, of solar panels. Now you need 50,000 acres of solar panels if you have a hydrocarbon backup. If you don't have a hydrocarbon backup, which is what everybody thinks that we have, now you need 10 times that number of acres. So 50,000 would be to do that. 150,000 would be to make it if you had and you need 500,000 to meet the demand if you want to have this utopia where there is no, and
Representative DeGraff, I've been giving you a lot of latitude, and I appreciate the actual math that's going on in your head about how much solar panels we need, but would like you to bring it back to this bill and kind of the issue. You have been, but I want you to really plant it firmly back in this bill. Stick to this, please.
when this bill dies, no, kill this hamster. Believe me, I'm not up here for my health. I would rather be many other
For the
places.
hamsters.
So this is all to this bill states specifically that it is to these carbon goals. Now, the carbon goals, and it does specifically mention the carbon goals in this bill, and I think it's important to tell people what the carbon goals are, because the carbon goals, if in Colorado, you could reduce by 0.125 gigatons, 1/8 of 1 gigaton. There are over 3,200 gigatons in the atmosphere. That means the most you can do for the greenhouse gas effect, no matter what you do, no matter how many unicorns you decide to put on this bill, you can affect, Colorado has the effect, can have the, not even really have that effect of 40 parts per million of less than 10%. So, and that's why these carbon goals, these greenhouse gas goals are not printed in here, because if you actually see them in print, they are ridiculous. I think I figured out with the help of my friend that it's equivalent of 1 drop per 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools filled with drops. Is that correct, sir? Very good. I appreciate that confirmation from our resident climate justice warrior. So, 1 drop in 20 swimming pools full of drops. That's your climate effect. 40 parts per million of less than 10%. So Colorado, these $5.5 billion for a very small railway, they don't even have 40 parts per million of less than 10%. They have a fraction, a small fraction of that 40 millions. But that's what's being charged for you. So this is not even asking, this bill isn't asking for a racehorse. This bill is asking for a pet unicorn. A glitter-powered unicorn, traveling on the rainbow of good intentions. So, there's a lot more in this bill. It doesn't get any better. Because overall, and with all due respect to the sponsors,
Representative Graff, just want to caution a little care because whenever anyone starts a sentence with all due respect, usually it's not. So continue.
does it help
please.
if I say bless your heart?
No, Representative
Okay,
Graff.
not bless your heart or due respect. I appreciate the intentions of this bill. I would think a train system, and I've been waiting for a train system, but ultimately I'm not spending my money. I'm not spending my money, and I don't get to spend any money, but you're not spending your own money, you're spending the money of Coloradans. And you need to be able to show Coloradans what they're getting. What they've gotten so far is a bill for $1,500 and a train that goes nowhere. What you're asking for is something like $80 or $90 billion and a promise. And one of the things that I wrote on here also is that, previous legislation, and my colleague that was here before mentioned it, the previous legislation that you've done really threatens to make rail transportation in this state non-viable to begin with. When you're talking about the potential of hundreds of thousands of dollars of fines for equipment, to mandate equipment that was previously installed voluntarily to help ensure the success rate of a very profitable and overall very safe. Of course, anytime a train goes off the rails, you hear about it. But that doesn't account for the millions and millions and millions of miles that happens successfully. Now, of course, if you're going to do fuel, your better option is pipeline. That's usually blocked by special interest, but that's not to the bill. So you have, and why were all those fines imposed on the railway that's going to make this bill even less viable, even this train system
Representative
even
Graff,
less
please
viable?
stick to this bill. I've been giving you a lot of latitude. Please speak to this bill.
Well, that money was going to this railway, this front line railway, so the fees from that.
That is a separate bill. Please speak. If you want to speak to a fee structure, speak to this bill. This is my last statement on that matter.
Okay. So the funding for this bill, wherever the money would come from to pay for the frontline railroad, because the $3 passenger fee is not going to do it. When you're looking at maybe raising $74 million, and you have to get to $80 or $90 billion. Let's see. So let's say if you raised that $74 million, and what would normally happen with that $74 million if it just came? And of course, over 50% of that, or I think about 60% of that, is from the citizens of Colorado. It's not dead yet. 60% of that money comes from the citizens of Colorado. But let's just say it all came in. Let's just say it all came in from outside of Colorado. What would normally happen with that $74 million that people are bringing in? Let's see. If they're coming here for tourist reasons and they're renting a vehicle and they're here to spend money, what would happen to that $74 million? That $74 million would go into the economy. So instead, we're looking at taking $74 million per year. And of course, that was one math. That's $74 million per year. To get to $1 billion, you need to do that. You need to do that 10 years in a row. You need to do it about 12 years. In order to get $90 billion, you need about 100 years. In about 100 years, this project that is not specified, that really doesn't have any specification. So I think I'm really hoping that the sponsors of this bill will decide that maybe they can let the glitter-powered unicorn just stay as a dream for someday. Fix the transit system that we have now, make it effective, make it work, build the confidence of the citizens of Colorado, make it effective instead of a slow-moving traffic jam lumbering slowly in the wrong direction and pretending to be concerned about ozone. So, thank you.
Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, I heard this bill in committee and did just want to come down here and say a few things about this bill. I certainly have always loved the idea of rail and railroads. I am one of those individuals that have ridden trains at different times, never one fell swoop of a ride, from Quebec City down to South Carolina, and then from Washington, D.C. and New York through Chicago to Denver, and then San Francisco. And being able to see our great country via rail definitely is very nostalgic. It's easy. You can sit back. As long as you don't have a schedule you're trying to keep, riding trains are fun. But I will say there are elements about this particular bill that I do have troubles with. And I would love to get there, but I can't, and I'll tell you why. It's because our cities have changed. And no longer do we have cities have a heart with a train station, tracks that still lead right into the heart of the city, and your train station and hotels and restaurants immediately outside that train station. Instead, what has happened over the years is the owner of the rail line that also would have owned the train station, a lot of those have been sold off. And even if a right-of-way still may exist, it could be that it's under other infrastructure, under buildings. And so now to be able to remove that to install rail lines once again means using the power of eminent domain. And I can tell you that certainly for passenger rail, that would never be done by a company like Union Pacific. When it comes to industrial rail, that might be slightly different. But certainly here, we're not going to recreate what has already been pulled out. Plus, we can't really afford it. To be able to spend the billions of dollars, it's not going to be millions, but billions, to put in the track and the stations and to recreate what would have existed back in Colorado in the 1890s is almost impossible to do with the limited tax dollars that we have, and it would be irresponsible to do. So that's why I'm going to be a no vote here. There already is limited routes where train does exist. Perhaps bolstering those a bit more is in order. People also love their cars way too much, and our cities have built up around the automobile, and they will continue to drive, and that will continue to be the main mode of transportation. And we should be working instead on making our highways safer by having better roadways that are paved and not full of potholes. Thank you.
Any further, Representative Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reiterate the need for a no vote on this bill. We had 17 amendments, not a single discussion on any of those amendments. It came from the first floor. This bill came from the first floor with stakeholding in a silo. I would ask that we actually do some work and do some collaboration on this. I know that's talked about a lot, but it seems to rarely happen, especially on bills like this. And ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 24-184? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 24-184. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 24-184 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 24-190. The committee will be in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 175.
Y'all have heard the motion. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 175.
Senate Bill 175 by Senators Fields and Buckner, also Representatives McLaughlin and Judah, concerning measures to improve perinatal health outcomes and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Joda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations and Health and Human Services Committee reports and the bill, SB 116.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we were great. They allocated some nice money, and in Health and Human Services, we had one amendment, L004. Do I need to?
Representative Jodo, please give me 1 second. Members, maybe a haiku will help you out here. I've warned you once. Are you asking me for twice? Please do the right thing. Let's keep it down, please. Representative Jodo, continue.
Go ahead.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L004 addresses some of the concerns related to the potential state defrayal of doula coverage.
Members, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you. This encourages the use of doula services for all pregnant patients by requiring large employer health plans to cover services to the same extent as Medicaid. DORA will submit a state defrayal determination to the Federal Department of Health and Human Services for other state-regulated plans with parameters. Doulas are women who guide and support their patients during labor and are often the essential key to improved birth outcomes.
Representative Joda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill also sets to foster a relationship with CDPHE and the Perinatal Quality Collaboration to create a perinatal health quality improvement engagement program to distribute grants to select hospitals to meet the mandates. They will also track implementation of the recommendations of the Colorado Maternal Mortality Review Committee, implement their own initiatives to improve maternal mortality and morbidity, and will address the discrepancies in care. And then an annual report are also mandated. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, no, I don't necessarily want you to leave. I just had a question, because I didn't have time to pull the bill. And then what exactly is the definition of perinatal, or, well, you pronounced it correctly, so however I'm pronouncing it wrong. But what prenatal, what is the time frame that we're discussing on the term perinatal?
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is pre-birth, like a pregnancy up to about 1 or 2 years old.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 24-175? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. We heard this bill in committee, Health and Human Services. It has a $1.3 million allocation for the doulas, which I think is another way of saying midwives in sunny old England, a midwife. And I do, and during committee I did hear testimony, and I do appreciate that we have a great concern for those little babies that haven't been born yet. Those little babies in the womb that are little living creatures, that little children, and we want a positive outcome. Improving the prenatal health outcomes for those women that carry those babies in the womb. I cannot overemphasize that point and the importance in this bill for positive outcomes for those babies as they come to life. Now, I don't know if any of my colleagues, oh, I see that snacks are coming out, so I doubt my colleagues are going to speak on this.
Representative Holtorf, to the bill, please. To the bill.
Yes. Since we have snacks out, I don't
Representative
think any other colleagues
Holtorf
will be coming.
This is my second time to the bill. I'm not interested in your observations about snacks or anything else. Please speak to the bill.
Thank you. It was distracting me, Mr. Chair, so I've got to refocus on the bill. So, I am going and still in strong support of this. And I thank the bill sponsors for making every effort for those children who are waiting for their best first birthday, and we help those women to have their babies using this midwife and or doula concept. Midwife, same thing. I think it's synonymous. No, not synonymous. The bill sponsors will have to explain why it doesn't have any synonymousness. Because I was under the impression that it did, but it may not. But I continue to support and will support this bill because anything we can do to protect those unborn children, those living little babies that deserve a right to life, a right to live so that mother can have that child in a successful birthing outcome is precious. Thank you.
Representative Joda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members. We really understand the importance of this bill, and we want to thank everyone for their support. We all very much understand the importance of healthy and safe babies, but also what it means to have a healthy pregnancy as well. So with that, we very much urge and ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 24-175. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 24-175 has passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 24-190.
Senate Bill 190 by Senator Roberts, also Representatives Lukens and McCluskey, concerning economic measures related to coal transition communities and in connection therewith, creating an income tax credit for qualified costs incurred in the use of certain freight rail lines, creating an income tax credit for qualified costs incurred in the maintenance, operation, and improvement of certain rail lines, expanding the Rural Opportunity Office's duties in relation to coal transition communities, allowing coal transition communities to qualify as enterprise zones and enhanced rural enterprise zones, restricting the length of contracts that allow use of the Moffett Tunnel, restricting the ability to purchase real property interests of the Moffett Tunnel Improvement District, and making an appropriation.
Phew. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 190.
To the bill.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Lukens.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 190 is focusing on rail and our coal transitioning communities. I have two coal transitioning communities in my district, Craig and Hayden, and this bill is one piece of the puzzle when we are talking about mountain rail in northwest Colorado. So this bill will leverage more freight demand for rail. It will maintain our rail infrastructure. It will call specific attention to the state's Tier 1 transition communities like mine, as well as Morgan County, Pueblo County, Montrose County, and then Moffett, Rio Blanco, and Routt counties in my district. And it creates a strategic partnership between CDOT and OEDIT to leverage its new tax credits and new business consulting services to maximize economic development opportunities along existing rail lines. We will be asking for a yes vote on Senate Bill 190.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to my co-prime sponsor, who is bringing forward this bill for the western slope of our great state, and certainly to communities that have been significantly impacted by the coal transition. Specifically, the bill creates two buckets for Tier 1 coal transitioning communities. The first of these tax credits is a $5 million annual freight rail tax credit designed to incentivize new activity along the freight corridor, thereby ensuring the continued viability of these rail lines. The second $5 million, an annual operator tax credit, is also designed to help maintain access to places in northwest Colorado. Navigating the energy transition presents complex challenges for the varying communities across our state. Ensuring that both rural and urban communities have the necessary tools to undergo such a just transition is truly imperative. We have to ensure our rural communities have every opportunity to thrive throughout the coming energy transition, maintaining rail lines, encouraging economic diversification, attracting new and vibrant employers, and employing strategic business consulting will certainly help confirm and convey that transition. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 190.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 190? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. Members, I'm a co-sponsor on this bill because it's good for the Western Slope. It's good for the folks that are over there that are in the process of transitioning out of coal. Giving them an opportunity to use those freight lines, again, for other freight, will be good for them. We need to keep as many options open as we possibly can. These are the kind of legislation that we should be running, particularly as we start to try making these transitions. Whether or not that's right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm not here to discuss. I'm here to talk about the rail lines. The communities over there need this. They need to keep those options open. There are some opportunities for us on the Western Slope that some of you may not be aware of, and we want to keep those options open. So this is one of those bills that I would ask you to vote yes on.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear this in committee, but I have heard these type of bills in committee before, and you know, it's sad that we have ran these industries out of these communities, but for us to come back and try to make some part of that right is the right thing to do. This is good legislation. It's a good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and thank you. So I did hear this there we go. I heard this bill in committee and had great conversations with the sponsors. I love what they're bringing, the ideas, and as you heard from a couple of my colleagues, trying to get industry and economic development back into not only the various manufacturing and shipping sectors, but the small businesses that are in these communities. We're trying to do a lot of revitalization. Discussions with OEDIT on economic development and a return on investment, I like. Some of the things I don't like, and I brought this up to the sponsors, was how we were doing some of the tax credits. So to have a discussion here, I move Amendment L010 and request that it be properly displayed.
Members, you've heard the motion. We're waiting for it to be properly displayed. It is properly displayed. Representative Hartsook to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the things, and when you're doing economic development, we kind of want to have stability that's going out there. And I understand up front where we want to get this money front-loaded and get a concentration of that to generate the development that we're looking at. But the purpose for this amendment here is so we can carry some of that forward versus everything hitting all at once. The point here on this amendment of what we're trying to do is give more long-term stability to the businesses as they're developing their business plan to keep things moving forward. That way it's not just a single one-time tax credit that they get, but they can carry different percentages forward depending on their business model and what they're doing, because they're not all going to be the same. They're going to have different models, different business goals and objectives. So in that vein, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Douglas County for bringing this this amendment forward. Colleagues, I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask for a no vote on L10. We have discussed at length about refundability. Refundability allows companies to monetize the credit more directly, and this is a critical tool for our businesses that are capital intensive, especially in places like Craig and Hayden. We are trying to incentivize any businesses to come to Craig and Hayden, these coal transitioning communities where their main business, the coal plant, is shutting down. And so this is a key part of the diversifying of our economy in Northwest Colorado, which is why I will respectfully be asking for a no vote on L10.
Is there any further discussion on amendment L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L010. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that one didn't work, so let's look at a different angle here. one of the things, and then we're sitting here in the seat just before we got this bill up to start talking about, was to focus on the different communities. So this bill is zeroed in on Tier 1, what is defined as the Tier 1 industries, the Tier 1 businesses, which I think is a great idea. When we were having this discussion in finance, I thought this was great. I asked about Tier 2, and the short answer was we don't have enough money. Yet OEDA was talking about the return on investment, how we could get things going. And then my question was, well, then why can we not share that wealth across both Tier 1 and Tier 2? We can prioritize Tier 1. We can give the majority to Tier 1. But leaving out the Tier 2 communities, I don't think was the right thing to do when we're talking about revitalization. If we're looking at rail across these different sectors and these communities that have been impacted, then I think we need to consider both Tier 1 and Tier 2 businesses and the industries. Therefore, I move L011 and request that it be properly displayed.
Members, you've heard the motion. We are waiting for the amendment to be properly displayed. It is properly displayed. Representative Hartsook to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on this amendment, it's very simple. It simply adds the Tier 2 industries. And in so doing of adding those Tier 2 industries, I think we open up a greater economic development out there. We open up a greater share of the market where we can get revitalization going. We can get more return on our investments across a broader spectrum that's out there. And I understand that there's a limited pot of money to start with. Got it. But if the sale of this, if the purpose of this whole bill is economic development, and if we are going to say that Tier 1 is important, but Tier 2 is not near as important, I don't think that's correct. I don't think we should be doing that. We can prioritize by shifting of money, but I do think we should include the Tier 2 in this economic development. And I would request an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again to my colleague from Douglas County for bringing another amendment. I want to first note that I am always interested in supporting Tier 2 transitioning communities as well. The coal transitioning communities in our state, including two of the towns in my district that are Tier 1 transitioning communities, I have seen firsthand how they are hurting and they need support in diversifying their economies as well. However, this bill has been extensively stakeholdered and focused on Tier 1 transitioning communities. We want to focus on our Tier 1 transitioning communities that are most acutely affected, which is why this bill is focusing on those Tier 1 transitioning communities. But also there are sections within the bill that focus on the Rural Opportunity Office, and the Rural Opportunity Office is supportive of all of our coal transitioning communities. So there are sections of the bill that do support our Tier 2 transitioning communities, which is why I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote on L11. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L011, the question before us is a passage of L011. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L011 is lost. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate that from the sponsors. We were having some really good discussions. And what I would ask is that we can continue having these discussions not only over the Tier 2, but in the allocation of how we keep revitalizing these communities. I think we need to look at more than just Tier 1. I don't want the Tier 2 to get lost in the allocation of money and then become forgotten. I think that's what has happened in the past up there, and that's why we're at where we are now. And it's easier if we keep the economic development going, then we reach a certain point where it becomes very hard to make a comeback from. And that would be my concern with the Tier 2 communities and industries, is that we wait too long to look at how we do revitalization and how OEDIT would look at them and get more money back in the community. Because I will argue, and I'm sure the people would agree, if you live in a Tier 2 community, your job in your community is just as important as anyone who lives and works in Tier 1. And in so doing, I think we need to learn how to strike that balance. Because if the focus of this is that revitalization and that that growth of business, which I think is a great way to do things, growing businesses, because then the businesses will employ people, they pay more revenue, there's more commerce that's going through on the rail, more industry where they do manufacturing. But the businesses will decide that. The businesses, it will be incumbent upon them to develop whatever else they need to as an offshoot. And then you'll see the other main streets and other small businesses that will be the secondary and tertiary benefactors of that rail coming through. And I do not want us to forget in that process the tier 2 communities and industries that are out there, that they get lost in that shuffle, because that does not help the whole community at large. It then concentrates that focus only on tier 1. So I would ask that we keep that discussion going for tier 2, and we look at further developments on that sector. Thank you.
Any further discussion on amendment? Oh. Okay, any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Oh, Representative DeGraff.
I just want to make sure we were speaking to the bill so I didn't get reprimanded again. So I don't have a title for this. I think a good title would be, this is triage for a governor-inflicted mortal wound. This is a wound on our communities, and it's a voluntary wound. And it's a wound that has no point whatsoever. To quote here, the impending closure of these coal-fired plants, coal mines, and supply chain businesses in the coal transition communities, as defined by that statute, threatens to cause significant loss of high-quality jobs, economic activity, and property, and other tax revenue in these communities. These closures will threaten the economic security of the coal workers and the families who have helped power Colorado's prosperity for generations. And so what Colorado has told them is, well, you should just transition. You should just go into a different line of work. Just get out of coal and maybe get into some of their computer programming. Something. And why? Have they asked why? Have you told these communities why? That you're taking their, and what are we going to give them? So some things that I'm curious about, because there's this tax credit for up to 75% of the direct operating capital improvements necessary. So let's just say that takes up 75% of the shipping costs or whatever that is required by train. 75%. Well, that means automatically that everything costs 25% more. So now you have a community that everything is going to cost 25% more, probably at least. You've got an entire property structure where people certainly aren't going to be moving in. People aren't going to be sticking around. And so what do you have? Now maybe you'll get a little bedroom community out there where people want to get away from the mass density housing of 20 units per, and they'll move out to these places, but you've created a housing surplus, and so these nest eggs that people have had, the equity that everybody wants to see, the equity in their homes, when the governor told them to just transition into something else, I just can't think of a more dismissive thing to say than just transition. Just do something different. Just go away. Thank you for all of those years of life-threatening work that you did for us. That's why it was high-paying. Thank you for making it so successful. Thank you for keeping us warm. Now just transition to something else. And why? Because we want to pave the Eastern Plains with about 2 million acres of solar panels that are made of coal from China. Because we want 2 reduce the temperature by 40 millionths of less than 10%. So for those communities that you were told to just transition, you should know that the contribution and your misery and your pain that's being inflicted on you voluntarily is just for nothing. I mean, 40 divided by a million, 10%, that's a lot of zeros. So you can pretty much round it to net zero. Your pain is just for nothing. It's for the body, it's for this room here and the room below us to chase rainbow-powered unicorns. Hamsters, no hamsters. This is a purely glitter-powered this is glitter-powered unicorns on the rain.
Representative DeGraff, let's bring it back to the bill.
That was the sponsor's fault, ma'am. I felt that she deserved the respect of answering her question directly. My bad. I won't let that happen again.
We will take care of her later. To the bill.
It was nice knowing you. Rail transportation and freight are critical components of the coal transition community's transportation system. So here we got this transportation system that we want to build. They have it there. We're going to kill it. Because you also have the previous legislation that I know it's not to this bill specifically, but they all do tie together, of increasing the voluntary sensors by over 400%. And if you don't have those sensors in place, you could lose hundreds of thousands of dollars per day in order to fund the Denver Railroad. So you should just transition and you should just give your money to Denver. So Colorado, you should know that your energy prices are going up. These communities are being crippled. You're subsidizing these communities with, which is to the bill, which is specifically to the fiscal note, over $8 million per year. $8 million per year for a self-inflicted wound to accomplish absolutely nothing other than the virtue preening of the General Assembly. That's the math. That's why we wanted a climate certificate earlier, so people would be climate literate. We should have some in this room. $8 million a year, Colorado. Property for the Moffett District. The office shall make preliminary determinations. There's 27 pages. 27 pages of triage for the self-inflicted wound that will accomplish absolutely nothing, to dismissively tell the people in these coal communities that have kept Colorado alive to just transition. I can't think of any more dismissive way to treat the citizens of Colorado than the insult of bills like this by the General Assembly.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Excuse me, Representative Soper, can you repeat that?
I just said it's an honor to serve with you.
And it's an honor to serve with you. Bien sûr.
Thank you. Members, I rise in support of this bill, but definitely wanted to make clear why this bill and the last bill have differences. Number one, it really does support our tourism economy that we have in Colorado. Currently, tourism is the second biggest economic driver in our great state. It also means that we can support communities that are taking a big hit by no longer having coal mining or coal-fired power plants like Craig, for example. And the state needs to do all we can to help places like Craig and Hayden, because it was our actions that left those towns economically devastated. And to be able to do something like bringing in rail, that's part of it. The other thing that I was mentioning over here on the side is we also need to think more towards the future, which is over in Europe, they definitely have train cars that are great for tourism. They have lots of windows. They highlight the beauty of the Swiss Alps, for example, or the Italian Dolomites. And to be able to have those types of cars in Colorado means that we can start that network of mountain communities. And as we get more and more congestion on I-70, which I drive every week or twice a week sometimes, I can tell you that's only going to get worse because Colorado has been discovered. And people will come to Denver and the I-25 corridor, but why they really come here is not for the job they may have in the city. They come here for our beautiful mountains. And the ability to relieve some of the pressure on the limited transportation structures that we already have in place is important. Because we're not going to widen all of I-70 going through the mountains. We'll do some adjustments over the next 5 years on Floyd's Hill, for example. But we're never going to create the lanes that we actually need going through the mountains. Plus, as far as the east-west routes that we have in Colorado, we're actually very limited. There's not that many. And so access to the mountains is already incredibly limited. And to be able to have more access to the mountains and to disperse the population that wants to enjoy the mountains, whether it's as a tourist or whether it's those of us who live beyond the Great Divide, it's worth it. I can't say that I necessarily will take the train a lot because it's still really slow, and having ridden the train several times from Denver to Grand Junction, it takes anywhere from 8 to 12 hours. It's not efficient, it's slow going. I do want to point out that there's some other fears that I have with this particular bill that need to be figured out at some point, and I want to lay this on the record, which is the Moffett Tunnel, for example. While it may be tall enough for passenger train and limited freight, it actually is not tall enough to be able to have a double stacking of containers from a cargo ship, which means there's a real limitation in our ability to move cargo from the port of LA all the way to Denver. It has to stop in Salt Lake City and move to trucks to get over to Denver. So if we really want to relieve the congestion on I-70, and we also want to look to rail, then we need to increase the size of our tunnels. And we need to allow for more freight capacity also. And having more rail and more freight means that we're more effectively utilizing the rail, and it's a win-win. And it means that our tax dollars that we're investing here will be able to see more of a return from that. And it can actually pay for itself given additional freight on the line as well. But it takes increasing the size of the tunnels, more specifically the height of the tunnels. And that is something that should be considered as we move forward down this path. But I will be a yes vote for today and encourage the chamber to do the same.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in high support of this legislation. This is a great bill. These communities absolutely need this, and I also sit on the Just Transition Committee. But I also want to point out something. So while the state is giving UP this tax credit to save jobs and to protect the rail asset, 3 weeks ago, they laid off over 20 mechanical employees in their Denver roundhouse. And this is, this has got to stop. But I still will rise in support of this, but they need to stop laying off. We need these employees there, just like Lumen, and off topic. For the broadband bill, strong labor standards, Lumen did the same thing and laid off union and non-union jobs to the tune of like over 300, I believe it was, in the 14-state region, a lot of them impacting Colorado. So I rise in support, but just wanted to point that out to everyone. Well, they're laying off jobs while they're getting this tax credit. Bring those people back. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 190. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 190 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1219.
House Bill 1219 by Representatives McCluskey and Lynch, also Senators Pelton, Beat, and Mullica, concerning state-funded programs for first responders through multiple employer health benefit trusts.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1219 and the Appropriations Committee report.
And
And the Finance Committee report.
Thank- no,
Forgot.
I think you're good, Madam Speaker. To the Appropriations Committee report. Thank you.
In appropriations, we did move the funding to be able to support this program, the First Responder Employer Health Benefit Trust, but we do have a change to make in the funding structure to extend, to ramp out the implementation of the program. I move L006 to to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Is this the full thing? It doesn't look like it has an end. That has been properly displayed. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we did begin with a $500,000 appropriation to start the program, and then it increased to $1 million after the first year. This is smoothing out that transition, going from $500,000 to $750,000, and then picking up the progression of the implementation after that. This is to help in a tight budget year to ensure that this program is fully funded eventually, just at a slightly slower rate, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we did present the overview of this program for our firefighters and our law enforcement officers, and ask for your support of the Finance Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this has been kind of a labor of love for a number of years, actually. This has been in the works. What we're really trying to do is make sure that one of the things that is killing, quite frankly, our law enforcement folks, along with firefighters, is a lack of diagnosis of heart conditions. And where this bill really strikes a chord with me is that in my district, where we had the Cameron Peak, or my old district, but still, I still look out for them because this legislation started when I was representing that district. We had the Cameron Peak fire and the East Troublesome fire, and what we don't realize is that there are 19 different volunteer fire districts in that area that were all activated to help fight those fires. And that really brought to my attention that we've got these folks that are just doing the right thing out there and putting themselves at risk and living a life that is risky for them. What this legislation does is says, hey, we care about you, and we are going to make sure that we get diagnosis funded for you, no matter what your status is, whether it's full-time or volunteer. And then I would be remiss if I didn't tell a little bit more about this bill, which was started, I remember, on a Wednesday in the then Minority Leader's office, Hugh McKean, and it started this conversation about heart plaque and how it can kill you, and if we don't get quicker diagnosis, we have the risk of losing more of our first responders. And that was on a Wednesday, and by that Saturday, I had lost my good friend, Hugh McKean, to that exact condition where a heart plaque had taken his life. And so this bill has special meaning to me. I've been so proud to work with the Speaker in carrying this mantle, and would appreciate a yes vote.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't say much except to say that in 2022, we lost a statesman, our former minority leader, Hugh McKean, and this was a passion project for him. It is truly an honor to be carrying this with you, Representative Lynch, in his memory. And knowing that cardiac disease and cancer is truly a threat to our first responders who we rely on so heavily in so many moments. It's wonderful that we can bring this program forward to help support them, prevent any ultimate health challenges and issues. So I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1219. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The bill as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1373.
House Bill 1373 by Representatives Amabile and Rex, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning persons licensed to sell alcohol beverages and in connection therewith, eliminating the liquor license, drugstore license, updating the requirements for wholesalers, removing the cap on the amount of alcohol beverages a retailer can purchase from retail liquor stores, requiring a fermented malt beverage and wine retailer to display alcohol beverages in a single location on the retailer's sales floor, expanding certain licensees' ability to deliver alcohol to certain other licensees, and prohibiting a fermented malt beverage and wine retailer from selling alcohol beverages with greater than 14% alcohol by volume.
Who wants to go first? Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move House Bill 1373, the Business Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
Very well done, Representative Amabile. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we did some amending, and mostly that was around making sure we didn't drive a higher fiscal note, and I asked for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Frizzell. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I have an amendment to the Appropriations Committee report. In the Appropriations Committee, the bill sponsor...
Representative Frizzell, do you want to speak before or after you move your amendment and display it?
I can do either one.
Okay, just wanted to check.
My apologies. You messed up my mojo, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L045 to the Appropriations Committee report of House Bill 1373 and ask that it be properly displayed, please.
It has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Fantastic. All right. In the Appropriations Committee, the bill sponsor presented Amendment L028, which removed the requirement that a retail liquor store obtain a permit for the sale and delivery of alcoholic beverages to other retail liquor stores and retailers licensed to sell alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises, and the corresponding limits on the amount of alcoholic beverages the retail liquor stores can sell to such retailers. We would like to run this amendment because we can't understand why the sponsors would have thought this particular language, which we believe ensured a responsible regulatory environment for retail-to-retail sales, was so important to add in finance, but then remove in appropriations. So there's a question there, but we also would like to run this amendment to return the bill to its prior state.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we took that out in appropriations in part because that was driving fiscal impact, and also because that way that we put the cap on in that amendment turned out to not be the way that that the various stakeholders wanted the cap to be put on. And we do have another amendment today that addresses the cap. And I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L45 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Representative Amabile.
Okay. We have an amendment that we
Representative Ricks,
Yes,
excuse me.
I move L44 to HB 1373 and ask that it be displayed.
Just for clarity, the amendment is to the committee report?
It's to the Finance Committee report, correct?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Amendment L44 is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, members, addresses one of the main concerns we had heard about this bill from members like Rep. Soper. This amendment will ensure that the current 28 national liquor licensed drug grocery stores, commonly known as LLDSs, which were created under the 2016 Grand Compromise, will be grandfathered in. I repeat, will be grandfathered in and not be impacted by this bill. These stores' operations and alcohol delivery will continue to operate as they do today. And we ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. This is one of the areas that I had people reach out to me about that have had these type of licenses for years and years. And for those of you that don't know how a drugstore with a liquor store works on it, a lot of times the pharmacy doesn't make a lot of money, and so they're really reliant upon this additional income from their liquor sales. And so this is a great amendment. Vote yes.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L44. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Representative Clifford. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked Amendment L053 be properly displayed and move, I move Amendment L053 to the Finance Committee report.
And ask that it be properly displayed. Give us a moment.
Oh, wait, this is to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
Yeah. Representative Clifford, can I have you withdraw your motion?
You are amending the Finance Committee report.
Do you, Representative Clifford?
Quick explanation. So this,
Representative Clifford, the amendment before us is not to the Finance Committee report. Do you want to withdraw it and move it?
it is to the Finance Committee report.
This is to the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Oh, got it. Okay. Pardon me. I stand corrected. Representative Clifford, go ahead.
This amendment does two things. So changes the malt limit to 17% instead of 17% ABV instead of 14%. What this does is keeps us from excluding products that have been widely available in convenience stores for a long time and doesn't take those off the shelves. But it does add a stipulation that if they're going to have small bottles of malt that are available at all, that they must be managed by an employee. In other words, they've got to be behind a counter or locked in some display so that they're not just easy to pick up. And I urge an aye vote.
Representative Amabile.
Because it's kind of late in the session, this is the Fireball amendment, and we're okay with it. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L53? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment L. I apologize, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you, and I promise to support increasing the tunnels so we can do double-deckers for trucks.
Thank you, Representative Taggart. Always an honor to serve with you.
Sorry, an inside joke. I'm sorry, I can't agree to this amendment under any circumstances. We can't ask these folks to put individual people on these single containers any more than we do in liquor stores. That's just not remotely fair. They are right now in coolers in a separate section in most areas, but you cannot, under any circumstances, ask our major grocery stores to do something that's not done in liquor stores. That's just not fair at all.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we do already see in convenience stores that these products are behind the shelf when they're in these small bottles because they are at risk of being stolen by young people. And so they are, in many of them, they are already doing this. And it is a small ask to keep our young people safe. It's not really different, and they aren't refrigerated. I don't believe they have to be refrigerated, at least not Fireball.
Representative Clifford.
This is specifically for a product that they call shooters. This is not something that's kept in coolers. These are the tiny little bottles of malt products. And I see from your affirmative nods there that you understand. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L53? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment L53. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L39 to House Bill 1373. To the committee report, to the Finance Committee report on House Bill 1373.
And I suppose you want that properly displayed.
Did you already have a copy of it?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment, though it seems like it's complicated and long, it's really not. Really, the biggest threat to mom and pop liquor stores are large chain liquor stores who are allowed to have multiple liquor licenses. This amendment would revert the retail liquor license type back to the pre-2016 structure to support local mom and pop businesses. I would encourage a yes vote.
Is there further discussion?
We ask for a no vote on this. It's unnecessary and overly restrictive.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L39? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment L39. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in relation to the liquor stores with food products, amendment I'd like to discuss kind of helps clarify that, so I move L26 and ask it to be properly displayed. Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 1373 unwinds 2016 Senate Bill 197 by taking away licenses from nearly 33 locations that have them. Part of that Senate Bill 197 was a compromise between big box stores and retail liquor stores could sell food in their locations. This amendment honors the intent of 1373 to roll back time and removes food sales in liquor stores to 2016. We've heard a lot about how having beer, wine, and spirits anywhere around food is dangerous, so let's remove food from liquor stores. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, we are actually going to grandfather those licensees in, and so we ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of amendment. The question before us is the adoption of amendment L26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this other issue we discussed a little bit earlier, talking about additional security or otherwise staffing. I'm going to bring an amendment here that has an additional security required at retail liquor stores. So I move L32 and ask to be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the course of this bill, we have been alerted to quite a few security concerns in retail environments in which alcohol products are sold. We recommend that all license types should have the same level of camera security that exists in LLDS environments to ensure public safety. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ricks.
Members, we ask for a no vote. This is an undue burden. I think most of these establishments do have security systems already, so we ask for your no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of amendment L32. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Who would like to go first? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L034 to the Finance Committee report for House Bill 1373, please, and ask that it be properly displayed.
It has been displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. In the Business Affairs Committee, the sponsored had asked for an amendment that disallowed outside parties from merchandising inside liquor licensed drugstore stores. And the amendment was all retailers should be held to the same standards for their in-store employees and labor practices. This amendment aligns and make sure that there is fairness amongst all the license types. I ask for an aye vote.
Is Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this amendment. We actually have a slightly different amendment that we're planning to bring around this same topic, and this is not the way that we handled it, and so I would ask for a no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L34. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No!
The amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to run Amendment L025 and ask that it be properly displayed. I move Amendment L025 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment would kind of even the playing field for small mom and pop liquor stores, allowing them to be able to have unlimited licenses as large big box stores do. So this would allow them to compete with those big box stores, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in 2022, 62% of voters in Colorado said they did not want that. And we would like to maintain fidelity to the voters, and I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L25. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is lost. Is there further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Representative Ricks.
I move the business, and I do have an amendment in L051. I ask that it be displayed.
Can you go ahead and move your amendment, please, Representative Ricks?
I move L051 to HB 1373.
To the Business Affairs report.
To the Business Affairs report.
It has been properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, L51, deals with a concern we heard from both the national wholesalers and the Teamsters, and ensures that wholesalers continue to provide all the merchandising that is setting up alcohol displays and removes outdated product, etc.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is Amendment L51. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is passed, or adopted, I should say. To the Business Affairs report.
We ask for a yes vote on the Business and Labor.
Members, the question before us is the adoption of the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move Amendment L49 to the bill.
And I assume you want that displayed.
Do you want
Please proceed, Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is a result of discussions with a variety of stakeholders who want to help local restaurants and local liquor stores, but who were not completely comfortable eliminating the 30-year-old retailer-to-retailer cap. So instead of eliminating the retail-to-retail cap, this amendment will simply allow local restaurants, bars, and taverns to purchase up to $5,000 a month in alcohol from their local liquor store when they are unable to get it from their distributor because of delivery delays, weather, or if there's a sellout or any other issue that arises. This is a reasonable monthly limit that is long overdue and will help local restaurants take care of their customers. We ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L49. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1373? Assistant Minority Leader Winter. We are to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L038 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Give us a moment. That has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Throughout the course of this bill, we've heard repeated concerns and varying facts and figures about underage sales in the state and access to alcohol by minors. To keep the Colorado General Assembly better informed about the rate of irresponsible underage sales and youth access in the state, this amendment requires the Department of Revenue present annual violations by license type in their SMART Act hearing. This is to derive data, to make informed decisions. We have SMART Act hearings every year. We have people come and answer questions, and I think that this is an amendment that should definitely and seriously be thought about, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Amabile.
This is just an unnecessary addition to the work that the Liquor Enforcement Division is already doing, and we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Hamrick.
Members, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very
I
welcome.
rarely come up, as you know, for things, but this is something that really resonates in my community. Proposition 125, which passed a few
Representative
years...
Hamrick, just to clarify, are you talking to Amendment 38 or to the bill?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L38. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
No!
The amendment is lost. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rewind. Speaking to the bill, Proposition 125 barely passed a few years ago, 50.6 to 49.4. So it was not a resounding decision by the voters of Colorado to put wine into grocery stores and into convenience stores. So please know that. I'm speaking on behalf of the small businesses in House District 61 who own small liquor stores. These are family-owned businesses that would really be hurt but for this bill. So I'm speaking in support of this bill. These are small family-owned businesses. This is their retirement. This is their life savings. It's everything to them. And I urge you to support this bill and support small businesses. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to serve with you.
And a pleasure to serve with you.
Just real quick to the bill, I just wanted to let you know, since the Teamsters' names was brought up, I just wanted to let you know they do not agree to any amendments and they oppose the bill still. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. So we heard this bill in finance, and we heard it extensively. And I have competing elements within my district that I've heard also extensively from for and against this. And I think one of the things that I guess everyone seems to have lost sight of in this process is the responsibility of LED, the Liquor Enforcement Division. And I've learned a lot more about them than I ever thought I could when running my prior bill on liquor. So LED is responsible for tracking. I mean, that's their job. So if there's a recall, if there's a problem with alcohol, they have to know where every single ounce is at, every bottle, every case, every shipment container. It's their responsibility. That's what they have to do. And they have to track all that. So in that, I would move Amendment L31 and request that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I mentioned, LED is responsible for tracking everything. Right now, they have to know where everything is at all times, and there's a very well-established system to do that. And this amendment is very simple. So there's a $2,000 limit that is retail to retail. What that limit says is in case of an emergency, for whatever that reason the emergency is that a restaurant runs out of their special wine, their special beer, their special spirits, they can buy up to $2,000 from the local liquor store. And that's the limit that's on there. What we're saying now, because this is raising it, is that they have to have this online database to ease the tracking, and we need to be able to track above to the $5,000 limit, know where everything is going. I would request an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Amabile. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, there are already tracking systems going on, and we are going to ask for a no vote on this. This is going to drive probably like a huge fiscal note, and I know that the Liquor Enforcement Division is already doing its work in tracking liquor effectively. So please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of Amendment L31. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No!
The amendment is lost. Is there further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we were back at this again. You look at the bill, and what we have, especially here in the local communities, and we've talked about this, I've lost the count of a number of times up here about local control. So in particular, I'm going to talk about Parker because I know a lot about Parker and our local control for liquor. So you've got state liquor that's up here that issues licenses for all kinds of things, to include festivals, but liquor stores and all of that. In addition, at the local level, you have city councils and municipalities that can also issue a liquor license for different functions. Parker is one of those municipalities. It has that authority. We also issue a liquor license, so they can track what's going on where it comes to festivals and other things. This is very critical for them to manage. They also get sales and some taxes off of that, but it helps the local control manage what's going on, licensing, and they get to look at, because they're the closest to all the businesses in the area. They work with the chambers and they know what's going on. And in so doing that, I think we need to make sure that we, through this bill process, we have that continued access and control. Therefore, I move Amendment 46 to 1373 and request that it be properly displayed.
Representative Hartsook, could you remove your bill or your amendment? I want to make sure that we had the right amendment number.
I move Amendment 46 to 1373 and request that it be properly displayed.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in addition to the local control, one of the things that we've talked about, and we actually heard in some other committees, was substance abuse. We actually had this in finance a couple nights ago, talking about substance abuse and an excise tax. This chamber has talked a lot about substance abuse and everything else. Well, it only makes sense to me that if this is what we want to do, then let's do it. What this amendment does is it talks about for substance abuse and disorder that there's a specific funding that's going to go for that. In this is the local control that we advocate for. It also provides the substance abuse that many of the sponsors and others in this chamber have requested, and I would request an aye vote on Amendment 46. Thank you.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So, of course, I am actually the person running the bill that would put money into substance use disorder treatment, and I heard loud and clear that the many members were opposed to doing that, and while it's tempting, it really is not the subject of this bill, and it is not something that we want to complicate this bill with, and so I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of Amendment L46. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The amendment is lost. Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to have fun going up and down. So we just heard that let's not complicate the bill. Okay, let's talk about the complications in this bill. We have a system, a well-functioning system right now in the Liquor Enforcement Division. We have a three-tiered system of checks and balances across the state. Those three tiers ensure accountability. It ensures where distribution is going. It ensures that if there's a recall, they know exactly where everything is at and how they can go get this. Yet, the complications of this bill lose that ability. And in case you're wondering how that happens, I'll explain it to you. If we're going to allow, as this bill wants to do, the direct retail sales of a liquor store to another establishment, such as a restaurant, a bar that's in the area. My district has lots of them, and I'm sure all of your districts have lots of them. Who's going to track that? Oh, that's right. No one. Absolutely no one. The liquor store sells it, and it goes to the business, and we don't know what happens to it. So if there's a recall, how do we trace it down? That's right, we can't. Because once it's left and it's gone to that three-tiered system of accountability, we don't have it. This upends the whole historic three-tiered system that we've had in this. That is a complication. What else do we have in this bill? We've got all kinds of business impacts where the government set up laws in years gone past that many businesses, large, medium, and small, have built their business plans accordingly. They have bought land, they've reorganized their floor space, they've invested millions and millions of dollars to be able to advertise and sell different products. And they've gone to great extent to make sure that safety is involved. You go into most of the grocery stores, there's very specific sections where beer, wine, and spirits are sold. It has restricted access. You get into the spirit section. There are locking gates that go across to where you cannot access those spirits after certain hours or before certain hours of opening. Yet you can go in and get all the groceries you want, but you're not be able to get the spirits. That's part of the controls. That's part of the existing systems that we have. And what we're saying in this bill is, no, let's upend all of those business agreements. Let's upend all of those business plans and make those businesses sacrifice tens of millions of dollars in capital investment that they've done, hiring of people, drivers, distributors, workers, everybody in the local area that needs a job. And we're going to say, if this bill were to pass, nope, we're going to upend all of that and say, you can't do that now. It's going to have to be in a liquor store. Well, who employs more people, liquor stores or grocery stores? Grocery stores. Who tends to sell your top-end spirits and wine? Liquor stores. When I go shopping, if I want a top-end wine for something special, I go to a great liquor store that's in my district. And they're a pretty good-sized liquor store. They've got a really nice one sitting where I'm at, and then a really big one over off of 470. Now, if I'm just needing something on the run, when I'm hitting the grocery store, I can run down to King Soopers or Safeway and grab a standard off-the-shelf average bottle of wine. Nothing special, just your average bottle of wine. But if we do away with these business plans, that upends that ability and that convenience for consumers. So if you go grocery shopping and you think, oh, hey, I need to grab a bottle of wine for something, you can grab that very quickly. Or if I need a thing of spirits, I can grab that real quickly. Now, if you want a top end, you're going to make that special trip to the local liquor store. And that's fine. I do the same thing. If I want the high-end spirits, the top shelf wine because I want something special, then I go to the liquor store because that's where they have it. But are we going to take away the convenience from all of the consumers in their shopping that hit the grocery store and they want to be able to get their spirits or the average bottle of wine for the weekend and make them go do a different trip, and everybody says, oh, it's just another trip. But if the whole point of it is convenience, number one, at grocery stores, and then number two, if they're selling it cheaper, are we going to say, no, we're deliberately going to charge consumers more? That's not competition. We put in several years ago when businesses, in particular liquor or grocery stores, wanted to expand. They were told in order to expand your liquor licenses, you had to buy X amount of liquor licenses within a certain radius of where you want to have your grocery store. And that was all at fair market value. I have a business friend who owned a small liquor store. He had a lot of fun, and it was right next to a Safeway. When Safeway expanded and got their liquor license, they ended up buying out his liquor store. And it was just a small little liquor store. And he had fun. He goes, you know, I had a lot of fun. And he goes with a smile, he goes, but I made a lot of money when I sold it. That's what we do in businesses. We build businesses up. We can sell them to somebody else that wants to buy them. Sometimes we want to retain them and keep them growing, and that's fine. Or we merge with somebody else. But to sit here as the government and say, no, we're going to change the game plan in the middle of the game and say, you large businesses and grocery stores that have put in these millions and millions of dollars for the convenience of what the consumers wanted. It'd be different if the consumers didn't want this and asked for it, yet the consumers overwhelmingly shop at the grocery stores and pick up their bottle of wine or their spirit or their beer, their craft beer, their mainstream beer, because it's right there. You're pushing a little cart down the aisle, you can whip in, grab your loaf of bread, grab your eggs, grab your milk, grab a bottle of wine, and grab a bottle of a spirit, because it's right there. That's what America's about. That's what we do, is businesses learn how to build a model that's convenient for what the consumers want. And that's how the consumers shop. If this was not profitable and consumers didn't want it, then grocery stores wouldn't be selling it. But now this bill is proposing to upend all of that, and that's wrong. We as the government, goes back to you've heard many times, don't get to pick winners and losers. Businesses have done nothing wrong. They haven't broken any laws out there. They're not price gouging anybody. Matter of fact, the grocery stores have done a great job of bringing prices down. And at the same time, if you want that high-end spirit or that high-end bottle of wine, you can go to your local liquor store. You can order it. That's great. I've done that. We should not be changing the system. We should not be upending how businesses operate out there through a tried and true system that has a three-tier system for consumer safety and security, a business model where people have invested and worked and employed a lot of folks, and upend everything with a new piece of legislation. That's wrong. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Amabile.
Yeah.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, 1373 is a bill that supports the independent liquor stores here in Colorado. There's a lot that's going on. There's over 50% of Colorado independent liquor stores are women and minority owned. Colorado could lose 50% or 800 out of the 1,600 family-owned liquor stores in the next 1 to 2 years. And this is according to Hard Money Fairview financial analysis that was done. Between 2018 and 2022, after national retailers began selling full-strength beer, Colorado liquor stores lost 6.6 million cases of annual beer sales. Groceries and big box stores gained 3.7 million cases, and convenience stores gained 2.9 million cases. The result has been out-of-state grocery big box convenience store revenues surging from $70 million in 2018 to over $430 million in 2022, which has only continued to increase. In 2022, Prop 125 passed by only 28,000 votes, failing in 47 of the 64 counties, immediately allowing wine in over 2,000 grocery, big box, and convenience stores, which has caused local liquor stores to lose another 30 to 40% of their revenue. For independent liquor stores, 40% of their revenues came from wine. They have totally lost at least 40% of their revenues because wine is now available in the stores and it's very convenient for people. Colorado has over 525 craft breweries and distillers only because of Colorado's 1,600 local stores, mom and pop liquor stores who carry Colorado craft alcohol, because national chain stores mostly carry national alcohol brands. Colorado craft alcohol industry has also suffered a 30 to 40% revenue hit since Prop 125 passed in 2022, and now risk losing 50% of their sales channel in the next 1 to 2 years. Local businesses generate a substantial local premium and economic benefit over national chain stores because revenue generated stays in the local community versus sent to out-of-state corporate headquarters. Colorado restaurants are being held hostage by a 30-year-old $2,000 annual purchase cap, preventing them from buying alcohol from their local liquor stores when in critical need, especially in the rural and mountain areas of Colorado. So basically, there's a 30-year-old cap that has stayed, and right now, if a restaurant runs out of the favorite liquor for their business, they have to wait until a delivery is done. And if there's no delivery or there's weather, they are just basically stuck, and they don't have product to sell to their businesses.
Before you begin, Representative Amabile, members, the sound of 65 whispers has gotten to a dull roar. Let's keep it down, please. Take your conversations off the floor. Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my co-prime Ricks, who I know has a passion for this bill because we are trying to protect small businesses and make sure that they can thrive alongside national chains. And it's particularly important, and as she said, 50% of independent liquor stores are women and minority-owned businesses, and they are the lifeblood of their communities, and many of them are out in the lobby today and have been here every day waiting for this bill to come up. My colleague from Douglas County may not have been in the room when we ran several amendments that addressed the concerns that he just spoke about. With the amendments that are in the bill, all grocery, big box, convenience stores will sell beer and wine, just as Prop 125 said. Family-owned liquor stores will sell beer, wine, and spirits, and they will continue to sell and promote craft brands. And the current 28 national liquor licensed drugstores that were the result of the now abandoned Grand Compromise will still be grandfathered in and continue to this day. The retail-to-retail cap is going up, but we have always had retail-to-retail sales. There's always been that. That's not something that this bill is adding. It's just saying they can do more of it now than they could in the past. And we are trying to enhance protections to ensure fair and competitive marketplace between the national chains, the national wholesalers, and the local independent liquor stores. And finally, the bill is going to help reduce access to hard alcohol. The bill requires local control, something else my colleague spoke to wanting, that is now in the bill, with whatever local liquor licensing authority approves, and it codifies LED rules prohibiting alcohol being sold or displayed next to candy, kids, toys, soda, juice, and the exits. I strongly urge a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am really happy to hear that we now acutely care about small business and acutely care about the will of the people. But here's the problem. In the ballot measure, the will of the people was recorded. So, here we go again. The people vote, they speak, and it's a majority. And then a few years later, we come back in this General Assembly and defy their will. Colorado, pay attention. They're doing it to you again. You go out and vote on a ballot and say, we want this. It harkens back to Prop 112 and energy. And then they came right back around and said, oh no. Now with this, it's the same scenario. I have issue with that. I understand the impacts, but from an objective point of view, when the people speak, this chamber should listen. When the majority of people say something, this chamber should listen. Not wait a year or two or whatever and then do what I call the end-around run and defy their will. So that's one of my primary issues with this bill. Now, I understand there's big interests involved, and there's a lot of money in the liquor business. So we're competing for market share. And people have noticed that the distribution of market share has changed, and not to the advantage of those that are moving and behind this bill. People would like to think it's every little liquor store owner in every little small community or every little community in every little suburb. But there's more to the story. You know, this is a hard vote. But at the end of the day, what is the will of the people? Let that guide us as we represent the people, or at least try to claim to in this chamber. Now, you've heard me many times say you put people before politics. You should put people before special interests. You should put people before big money. You should put people before your party. The people of your district, irregardless of their party, should be equally represented, if possible. Now, after all of that, I still am looking at this bill, but I will tell you, we have an obligation to stand behind the will of the people, and that's why we're here.
Is there further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to pick up for a moment where my colleague ended. And I appreciate Co-Prime saying that this ballot item did not pass with a huge majority. I appreciate that. However, it passed. And we shouldn't be debating here whether it passed by 1.5, 10, 15, 20. That's not the issue. The issue is that it passed. Anybody that knows me knows that I am concerned about small business. So I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place on this particular bill. I want to support my small businesses for certain. But I can't go away from the will of the people. And if in fact, would you stop? If in fact we feel that the original ballot item was not clear, did not provide the information for our citizens to, in fact, make a decision, then let's go back to them. But let's not pass legislation or push forward legislation that goes against the will of the people. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Representative Ricks.
So I just want to address a couple things that we're hearing, that we're going against the will of the people. We are not. We are, everything that happened in Prop 125, which was to sell wine in grocery stores, wine and beer in grocery stores, will continue to happen. We have grandfathered in 28 liquor stores that were licensed because of Prop 125, and we continue to honor all of that. On the ballot, it was for wine and beer, and spirits was not included. So we are doing everything with respect to the vote of the people. We ask for your yes vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's be accurate in what we say. We're grandfathering. Grandfathering is not the same. Folks that want to grow their businesses have a right to grow into new areas, and grandfathering, yes, holds it where it is. But the ballot item did not say that our major retailers could not grow. It did not say that. So grandfathering what it is, I appreciate that, but that stops growth in new areas of the state. I don't know if you folks, I know you do. This city is expanding. My city is expanding. There are areas of commercial development starting to develop 10 miles outside of the core of my city. By grandfathering, that doesn't help under any circumstance a major retailer that is growing. So please don't say that we are in fact honoring this ballot item, because we're not honoring it by just saying we're going to grandfather it. Let's be accurate in our statements.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1373 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The bill is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to lay over House Bill 1340 to the end of the special orders calendar.
So moved. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 123.
Senate Bill 123 by Senators Priol and Hansen, also Representatives Morrow and Froelich, concerning the creation of an enterprise that is exempt from the requirements of Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution to administer a fee-based waste tire management program and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Oh, yay.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 123 and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee report, we financed and had a great discussion, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And members, this bill is necessary because the current program to take care of waste tires expires this year. And so we don't want tires to go to landfills, and we need to incentivize waste tire cleanups. This fee is already being placed on tires, and it's sort of seamlessly rolled into the cost of doing business with tires, and we need to handle our waste tire situation and otherwise in order to avoid environmental and health burdens.
Hold on one second, Representative Morrow. Members, it is starting to get a little loud again. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this bill does is it continues the program to assure proper disposal of waste tires and continues the fee and the rebate program. Why it also is creating an enterprise, and why an enterprise? This program will eliminate the risk of funds being swept for other purposes like it was in 2020. Further converting to an enterprise benefits Coloradoans by removing the need for the department to seek additional spending authority for illegal waste tire cleanups. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative, Minority Leader Puglisi.
No, this is my next one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with a lot of portions of this program. I think the disposal of waste tires and the proper disposal is incredibly important. We had that same issue when I was a county commissioner, where we had a person who was burying tires, and it was very unsafe, and they couldn't afford to remediate, and the county wound up doing it. It was a disaster. But I do have an amendment that I think would make this bill better. And with that, I move Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 123 and ask that it be properly displayed. Oh, sorry. I should have.
Members, there is an amendment before us. Please proceed, Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would just end the, it adds waste tire processors to end the user rebate program, and I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're going to ask for a no vote on this. CDPHE administers this program, and there aren't enough safeguards in broad language like this about what waste tire processors would be, so we ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 123. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 123 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please. Members, keep it down. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1137. The House will go into a very brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1137.
House Bill 1137 by Representatives Morrow and Taggart concerning implementing the recommendations of the Fraudulent Filings Working Group.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 241137 and the committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed. I'm going to change some dates.
Want me to change some dates?
Please give us a moment. Would you mind repeating your motion? I think the microphone didn't pick it up. That mic, you have to get pretty close to.
Okay. Yes, Madam Chair, I move L004 to the Appropriations Committee report for House Bill 1137.
That has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is just a cleanup. We had some dates that we needed to have corrected, and I asked for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of Amendment L4. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Is there further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2022, legislation created a fraudulent filings working group that was tasked with evaluating the department's state of fraudulent filings in the business registry system. Since it was implemented, the department has processed more than 1,400 complaints. Thus far, more than 500 business filings have been found to be fraudulent, and another 900 are in the midst of review. With this influx of complaints surrounding this issue, it is imperative that we implement the recommendations of the working group, and that's what this bill does, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Members, excuse me, Representative Taggart. Members, please keep it down. Members, please keep it down. Thank you. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill puts some hurdles in front of individuals that act as agents for business filings and/or organizations that do that. And I think it's very necessary to have some of these hurdles in place. We spend a lot of time and money from a business standpoint protecting our trademarks of our organizations, the names of our organizations, the names of key products, the names of key product categories. We spend a lot of time and energy. And when there's a fraudulent filing that in fact brings another company into the situation claiming something that we in fact own, that is very, very problematic. And anything that we can do to eliminate or reduce those fraudulent filings is worth our time and energy. Thank you. And I would ask you to vote yes on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the passage of House Bill 1137. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1137 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 104.
Senate Bill 104 by Senator Danielson, also Representative Hamrick, concerning the alignment of educational programs with registered apprenticeships and in connection with making appropriation.
Representative Hamrick.
I move House Bill 24104.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the economy continues to evolve and workforce shortages threaten businesses, we know that employers need strategies to build their talent pipeline, and workers need opportunities to earn while they learn, transition to new industries, and build valuable skills. This bill will require the Office of Future of Work, which houses the State Apprenticeship Agency, and the Career and Technical Education Division of the Community College System to work together to expand the number of aligned pathways, prioritizing in-demand industries. The Office of Future of Work and the CTE Division will establish state-level advisory boards to align the competency of high school career and technical education programs with registered apprenticeship programs. Expanding pathways from high school to post-secondary opportunities like registered apprenticeship is essential for preparing students for success after high school. Through this alignment, more high school students will be able to connect their CTE experience and credits directly into a registered apprenticeship that will allow them to earn money, build skills, and ensure businesses get sustainable talent. So I urge an aye vote on House Bill 24104.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks to the sponsors for bringing this. You know, when we heard it in committee, we had some really great discussions. This hits on a lot of key areas that we've had many a great discussion about and that I agree with. The intent in what we're doing in this bill is not my dispute. My dispute is that we have passed so many pieces of legislation that do the exact same thing. So why are we doing another piece? Why are we putting another statute and a requirement on Colorado Department of Education to do something? We've got a workforce study that we're going to be going through. We've passed, I've actually lost count of the pieces of legislation about meeting workforce metrics, getting the high schools to feed into the colleges, to feed into what the workforce demand is, whether it's highly qualified engineers, trades, welders, construction, and everything in between. We have a lot of bills that have done that. This bill doesn't have a huge fiscal note or a huge FTE, but we're already doing these. And this is what I have against this piece of legislation, is not what we're striving to achieve in it, because I submit we are already doing this. We have done this in numerous pieces of legislation already. And I applaud what the sponsor is pointing out here, because I agree with what she's trying to do. I'm just saying we're already doing it in several other pieces of legislation that we have passed. So why do we need to bring another one here in the waning days of the session that has another fiscal note and another FTE requirement on that? And that's why I'm opposed to this piece of legislation. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion? Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in education, and we did hear this bill. I do want to echo what Representative Hartsook said. We felt that this was a repetition of existing programs, and perhaps we don't need to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. And so, yes, I urge a no vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 104. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 104 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read please read the title to Senate Bill 202.
Senate Bill 202 by Senator Fields, also Representative Joseph, concerning a parent's financial obligation to cover costs of a child in out-of-home placement.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 24202.
Please proceed.
Senate Bill 24202, assignment of child support for foster youth, solidifies in statute an individualized approach to referral for child support for children and youth in foster care. This bill will help families who were negatively impacted by a blanket approach for child support collection. Under existing statutes, child support is automatically charged, which adds yet another financial burden to families that already cannot afford it. When families don't comply, there are enforcement actions such as credit reporting, driver's license suspension, and financial account levies. Any families unable to comply with child support are highly likely to experience any of these enforcement actions and further find themselves in financial hardship, possibly putting them in worse scenarios and lessening their chances of reunification. This bill will ensure that the assignment of child support is no longer a requirement, contributing to the snowball effect preventing family reunification in Colorado. As an advocate for keeping our Colorado families together, I have collaborated with the Colorado Department of Human Services on Senate Bill 24202, which represent the effort to identify and address a change needed for Colorado families that are client of both the child welfare and child support systems. This legislative change is a technical bill that does not have a fiscal impact, and I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 202. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 202 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 151.
Senate Bill 151 by Senators Lundin and Roberts, also Representatives Lukens and Soper, concerning telecommunication security and in connection therewith requiring the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management within the Department of Public Safety to promulgate rules related to the removal, discontinuance, or replacement of critical telecommunications infrastructure that utilizes equipment manufactured by a federally banned entity.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 151.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Simply put, Senate Bill 151 does the following. It requires modest reporting to understand the progress in removing the sanctioned equipment, and there are 2 reports per year to understand where problem remains, and provides an expedited process to rip and replace the banned technology with that from approved vendors. And I forgot to mention that I'm talking about telecommunication security. We ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 151.
Is there further discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill. We certainly don't want to have any sort of wallway communications within Colorado, and I would encourage a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 151. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 151 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 175. Oh. Correction. Please read the title to Senate Bill 191.
Senate Bill 191 by Senators Zenzinger and Simpson, also Representatives Kipp and Frizzell, concerning the operation of host homes for youth.
Who wants to go first? Representative Kipp.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move SB 24-191.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill is a follow-up to a bill that I did back, in 2020 actually, which helped to make a change to law so that we could provide legally shelter to unhoused youth. And where we are today is that we found that this law isn't working as well everywhere. So we are bringing this bill forward to make sure that if there is a kid on the street, they can be housed.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank my co-prime sponsor for inviting me to join her on this really important bill. The host home program provides support to a host home provider. The host home must be a nonprofit, through a nonprofit organization which serves youth who are not in the custody of the Colorado Department of Human Services. For example, a youth shelter. The host home program will perform background checks on the host home residents and a physical inspection of the home. The program will provide case management services to youth and provide a minimum of 60 days of aftercare for the youth. This is a really important bill that has no fiscal note, so we love it for that, and we ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 191. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 191 is passed. Members, it's getting loud. Let's take our conversations off the floor, please. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 117.
Senate Bill 117 by Senators Cutter and Winter-F, also Representative Degree Kennedy, concerning protections for individuals with an eating disorder and in connection therewith requiring an eating disorder treatment and recovery facility to hold an appropriate designation and requiring the Behavioral Health Administration to regulate the use of involuntary feeding tubes.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 117.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that puts in place some regulations for eating disorder facilities in Colorado. There have been some stories that have come out. Many of you probably saw the Denver Post series about this, about certain things that especially young women have had to go through in these facilities that we thought prompted some additional oversight by the Behavioral Health Administration. This bill was heavily stakeholdered in the Senate. I think it's in pretty good shape coming out of the House, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in Health and Human Services Committee. The one concern that we had and my caucus members had was the fiscal note. It's $500,000 to start off, and then it goes to about $190,000, I believe. So near $200,000 for the out years. So it is a significant cost to implement this bill, and that was our concern. I want that to be stated. If you think about all of the money we spend in Health and Human Services, it is an enormous, enormous expenditure for every program. So this one does come with a cost, and it's $500,000 on the front end, and then in the out years it'll be a couple $100,000. That's a concern. Let me reiterate my concern about the $500,000 expenditure that was presented. There was a revised fiscal note that we could look at. And truly, if you look at the myriad of programs that we look at in the committee, there isn't one program that's under $150,000, $200,000. But the problem is, how many programs can we have in how many categories?
Thank you, Representative
And how many
Holtorf.
can we afford? So now we need to consider the expenditure on this particular piece of legislation.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 117. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 117 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Concurrent Resolution 3.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 by Senator Janal, also Representatives Valdez and Titone, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution, removing the ban on same-sex marriage.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Concurrent Resolution 003.
To the resolution.
I will start out by saying this is a very simple but very important concurrent resolution that we're doing today. What this does is it's going to refer a question to the voters of Colorado to repeal what is old, what is no longer in effect, and what is very hurtful to many people. My story with this really has to do with, Amendment 2 back in 1992. That was my first real experience with how government and how ballot measures and how elections had impacts, and how sometimes when those things happen, they push you further into hiding who you are. And that's not something we want to do here. Sorry, I'm not close enough. But we will today push forward a measure that will put in front of Coloradans the opportunity to erase what was a very hurtful ballot measure in 2006 that said that marriage should only be between a man and a woman. What we are asking today is that we put that question to the people of Colorado, knowing the wonderful people of Colorado have already made their voices clear, but should make their voices clear again to make our Constitution a document for all of us, that represents all of us, and that all of us can be proud of.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, Representative.
Thank you, sir. Members, today we are here to asked the voters of Colorado to do something very important. We're asking voters to remove a piece of the Constitution that is, in fact, most definitely unconstitutional. There are a lot of people who still view marriage in a very traditional sense. It's for procreation, right? This is truly the main argument they're using. Marriage is, but it's not a requirement to have children. A ring on a finger does not induce pregnancy. Heterosexual marriage does not reduce crime or poverty. Never in history class did I ever take, did they teach me that crime and poverty started at the advent of queer culture. People have called heterosexual marriage as natural, which implies that anything else is unnatural, and I really take offense to that. Marriage is a little different for everyone. In different cultures, marriage is signified by a variety of different religions and traditions, whether it's breaking a glass, donning crowns, a lasso, adorning mendie, and almost always rings. Marriage is very vastly, but what is consistent with consensual marriages is that two people deciding that they want to marry is that there is love for one another. Love that is not confined only to a woman and a man. It's love that is shared between two people, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. It's a love that carries each other through the good and the bad times. It's the love that raises a family and spoils their nieces and nephews. It's a love that is expressed through the act of marriage. I couldn't imagine a life where I didn't have the ability to get married. I married my wife, my best friend, right there on the porch of the house, in fact, in 2019. We invited our closest friends and family, and we stated our vows to support each other, to love each other, upon the witness of our closest friends and family. The love of my wife and all my heart, it would be so devastating if I was deprived to have that ability to be married to her. Like for so many people, for so many decades, that there were so many couples that couldn't do that. They were denied to do that before the Obergefell decision. Before I met my wife, she told me a story about the day she learned about the Obergefell decision. She was in an airport in northern Canada waiting for a flight when she heard the news on the TV that the decision was made. And she was so happy that she broke down in tears, like really sobbing. And to everyone around her, they were concerned that something terrible had happened. But in fact, she was just so happy that she and so many other people in the United States were going to be able to have this right and privilege that so many other people have. And I think it's worth noting that Canada has had same-sex marriages since 2005. More and more countries are allowing same-sex marriages. In fact, there are 36 of them. And just this week, the Methodist Church approved a new definition of marriage as a covenant between two people of faith. The Catholic Church is a little closer than they ever have been to acceptance of gay marriages, giving blessings. But the reality is, the Catholic Church doesn't own marriage, and there are plenty of other faiths and beliefs out there that should have the right to do this. Polling shows that the vast majority of people in Colorado and across the United States, they say, who cares who gets married? That's a very simplified version of the poll, but they agree that people should get married regardless of whether they're heterosexual or not. So removing this amendment, it's not going to change anything, but it will, however, tell the same-sex couples who are your constituents, they're your family members or your friends, they may be married, they may want to get married, and it tells them that their love is valid. It's important that they have the freedom to participate in their cultural or religious traditions with their family and friends, just like heterosexual couples do. There's no need for these rights to be stripped away if a Supreme Court decision reactivates this amendment. So we're asking you today, please, to ask the people to remove something unconstitutional from our Constitution and allow the people of Colorado the love that they have for their people who they love across all of our states. So I'm asking for your support today. Thank you.
Further discussion on the resolution. Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I don't actually disagree with the idea of bringing this before the people. I'm kind of interested what the people think about this, but I do think I have an obligation to say something about this. I disagreed basically with everything that was just said, every single thing. And there's some reasons for that. And I don't have a problem with people believing that. Everybody gets to believe what they want to believe. But here's an interesting thing about marriage that I seem to be a little different than I would say the average pastor is. In fact, I've been ostracized by ministry contexts because of this. I think the idea of what we call this state-sponsored marriage mentality is not, it's not actually a biblical thing, and the Bible is my foundational book. It's my worldview. But here's where marriage went off the rails, in my opinion, is literally in the 1600s, we had some things going on here in what we now call the United States, but it wasn't the United States at the time. And there was some local groups, some local townships and things like that were popping up, and people were developing what we now call the United States of America. And then there began to be an understanding of what a government might look like on this continent. And so people began to do the same things they had been doing in Europe, and they started actually taxing people. And this developed over quite a long time frame. And then all of a sudden they realized if we give the people an incentive to be taxed, they'll do it. And so for the first time, we see what evolved later into the equivalent of a marriage license. This had never been done before. And now we see this marriage license mentality. And this marriage license basically was developed that if the state would now sign a contract with these people so that they could get a tax break. That's literally the origination of marriage license. Most people don't know that. The church was not in favor of it at the time, any more than I'm in favor of it today. I think it's a humanistic approach to something that is not a human thing. Okay, so then what happens is now you have something called a marriage license. For the first time ever, the state is the one that is qualifying people to be married. And I don't think that's okay. Marriage was never between people and a state or a governmental thought process or anything like that. Marriage was always between people and God. God established marriage in the first chapter of Genesis. This is a God-ordained, God-created thing. Humankind didn't create marriage. This was never a human-created thing. In fact, marriage predates any institution that's ever existed, including religion. And so now we have this idea that the state is the one who decides this. This is why when the church, I've had this discussion at very high level denominational groups and things like that, and I tell them, we sold out a long time ago. I'm saying the church the people of God sold out a long time ago because we wanted a tax break. This had nothing to do with the state. People are not supposed to be making decisions about who can get married and who can't get married. There's only one person that makes that decision, that's God. And he decides, and he's already told us in the Bible. And I know this is countercultural, and it's the exact opposite of what the sponsors are saying. I get all that. That doesn't bother me a bit. I know at the end of the day that God created marriage. People didn't. You can marry whatever you want. You can marry a tree. You can marry a goat. Because that's man-created concepts. Those are man-created unions. But if you want what God says is marriage, because he's the one who made it, then you have to go by his rules. And God said between a man and a woman. That doesn't change just because we decide to change it. That doesn't change the higher spiritual law that God established there because we tiny little bitty human beings think we're bigger than God. That doesn't change that. You can do whatever you want. The Bible even says this. Paul said everything is permissible, but not all things are advantageous. You can do anything you want. You can say, no, there's no God. There's no such thing as marriage, or we're going to create marriage how we want. You can do whatever you want to do. But the only reason I'm standing up here right now is because I feel I have an obligation to also say, but at the end of everything, you're going to stand before this God. And change the rules however you want. This is not the only rule we're changing. We change rules all the time. We change rules about life, who gets to live, who doesn't, inside the womb, outside the womb. We change all kinds of laws. These are God laws. So you can do whatever you want, and however the people vote here. I would be interested to know if the people say this is between man and a woman. Next session, do we bring another law back that says, no, we don't agree with that, and we'll change it anyway? Because this is a rail against God's authority and God's sovereignty. And at the end of time, we all stand before God. And you have to stand before God about changing God's laws and living how you want. And by the way, it's not just about this. We're going to stand before God for everything. This is just one of them. God created this, and he created it actually for our benefit. He didn't create this to hurt us. He didn't create this to limit us. He created this because he knows that as human beings, we do a lot of things to hurt ourselves. And this is one of the many of the list that we're doing to hurt ourselves. We hurt ourselves internally, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, when we do these kind of things. So I don't think that I'm saying this because I'm convincing anybody. I'm doing this kind of like, the prophet Isaiah, Jeremiah, some of those guys. I'm saying this because I think I have a responsibility to say this. Guys, every single one of us, not just the sponsors, every single one of us are going to be held accountable for how we look at God and how we look at God's laws. And this goes directly against God's laws. So I guess you got to do what you got to do.
Further discussion. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Rep. Bombs. That was, I think, very insightful, and I don't really have anything to add to that, but I do want to know on the wording of this, because it just says, shall there be an amendment to the Colorado Constitution removing the ban on same-sex marriage? So I'm trying to figure out if you're looking at striking the wording, or you're adding an amendment to say that the previous amendment is no longer recognized. So just, and where would I see what this amendment looks like? Because right now, I wouldn't know what I'm actually voting for because it just says there shall be an amendment, but I don't know what that amendment would be.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this. Surprise. In 2011, my wife and I got married legally, but we had to go to New York to do so. Because as you know, it wasn't legal to get married here. So it was just me and her. We went to New York. Our families couldn't come. And a friend who was there got ordained We found a bridge in Central Park. We didn't have rings. We found little pebbles by the water, I guess if that's what you call it, that runs under bridges in New York. And we exchanged our pebbles. And we realized the next morning that they were actually just chipped off pieces of cement. But we still have them in a little box. And we were married. And we had the hope that maybe one day our marriage would be recognized where we lived. And then it came true. Our marriage was recognized in Colorado because the Supreme Court said so. But there was still this conflict that while the Supreme Court said, yes, your marriage can be recognized because you are married in another state, we still wished and hoped and dreamed that one day we'd be able to get married here, at home, with our friends and our family, where they could be there to celebrate with us. That still might be able to happen if we refer this measure to the ballot and the voters turn out and say yes. We should have the freedom to marry in this state. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on SCR 003. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The resolution passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senators Janal and Rich, also Representatives Bradley and McLaughlin, concerning technical revisions to the procurement code.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 204 and to second reading, please.
To the bill.
Yes, this is a statutory revision committee, so I can see you all sit up and go, oh boy, another one of those, but this is just as exciting as the other ones. This one is, has a few technical changes to the Colorado Procurement Code. There's 5 of them. They're kind of technical. One corrects a cross-reference. Another updates terminology. The third one clarifies the method of compiling and soliciting from lists. The fourth one is another update. And the fifth one changes another reference. So it's needed, and I hope you could vote yes on it. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 204. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 204. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 70.
Senate Bill 70 by Senators Lundin and Zenzinger, also Representatives McLaughlin and Puglisi, concerning allowing online education programs to offer remote state assessment testing to students who attend online education programs and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. I move Senate Bill 70 to second reading, please.
To the bill. Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great bill. Right now, there are a lot of children who are doing school at home, online school, and for a variety of reasons. But we also know that we have transportation issues with our schools, and so when they have to do state testing, they right now have to go in person to do that state testing. It's a burden on their families. It takes them out of the environment in which they have learned, which is also a little bit traumatic for them. So this would give them the option to do state testing from home.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really important because a lot of these students who are learning at home are in public schools, but their grades are reflected and their scores are reflected to the public school that they are aligned with. And we don't know how they're doing. We don't really know because if they can't take the tests, we don't know altogether. So this is a really good way to get more information for the schools, for the parents, for the students, and for the district about how these students are doing. So I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 70. Seeing no, seeing one. Representative Weinberg.
Thanks.
I'm trying to kill this bill.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow colleagues, my company does a lot of schools with this online training and stuff like that, and this is a great bill. Anything you can open up with technology would be good for our state. I rise in support, ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 70. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 70. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 70 is adopted. Mr. Sheeb will please read the title to House Bill 1340.
House Bill 1340 by Representatives Burton Taggart, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger, concerning the creation of incentives against the state income tax for students pursuing post-secondary credentials.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1340 and the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we fundamentally changed the bill with a strike below amendment that struck everything below the enacting clause and changed this bill to be something that we'll talk more about, but it's very exciting. This is now a tax credit to assist students in their pursuit of higher education and will pay for college for all students with, if they are a taxpayer or if they are claimed as a dependent by another taxpayer, for those taxpayers with $90,000 a year or less adjusted gross income. These are for Colorado public institutions, and students need to maintain a 2.5 GPA to be able to qualify. So those are the changes we made in the Appropriations Committee, along with adding an amendment to include an appropriation to pay for implementation of the program. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. And because that strikes the Finance Committee report, we are to the bill.
Fabulous.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, I have to say, I've been privileged to run some really important bills this year, but this one is most important to me and has a real personal connection. We know that access to higher education can be a game changer for people. I'll just tell you my own story. So I am the first in my family to go to college. My mother finished high school, and my grandmother, who also raised me, finished with a 9th grade education. And both of them had non-professional jobs, but always knew they wanted better and more for their own kids, and worked so hard to make sure that I had that opportunity to go to college. And I will say that at the time I went to college in Colorado, our state was able to really support college, the cost of college for everybody. The state share to support probably left about a third of the tuition cost as a student or parent responsibility. And the state picked up the other 2/3 of that. Since then, we know that our state's fiscal environment has changed. The dynamics are very different, and now the cost to acquire a college education is much different than it was. It's much higher than it was when I and many of the people in this room were able to go to school. But that opportunity for me took me from being in a lower middle class family to having opportunity and being able to prepare myself to be an attorney and to be a leader in the state. These are opportunities that all kids from all economic levels should have access to. It shouldn't just be kids from wealthy families, or frankly, only kids who have access to all kinds of federal supports. Already, there's that middle income base that hardworking families that are looking for ways to send their kids to school, but despite how hard they work, they can't seem to make it all meet. Well, the tax credit we have here aims to support these hardworking families and make sure that every kid has access to a Colorado institution of higher education, our public schools. I couldn't be more thrilled. We need an educated workforce. It benefits our state, and it benefits every person who seeks to invest in themselves and be contributors to our economy and our communities. So I hope you'll join me and my co-prime in supporting this bill.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. New person. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
As my co-prime said, this is a bill that I'm very proud of. higher education has meant a great deal to me, has done a lot for me, and anything I can do to give back in this particular arena of higher education is critically important to me. What many of you know is that in addition to what I do here, I'm a professor. And I leave here most evenings to go and put my second hat on and be a professor with students that I so dearly love. Many of those students are first-generation students, so I was very proud to bring forth the first-generation bill. But many of those students come from middle-class families, and those students are trying to juggle full-time jobs, in many cases, with going to school. And as my co-prime said, and I'll put some percentages around it, 20 years ago, the state contributed 66% of tuition and fees at our state schools. Today, that's around 20%. Think about that. It has gone in 20 years from 66% down to about 20%, which makes it harder and harder for young middle-class families and their students to send their students to school. Lower income individuals, if we can get them over the hurdle of the intimidation, qualify for Pell Grants, in many cases almost up to 100% of their tuition and fees. But you get above $60,000 in a family and Pell Grants go away. So this bill takes that next group of families with students up to $90,000. Now, if I had my way and we could afford it, I would push it all the way to $150,000. But we can't afford that right now. But with the changes we made in this bill, we can afford it up to close to $90,000. And think about that. The more our students, our young people can go to institutions of higher education, and that's not just baccalaureate, that's community colleges, and that's technical schools and district schools. I always equate it back to the chicken and the egg. If we want to reduce, ultimately, some of the drains that we have from a social standpoint, we need to invest early in our kids and make sure they get a good education that they can, in fact, earn a very good living. And I would ask you, please, to vote yes on this. This is really important to our families and students. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1340. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1340. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration of the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1137 as amended, 1219 as amended, 1340 as amended, 1373 as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bills 70, 104, 117, 123 as amended, 151, 175 as amended, 184, 190, 191, 193, 202, 204, and Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 passed on second reading, ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Basenecker. Members, you have heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Wilson amendment to the Senate Bill 184 and the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment, L88, to Senate Bill 184 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 184 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 001 to the Committee of the Whole. I move that the amendment to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole and reverse the action taken by the committee, and I ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. And Representative Wilson, just to clarify, this is the first Wilson amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Please proceed.
Okay, this amendment is for Senate Bill 184, the transportation bill, and this would require the state to invest some money versus just take from fees, taxes. So the state should make some of that investment out of the general fund. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We respectfully request a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Woodrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Woodrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 45 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting Senate Bill 184 to show that Senate Bill 184 as amended lost.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Wilson Amendment to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole and reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting Senate Bill 184 and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, this bill was put together in a silo on the first floor. We had 17 amendments, some very good amendments, not even a discussion on that. I think this bill needs some work, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the bill, so I am going to ask for a no vote. I would also submit that it's difficult to fit a silo on the first floor. But past that, this bill has been well stakeholdered, and we continue to work with stakeholders. This bill is all about collaboration, and you don't get a bill unless you bring in stakeholders to talk about that collaboration. That's the work we've done. We would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Woodrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Woodrow votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 43 no, and 3 excused, the second Wilson Amendment is lost. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Woodrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Woodrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 20 no, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Saturday, May 4th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Saturday, May 4th, 2024. Announcements and introductions. I have one announcement. Representative Rutenell will replace Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy on Finance for today only. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, tomorrow morning, House Appropriations will meet at 8:30 a.m. in the Old State Library to hear Senate Bill 64, Senate Bill 111, Senate Bill 116, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 55, Senate Bill 207, and Senate Bill 224, and any other bills that may be could be heard at this meeting.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, Local Government will meet at 5:30 in 112.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Health and Human Services will also meet at 5:30 in room 107 to hear House Bill 1471. Thanks.
Representative Snyder.
House Finance will meet at 5:30 in the Old State Library to hear only 3 bills now in the following order: Senate Bill 32, Senate Bill 141, and Senate Bill 120. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick reminder that State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs will meet tomorrow upon adjournment. We will hear Senate Bill 153, Senate Bill 13, and any other bills that are referred to our committee at that time.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and the dress code is relaxed.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a reminder, House Finance will meet tomorrow upon adjournment to hear a boatload of bills.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.